Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to the Pewter pregame show here in Week 3 as we get you all set for the Bucs against the Rams, the battle of undefeateds in the NFC. Could this be the two best teams in the NFL? We'll learn the answer to that question on both sides of this thing with the Bucs and the Rams today on the game show, the live game stream that'll take you all the way through this one. We're here with you now for the pregame portion of the show. Myself, John Ledger, along with Scott Reynolds of PewterReport.com. And this is pretty exciting, Scott. We get to come in, yes, repping the Celsius. I love it. And we get to come into this one, Week 3, some undefeateds, and it's pretty fun.
Yes. Listen, I've got my it's almost fall, right? We're kind of like in autumn, right? We're almost in October. So it's only natural that I switch from orange to the sparkling Fuji apple pear, John. And listen, this is a big game. So I had to have Celsius to get us through tonight because we have kickoff now in less than an hour, 4:25. This is a big game. We thought maybe next week was going to be a big game with the Patriots. Right now, they're not proving to be a formidable opponent because right now the New Orleans Saints are beating them 21-6. So there's going to be some hype, John, because of the Belichick, Patriots, Gronkowski, Brady thing. But the real game is today. The real game is Bucs at Rams at SoFi Stadium at 4:25.
Right. No, this is going to be this should be, if everybody plays their potential, one of the games of the year, Scott. No doubt about that. You've got great quarterback play on both sides, great coaching and offensive scheme on both sides, opportunistic in some of the better young defensive players and middle career defensive players in the league in this game.
Trench play, John. You got trench play. Aaron Donald.
O-line, D-line.
Yes. So while we're here on this graphic, we might as well tell you at 4:25, John Ledyard and Paul Atwell will be kicking off Pewter Game Day. It's in less than an hour, so stay tuned because we're going to have a fantastic show. John and Paul are going to be giving you all kind of the play-by-play and the analysis that you need to understand exactly what's happening from John, who's been out there practice, and Paul, who's been looking at the film with the X's and O's. It's a great show, so stay tuned for Pewter Game Day at 4:25. Then 40 minutes after that, hang on, we got the Pewter post-game show right here on Pewter Report TV on our YouTube channel. So be sure to stay tuned.
Absolutely. And until that point, we got a lot to cover in the pregame portion of this show as well. Scott, we'll get to some scores around the league, get everybody updated on those as well. But let's just take a look at this matchup as we get set for it. Kind of obviously when the Bucs, have the ball, there's going to be plenty of things that we're kind of looking for. And we appreciate Justin saying hanging with the PR pregame. I see what you did there. The PR game show as I put some sauce on these ribs, slip this fine ale and wait on these Bucs to dominate the Lambs. I love it. Great stuff, Justin.
We got some LFG in the house today.
That's
Look
right.
at this.
People are ready.
Yes.
This is a big one, man. Bucs fans have had it circled. They've had it circled for a lot of reasons. Let's start with last year, Scott. I mean, last year, this was obviously a game that did not go the Bucs' way at all, man. Just a very kind of weak overall performance, probably, in my opinion, the most dismal performance because the Saints game, there were so many things wrong up front. That was a pretty dismal one too, but the Chiefs loss was like, okay, they put it together at the end, almost won the game, but the Rams game was just felt like nothing was on the right page at all. It was just seemed like a mess on both sides of the ball. Goff's 2 turnovers and I think a couple missed kicks, if I remember right, made it closer than it probably should have been, to be honest. Where I felt like some of the other games, the score wasn't indicative of the Bucs, way they lost like week 1. I felt like that one, the Rams just kind of were better. And the Bucs, obviously got things together, won the Super Bowl. The Rams fell apart kind of after that game, but it definitely felt like a game that it spurred some turnaround, both teams, I guess, in different directions, but it spurred some turnaround for the Bucs for sure.
John, about the only good thing I took away from that game on Monday night, the fact that it was a loss at home on a nationally televised stage, were those awesome-looking pewter uniforms. I love the all-pewter look, right? And we saw them originally to start with in Denver. That was the first pewter game. I think that was week 3 last year. And they got a win. And they got a loss in the pewter uniforms there. They ended the season with the win in the pewter uniforms week 17 against the Falcons. So maybe it's time the Bucs avenge their pewter-clad loss with a win out there in L.A. against these Rams. So I agree with you. I think that it was not the Bucs' best performance on either side of the ball. Matter of fact, and we'll talk about the matchups in a minute, both wide receivers now in the last 2 games, and it's interesting because this matchup, John, dates back to 2019, that Bruce Arians' first year in Tampa with Todd Bowles. Both of these teams met in a Wild West shootout out in L.A. Now, that was at the Coliseum, not SoFi Stadium, 55-40. And then last year, the Rams get some revenge, 27-24, as you mentioned. So right now you've got a pretty evenly matchup, 1-1, and we'll see if the third time's the charm and the Bucs can get the edge in this short-lived series here. And maybe it'll be a rematch again in the playoffs. We'll see. But Mike Evans this week said, and I think you were there at the press conference, he wants a little bit of revenge. Yeah, he's fine with trying to get some revenge this week. He's not coming out and saying, like, we're going to do it. But he's like, yeah, well, why not? Let's go out there and get a win. And it was a team that he and I think this Buccaneer team wanted to play in the playoffs last year. Didn't work out. The Rams got upset in the playoffs, but they wanted to extract some revenge on the Rams last year in the postseason. Just didn't get the opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that, Mike Evans is the guy that is saying that, and I think he's going to bring it today to become what a matchup in this game, right? You and I have talked about this a lot throughout the week, Scott. How do you evaluate the way that the Rams are going to match up against these Bucs receivers? Because you'd like to think Ramsey and Mike Evans see a lot of each other one-on-one, but reality is that Jalen Ramsey's been playing mostly in the slot this season. Yeah. Granted, they have not faced a number one receiver like Mike Evans really in their matchup so far, but or an offense like the Bucs so far, so it could change some things. But he's been playing mostly in the slot. They've also played very heavy zone coverage as a defense, not a lot of man coverage. They are trying to jump things. That is how they're trying to play defensively. And so I don't know. I don't know that we're going to see this Jalen Ramsey, Mike Evans matchup. I know you have it as one of the key matchups for the game. Maybe they do change what they are doing enough to put Ramsey on him a few times, or maybe even predominantly throughout the game. But right now it feels like Ramsey could be like a blitzing threat, and there could be some real uniqueness to how they use him. And it won't be maybe your traditional where in the past you would have seen Ramsey versus Evans all game long. I don't know that you'll necessarily see that this week.
No, you're right. And that is one of our Bucs versus Rams key matchups. It's Evans versus Ramsey. And I agree. It'll be interesting to see how often that he's on there. Last year, John, if you recall in Tampa on Monday night, Evans was held in check to a degree. He did score a touchdown. That came against Troy Hill in the slot, but that didn't come against Jalen Ramsey. Matter of fact, Ramsey held Mike Evans to 4 catches for 40 yards. So I think that's a situation where it's really interesting, right? Because Raheem Morris, typically back when he was a defensive coordinator for the Bucs, back when he was the head coach with the Buccaneers, he liked to put his best cover corner, and that was Rondé Barber for a minute, on the best receiver. And that would be Ramsey versus Evans. However, and the reason why you do that is because if my ace takes out your ace, like in cards, right? Like that's a one-on-one. I can double up the other guys. In this case, Godwin, maybe Gronkowski, and not have to worry about doubling up Mike Evans because I've got my best corner on him. The problem is this has been a little hard to figure out with the Rams. Now they're going to defend the Buccaneers with their cornerbacks versus the Bucs targets, wide receivers and tight ends, is Jalen Ramsey, Aaron Donald, right? He didn't have these type of chess pieces in Atlanta. These are some premium Pro Bowl type players. And the Falcons just didn't have these stars. I mean, Grady Jarrett's probably the best Rams defensive player, maybe Deion Jones, but he didn't have these chess pieces in Atlanta to try to match up with some of these things here. So I think what we've seen so far from Raheem Morris is he's stuck a little bit with what the Rams did last year while sprinkling in some of his characteristics that he brings from Atlanta. But it's not like Raheem Morris coming in and imposing his will on this defense saying, we're going to change things and do it my way. I think he looked at what the Rams did last year and said, okay, under Brandon Staley, you guys were pretty damn good. I'm not going to like mix up.
Sure.
I'm not going to stir the pot too much here because what you guys did was working.
Yeah, and then Zydrate with a $10 super chat to let you know they can hear your keyboard. Stop murdering the keys. That's a shout out to Trevor Sikkema, obviously, in the way that he would pound that sucker during any show, man. That's a Trevor staple right there. But appreciate the shout out, Zydrate, and for the $10 super chat for sure. I'll add this on Ramsey, Scott. I don't think that the stat line for Mike Evans in last year's game was indicative of Ramsey shutting down. Like, I remember watching that game and watching the All-22 and thinking, man, Evans got open a couple times. I think there was another longer catch by Evans that was negated by a penalty, if I remember, that was on Ramsey. There was another time he beat him, and I think Brady overthrew him, I want to say, beat him deep. And Ramsey can be like that, kind of in and out with the focus, all of a sudden bad game, and it has nothing to do with his physical athletic ability, just kind of not showing up really. And so he will do that at times. And so, but yeah, I don't know that I really think Mike Evans played pretty well against him last year. And it was one of a couple games where Evans' stat line didn't really denote how well he played, I felt like. And so we'll see if they end up squaring off a whole lot or not. You mentioned some other one of these matchups. Ali Marpet, Aaron Donald is kind of the other one that everybody has their eye to kind of elite on elite. But the other thing there is that Aaron Donald has played more snaps outside by far really, than he's played inside. He's played actually, I think, his least amount of snaps this year at right defensive tackle, which would be lined up across from Ali Marpet. So that is a good matchup on paper if it happens, and we certainly will get it at least a few times, at least 10, 15 snaps this game. But will we get it all game? What will be kind of the status of that one? That still remains to be seen, I think.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because he's coming off a game against the Colts where he squared off against Quentin Nelson, right? Who was a Pro Bowl guard. And the thing is I think Aaron Donald is more comfortable on that weak side, hitting the B gap, right? Hitting, playing that 3 technique under tackle position. And so that matchup is going to align more so with Ali Marpet. But like what Raheem Morris did with Aaron Donald last week is sometimes you don't want that ace on an ace. You want to find, if you have an ace, you want to find that matchup on a jack or a 10 or a 9 if we're playing cards, right? So you get a better matchup. So that's why Aaron Donald saw time at left defensive end, right defensive end, left tackle. And remember, Ali Marpet didn't play last year in that Monday night game, right? He had a concussion, so he was out. And if you remember, you had the center, Ryan Jensen, move over and play left guard and actually do a pretty good job on Aaron Donald.
Shipley's last game was the center.
That's right. It certainly was. So that's a situation where it's a it's a thing where yes, you're going to see that matchup, but you're also going to see Aaron Donald on Alex Kappa. They're probably going to play him some at defensive end against the likes of those 2 tackles. And while we're talking about the tackles, I think it's also important Donovan Smith, who played really, really well last week outside of one play, and really was, I think, a play where Tom Brady held onto the ball a little too long in the pocket, but he gave up that sack fumble on 3rd and 20, a very predictable rush down to Dante Fowler. So now you've got a situation where Justin Hollins, who's coming in, he had 2 sacks in the opener. He's a very long, kind of athletic, I would say almost like a carbon copy of Leonard Floyd, who plays on the other side. But Donovan Smith, can he be focused and locked in wire to wire? And he was that way during the playoffs, especially against guys like Chase Young in Washington. So he's going to be really key today as well. And then I think the last matchup to watch the Bucs offense, Rams defense, is Rob Gronkowski, right? Red zone Robbie G. This guy's got 2 touchdowns in each of the last 3 games, dating to a game you were at John in Raymond James Stadium, the Super Bowl, where he got 2 touchdowns in the first half to get the Bucs on the board, and he's continued that. Now can he take that 2 touchdown magic and bring it on the road, John? That's going to be a big key. The Rams back 7, just like the Buccaneers. They're going to throw a lot of different people at tight end. We saw a lot of different people on Kyle Pitts last week, the Falcons tight end. And I think the Rams, whether it was Jack Doyle last week in Indianapolis or Cole Kmet and when they played Chicago in week 1, they're going to use safeties, nickels, linebackers to match up with whoever the featured tight end is. In Tampa Bay, it's, of course, Rob Gronkowski. So it'll be interesting to see which player lines up more with Gronkowski, but that's a matchup Brady's going to be looking for a lot. Who is guarding Rob Gronkowski? Is it a favorable matchup? If it is, you're going to see 87 getting a lot of looks.
Yeah, especially if you're playing against two eye safeties. If the Rams are deciding to play that way, and you're seeing two eye safeties, all right, can you get Gronk in the middle of the field? Can you isolate him with linebackers? Can you find matchups he can win? Can you throw a back shoulder to him there? So the Bucs have way more answers for the types of coverages I think they're going to see from the Rams than they did this time last year. Somebody mentioned they didn't have Ali Marpet in that game, as we've said last year. So there are some changes. Antonio Brown was still very much learning things in that game last year. They'll be without some people today too, though, Scott. I mean, no Jason Pierre-Paul. He's going to be out for this game with the shoulder injury. We'll see about next week. Jaden Mickens, that could be a hidden factor in this one, kind of is the return game. Jaden Mickens has been the Bucs punt and kick returner really most of last season and all of this season, and now he's going to be out with an injury. And so does Jalen Darden get those opportunities as a rookie? How big is that? Yeah. That's something we'll talk about and watch. And then Antonio Brown and Kevin Minter on the COVID list won't play in this game either. And so you're without those guys as well. And so there's some losses for the Bucs in this one. The Rams aren't going to have Darrell Henderson, I believe. They're starting running back, and so Sony Michel will get the start for them. I think they're pretty healthy other than that. I'm trying to remember right now. The inactive
I believe they are. The interesting thing is we talked about Jalen Darden, and going back to week 1, I kind of predicted that it would be Jaden Mickens getting the start and actually making an active Jalen Darden for that Cowboys game. And, of course, Mickens had a great game, so that continued until he got hurt last week. And now it's Jalen Darden's time to return kicks and punts, and we'll see if the rookie jitters get him going to where he uses that speed and makes some big plays, or works against him where maybe he fair catches a ball where he had a lot of opportunity to run, or doesn't fair catch a ball he should, or muff a ball. There's a lot going there. But the one thing I do know about Jalen Darden is, John, the guy is fast. Now, when I say fast, I don't mean just Jalen Darden fast. I'm also talking about Fast Brands. Now, Fast Brands is made by our friends over at Celsius. And if you have not tried their protein bars, they're absolutely delicious. Fast protein bars, delicious, decadent, silky, smooth layers. They come in 2 awesome flavors, the white chocolate cookies and cream, the salted caramel peanut crunch. I like both of them equally as well. Quality nutrition without compromising the flavor. Fast protein bars are on sale now through September 30th. Now, here's how you do it. You save 20% by clicking on the link in the description of the Pewter pregame and the Pewter Game Day show on YouTube, and using the promo code 20StartFast. That's 20StartFast, and you can do that on Amazon and save 20%. And John, let me tell you, when you look at these 2 bars here, they're big, they're filling, and they taste like candy bars. They don't taste like the regular protein bars that have like a sawdust type of consistency or taste like cardboard. These actually taste good. And this is not part of the script, but they taste like candy bars. Like my kids love them. So if you're a parent and you're looking for some great grab and go back to school snacks for your kids, I got 2 sophomores in high school, my daughter and my son, and they'll grab these things on the way to school, and it gives them some protein that they need to get through the day, and it's a great healthy snack. So do it now, save 20%, and you can either buy the box that's got the cookies and cream or the box that's got the salted caramel, or you can get a combination box, John, so you get both of those delivered right to your house through Amazon. If you save 20% off using that promo code, 20StartFast.
I'm jealous you still have some of the caramel peanut crunch, because I'm definitely missing that one. that one's my go-to, and don't have it with me right now because we ate both boxes in our house. It's sad to say. So we're working our way through cookies and cream, which is also excellent. But yeah, definitely click that link, get yourself 20% off. I mean, protein bars just don't get better than this. I've been eating protein as opposed to energy drinks where everybody knows I was like totally inexperienced. Yeah, I've been eating protein bars my whole life, like different kinds, and trying to find one that was good. And when I played football, and I used to try to put on weight. And so I'm telling you, these are They're hands down. They're the best that I've ever had. So yeah, definitely check them out. All right. So we've got we've run through kind of the injuries a little bit here, run through some of these matchups.
Yep.
So I'm gonna stay hang in here, and Scott, you're gonna step out. I think I'm gonna bring in Matt Matera here from PewterReport.com. He's gonna have the inside perspective from his crib here on some of the prop bets that are going to go down in today's game. So definitely excited to bring Matt onto the show here in just a minute.
Hello, John.
Matt, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. It's a little different watching all the games from my home and going to watch the Bucs game this afternoon. I'm nice and comfy. I'm feeling good. I'm ready to go. I mean, it's a very exciting game. We're all looking forward to it.
It's true. This is a very exciting game. And, you know, this is the first week of the season that you will be home and not at the stadium for the game. So you've gotten to see a full slate of football today. The Jets do not play yet, right? What are the Jets doing?
They're in Denver. They're in Denver. So they're playing the Broncos in about 10 minutes. So,
so you might have one eye.
Can't get much worse for the Jets. So.
That's right, for sure. Hey, speaking of having fun and relaxing, kicking back, on Friday night, you were out at Dave & Buster's, my friends, our new sponsorship partner here, and you were at the enjoying the fall football campaign and enjoying all the festivities at Dave & Buster's. This looked like an unbelievable place to watch some college football. What were your takeaways as you were out at Dave & Buster's the other night?
Oh, absolutely. It was such a fun time. And with my girlfriend on Friday night, there's just so many TVs that it's perfect for a Saturday or a Sunday. You can go and watch your favorite team. If you like to gamble like me, you can have the other games on that you're going to watch. Your fantasy football, every single game. It was perfect too because I'm enjoying my food. I had a chicken club sandwich, which was fantastic with avocado on it. We had ribs as well. The buffalo, you see in the picture there, the buffalo crunch rolls were insane, like insanely good. I couldn't hype it up anymore. It was that good. But I'm watching and I'm just enjoying the views of these giant big screen TVs. And the next thing I know, the NFL Network's on, and they're showing Rondé Barber and John Lynch and Derek Brooks returning a touchdown, interception for a touchdown. I'm like, oh, this is perfect. This is serendipity or whatever it's called. This is everything you wanted to see right here with the Bucs. And then a ton of fun games too. Obviously, a lot of games for the kids if you want to go and bring your family. They got old school stuff too. They had Pac-Man going on. We were playing that. Some air hockey, chucking the football around. Some cornhole games and stuff like that too. So got my eye on a couple of gifts, but still racking up the tickets.
Right. And if people out there want a chance to enjoy these games at Dave & Buster's sometimes for free, I mean, you can enter right now to win a $200 gift card to Dave & Buster's. And the process is so simple. Literally go to the YouTube description of this show and just click the link that I have in there. It's just an Instagram post. All you have to do is like it, follow Dave & Buster's and follow Pewter Report, and tag in the comments, just tag 2 friends on Instagram. That's literally all you have to do. And you go into a chance to win a $200 Dave & Buster's gift card. And so there's like no work required.
$200 will take you a long way at Dave & Buster's. You could, there's that insanely value between food, drinks, and gaming. That'll take you a long way with that gift card. It's definitely well worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely fantastic offer there. So just go into the YouTube link, hit the description, hit that link and follow those short, quick steps to be able to get yourself a chance at $200 to Dave & Buster's. All right, Matt, we are here breaking this one down, ready for Rams and Bucs to get underway here in about 30 minutes. Exciting matchup between 2 undefeateds here. Talk to me about this one. The point spread for this game, your takes. You wrote about it this week in Betting the Bucs over at PewterReport.com. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, as far as the line goes, I want to stay away from either picking the Rams or the Bucs because it's such a good game. It's going to be a real close one. So I decided to go with picking the over in this game, over 55.5 points. It's a lot of points there, but let me tell you, the over in both their games this season, not only have they hit the over, they reached it in the third quarter. So points are at a premium right now. The Bucs have hit the over in 5 out of their last 7 games. The Rams have hit the over twice in their games this season. They're 4 of their last 6. Not exactly the same because you had Jared Goff as the quarterback, but now with Stafford, you're seeing the Rams push the ball down the field more. So, I mean, everyone loves rooting for points, and you're going to get a lot of that in this game. At least we expect between the Bucs and the Rams, and the way that the Bucs have played defense, letting teams go down the field, letting teams back into games after they jump out to a lead. I think you could see a similar type of formula today.
Right. I mean, that's the thing with a game like this. Because of the scoring, it's like, oh, but who has the ball? It might be one you want to stay away from, like you're saying.
Right.
The over-under on this one, 55.5. What do you think? I mean, I know what you wrote in your article, but that's a tough one for me because you look at the offenses, but then there's also these game-changing players on defenses too that make you want to gravitate toward, if there's a mistake here or there, this could be an under situation. How do you evaluate this one?
Yeah, I hear you, but you also got to think if a team commits a turnover or anything like that, there is a chance that the defense, it's going to set you up in really good field territory. I mean, you go back to that Dallas game, and the Cowboys, it felt like for the second quarter, had the ball within the 10-yard line every single time because Rojo fumbled and Leonard Fournette had the drop that led to an interception. So I would lean more on the side of that going on. I mean, when the Bucs are one of the best teams when they do create turnovers on defense, they immediately score. Or, Mike Edwards did it himself with the 2 pick sixes. So I'm not really as concerned about that aspect of it. I think it'll be interesting because we know how the Rams defense gave the Bucs a little bit of trouble in their game last season. They weren't really able to throw the deep ball as much, or at least they wouldn't allow it. So that's why I went with the under for Tom Brady in passing yards today. He's having an MVP type of season right now, leads the league with 9 touchdowns, and he's thrown for, I believe, 655 yards. So he's obviously crushing it there. But his over-under is 308.5 yards. And I'm not saying Brady can't get to 300, but because the Rams are going to be playing that zone defense, he might have to check the ball down a little bit, not exactly go for the big type of play. And the Bucs can still be effective on offense, but as far as passing yards, you might see that drop a little bit. Maybe they finally get the run game going today. And I think that's why we could see still a good game, but maybe not as high volume as we've seen through 2 games.
Right. Some thrilling finishes coming down to the wire right now. And some I know that the Bucs fans are pretty interested in, including what happens in this Chiefs game, despite it being an AFC game. I think that the eye is on that game and seeing if the Chargers, after intercepting Mahomes, can pull this thing off. I think under 50 seconds to play and 24-24 game. But the Chargers obviously at the Chiefs 30-yard line here. So they're getting close to either territory where they reverse their old fortunes or they Charger once again. We'll see what happens. But okay, so you've looked at some of the prop bets for this one, Matt, and written about them, obviously. And you've mentioned a couple of them. Scotty Miller over 26.5 receiving yards. I was all about hitting the over on this one, and I was so glad you did too. I don't even think it necessarily is going to be this huge game from Scotty Miller, but he just doesn't need very much in terms of volume to hit.
You only need one with Scotty Miller because he's the deep ball guy. All right, that's his role on this team, and we haven't seen him in the first 2 games that much, but that's because Antonio Brown was playing. Now that they don't have Brown, you're going to see an increased role with Scotty Miller and Tyler Johnson as well too. And I know I just said that the Rams defense with the zone, they don't really give up the big play, and they didn't allow the Bucs to do that. But again, just like an 8 Mile with Eminem, you only need one shot, one opportunity. And I think they can connect with Scotty. He's due for a big gain, an infamous play that he's so known for. So I think that comes today with a big shot, Billy Joel, to Scotty Miller.
Now, it is tricky because this is a Rams. You're so proud of yourself for these references.
Yes, I am.
It's so tricky because the Rams do not give up big plays. That is especially the type of big play Scotty Miller scores, where he's very reliant on plays over the top. So that's the one thing that's tricky to me. But 26, I just feel like that's not very high. And I felt the same way about Leonard Fournette with all that Ronald Jones is going through. 22.5 receiving yards being the over under for Fournette. I was all with you. Smash that over. This defense, Rams are going to prevent the deep ball. Brady is going to have to go underneath. It's going to be frustrating for fans, but it's going to be the right call, I think. And I think Leonard Fournette's going to go well over 20. I mean, not well over maybe, but I would definitely go over with the 22.5 there.
Yeah, he's went over that in his first 2 games. He had 27 and 24 respectively. So he's already hit that twice. And again, with the news that came out today that coaches aren't too happy with Ronald Jones, that's only going to help Leonard Fournette. I mean, obviously, we talk a lot about Gio Bernard being the third down guy and 2-minute down back. We haven't really seen him that much, so there's no other choice than Leonard Fournette. And again, I don't want to keep repeating about the zone and everything like that, but again, Brady will have to check down, and Leonard Fournette is right there. So I expect a good game in the receiving area for him in this one with going over, 23.5 yards. So.
Okay, Chris Godwin, touchdown today. You said yes. He has 3 touchdowns in 2 career games against the Rams. So his averages suggest this is a thing that he will do. You're confident in it. This was a tough one, but you're confident.
Well, this one too. I mean, some of the fun things with prop bets is if you can get something with really big value. For example, it's a long shot for a defensive touchdown, but I told everyone to bet on a defensive score last week, and you saw it twice. So you're not always going to hit on those, but when they do, they get big payouts here. For Godwin, for just to score 1 touchdown, it's plus 100. So you got really good value there for a guy that's already scored in both games this season. He's hands down been the most consistent receiver in terms of production through 2 games. I think it's a layup for him to at least reach the end zone 1 time in this game. And for a plus 100 payout, that's great. Sign me up every single day for that.
Yeah, for sure. I again, we're just betting here. We're just playing odds, playing numbers, but I'm with you. I think that's absolutely the way to go. All right, Matt Matera, we appreciate you jumping in here, giving us some idea how to spend our money, how to save some money, how to earn some money today as we get near the end of the 1 o'clock games and get ready for this one. Thanks for dropping in here, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Looking forward to watching this game. It's going to be awesome.
All right, back here with JC Allen, ready to talk a little bit more Bucs and Rams as the Falcons have just won on a field goal. So they are no longer winless. They go to 1-2. They won 17-14 over the Giants. The Giants fall to 0-3, and the changes might be coming in New York pretty soon. But let's talk about some changes in Tampa Bay, JC, because Ian Rappaport tweeted out this morning, not really, I would say, quote unquote, a change necessarily, but Ian Rappaport put out this morning that the Bucs are going to Leonard Fournette to start this game at running back. He started week 1, Rojo started week 2, Leonard starting week 3 in and of itself is not surprising. I think probably most of us would have expected it, not necessarily batted an eye if he were out there for the first snap of the game. But he said some interesting things in the actual segment, not, again, things that surprised us maybe, but things that, made it clear that, this is, something the coaches were frustrated with and unhappy with Ronald Jones, especially after he went out of bounds and didn't put his shoulder down and pick up that first down last week. And then obviously the mistakes that followed that to what is your take on this situation? Is this literally just like Leonard Fournette's going to start this week and then we're back to playing the dance next week? Or is this it's Fournette, and we're going to ride Fournette in this game, and Gio's going to get his third down, 2-minute drill stuff, and Rojo's going to be kind of an afterthought, a breather back?
Yeah, I mean, and the only way Rojo's getting meaningful minutes and meaningful snaps in any contest going forward is to exactly do what Matt just said, make the most of his one shot, one opportunity, because he's fallen behind. Leonard Fournette, while he hasn't impressed completely, he's obviously been the more productive back. He's the guy who has been able to move on from mental mistakes faster, quicker, and be able to continue to play at a high level. Rojo, for all the talent he has, and we watched it in training camp, John. I mean, we proclaimed him the starting running back pretty early on in training camp, and we just have not seen that carry over. But yeah, I mean, Leonard Fournette is a guy until Rojo can try to unseat him in the very opportunities he's going to have.
Right. And it is, it is hard to figure out. I mean, I feel like we kind of said this. Rojo is the better back, but he can't get out of his own way. And so that could negate it. And that's what's happened through 2 weeks. It's exactly what's happened. It's completely negated the skill set that he has. And it's caused the Bucs to kind of have to look elsewhere now. Now they have to be more reliant on Leonard Fournette. Obviously, it's still the rushing game, but the interesting thing, and Paul Atwell is going to come in here in a minute, and we'll talk more about that, is that the Rams give you very light boxes defensively. They encourage you to run the football, and they've been okay. Last year they were really good still at stopping the run. Despite that, this year they've been kind of okay in those situations, not great for sure. But I just wonder if the Bucs look at that and say, we have to find a way to run the football a little bit more today in this game. And I'm just not sure that that's going to be the answer in a game where the Rams are probably going to come out and just like they have last time, 121 pass attempts, like 26 carries for the running backs. Like this is the Rams have through the last 2 meetings with the Bucs just gone, we're going to throw the ball like crazy because there's no point in wasting it. Many plays running the football, and it's worked for them. And I feel like Tampa Bay is going to have to recognize that, kind of like they did in the Dallas game early on, and get involved in this track meet if they want to win the game.
Yeah, you're going to have to go through the air. They have a pretty good run defense, and with this rushing game for the Bucs not really getting established, you're not going to be able to rely on or count on that. Antonio Brown missing does hurt, but Scotty Miller is there. He can step up. Tyler Johnson can step up. Chris Godwin is going to, should earn a favorable matchup, but Jalen Ramsey's been playing inside, outside. It's not necessarily known where he's going to line up and who he's going to line up on any given play. But yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I think that you're going to have to go through the air and keep up just to keep up with this team. Now, it's going to be difficult for the Chargers to get the run going too, as you mentioned. So, and with Darrell Henderson, I think they're probably going to abandon it as well. So it's going to be on these cornerbacks to play tight coverage. Rashad Robinson just joined the team on Tuesday, and he got the nod to go today. So they're going to expect some big things out of that veteran because they are one injury in the safety position away from having Mike Edwards come out of that nickel spot where he was so effective last week.
Yeah.
So it's really going to have to be, keep the pedal on the metal at all times and keep up with this vaunted passing attack that Sean McVay and Matt Stafford are going to throw at you.
Now, Matt Stafford is 0-3 in his career against Todd Bowles. A lot of these were a long time ago. 2018 was the last time he played him. Bowles was head coach of the Jets. The year he got fired, actually, but they walloped Stafford that year. It was ugly. I forget the score now. It was like 43-17 or something. Stafford threw 4 picks. It was a very bad Stafford performance. In his career, really hasn't had a great game against the Bulls defense. Last 2 times he's met the Bucs, the last 2 seasons when he played for the Lions, he was inactive, and then he got knocked out of the game in the first drive last year in Week 16. Obviously, the Bucs went on to throttle the Lions in that one. So he really is not. Recently, we haven't seen him play. This hasn't just been a great matchup for him. I don't know how much of that I'm like saying, oh, it translates clearly to this game today. I don't necessarily see that. I don't know that that's my takeaway here. But I still think that this is a matchup where, yeah, it's definitely Stafford is going to have to kind of undo some demons that he's had at times against Todd Bowles because this has not been necessarily the most successful matchup for him.
No, Stafford, though, for everything that he's gone against, this is the most talented team that he's had against a Todd Bowles defense. I mean, this is the most talented team I think he's ever had, both offensively and defensively. You look at the plethora of weapons that he has around him to throw the ball to. The offensive mind of Sean McVay, I know they've, as much as they've been circling, there's a lot on the line at this game. I mean, potentially down the line, this could decide seeding. This is a really big matchup. So, both of these quarterbacks and coaches are going to be dialed in and putting the best game plan together to try to get this W out here today. So I think Stafford's going to get his. It's going to be a high-scoring game. I really think it is. Part of me thinks that, hey, this could turn into a defensive slugfest because the defenses are good too. But I just see these quarterbacks being able to move the ball against these second and third cornerbacks of each team. And, I think the Bucs really are going to be able to get Rob Gronkowski involved for the 3rd week in a row and have him go off. If you look through the first 2 weeks, they've given up 12. The Rams have given up 12 catches for 125 yards. Gronk has 12 catches and 129 yards and 4 touchdowns. So, the middle of the defense, I think he's going to, as Matt was just mentioning, check downs. You're going to have Gronk there in the seam. You're going to be able to have Godwin if he's not, blanketed by Ramsey, another guy who can make some real yards at the catch plays, and that's what you're going to be looking for. I think, it might be a little dink and dunkish at times. You're still going to go for your shots, but I think that's going to be the most effective way for them to move the ball down the field, attacking the middle.
Wow. And Justin Tucker just made a 66-yard field goal to win the game for the Ravens, I think.
Wow.
66. That guy is unbelievable. Unreal kick. The Lions are just so naked, man. Poor guys. But I think 2 points across the board by you. The other aspect of this is that we're looking at an NFC South now where the Saints won today, the Falcons won today, the Panthers won, and they're 3-0. As unimpressive as they looked at times against the Texans, 3-0 is 3-0, and you take them seriously, and they have played tough this season so far. And so, do I think anybody in the NFC South is close to as good as the Bucs? No, but at the same time, that's something that this early in the season, we're not going to disrespect people and not monitor it. You never know when somebody gets hot and things will come together even more. So, yeah, it's going to be something that we consider for sure. So, that's something.
I was going to say the Panthers have a pretty light schedule, the first half so they could get rolling, and then it could be, I still think the Bucs are going to win the division, and the Chiefs just lost too. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the Chargers are 2-1 after losing to Dallas. They jump up to the I guess not the top because it's the AFC West still has 2 undefeated teams. So Chargers win, Chiefs lost, and so yeah, a lot on the table kind of for the Bucs today in this game. Obviously early in the season, so hard to say that seriously, but. Certainly would be atop every power ranking out there if they could win. Now, that's obviously not the focus, but it's still part of the conversation here at this point in the season. And the Rams are maybe second on that list in terms of best teams right now.
Really think
they're that good. And so, yeah, we're gonna jump into the rest of the final portion of the pregame show before bringing you into the live in-game stream. Paul Atwell and I, who's coming on shortly, we are going to bring this one to you guys throughout the entire game. We'll be with you. We'll be giving live analysis and reactions as the game happens. We sync up our TVs. We do all that stuff starting at 4:25. When kickoff happens, we'll be syncing all of that up and getting ready with you guys. So excited for that. Excited to be with you all the way. If you are just jumping in here and joining us, getting out of the 1 o'clock games and jumping in here and joining us, send the link out to one of your friends, one of your boys, one of your girls, whatever, and get them in here and say, hey, check out these guys during the game, have them running during the game, get them in here because we're going to try to have some fun in this one. So, JC, thank you so much for jumping in here, man, and getting some thoughts in before this game starts. I'm going to come back to Scott Reynolds here, coming back in to the chat here to let everybody know about our friends over at Immuni Financial before we get going for the game. So, get JC out of here and bring Scott back.
At Immuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you? Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it. All right. Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Immuni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Immuni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With over 40 years of experience, let Immuni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Immuni Financial at 1-800-868-6864. That's 1-800-868-6864, or visit immuni.com. John, I'm a proud client of Immuni Financial. I've got most of my investment savings with Immuni Financial now. They're located in St. Petersburg, a great Tampa Bay area company that can help service the Pewter Nation, our audience out there of fans that might be needing some financial services, and highly recommend it.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff from Immuni Financial as always. All right, Scott, I know you're going to be running the show here on the digital side. Pewter Report is going to have content up all throughout the game. Any breaking news happens, we'll be jumping in. We'll have some content up. We'll have some thoughts on it for you guys during the game. Also, make sure you head on over to the game day chat page too. We got the chat page going on up there. You can chat with your friends and everybody, all the other Bucs fans about this one. And so we'll be hearing from you at halftime, Scott, when you check in with stats and updates from halftime of the game.
We'll have all the stats that you guys need to get you caught up for halftime. And we're 10 minutes away now from Pewter Game Day with John and Paul.
All brought to you by our friends over at Celsius, Paul. I got my tropical vibe going today. Obviously, as Scott and I mentioned earlier in the show, 20% off these fast protein bars right now. They're unbelievable. Click the link down in the YouTube description. Get the best protein bar you've ever had in your life. But this is fun stuff, man. We've got a battle of undefeated teams here in week 3. Bucs, Rams, the chat is rolling. People are hyped. This is a game that's going to tell us a lot, at least for an early season game, about how close the Bucs are to being able to play at a true Super Bowl level. We look around the league, you see some other top teams struggling here and there, and it feels like the Bucs kind of have the ability to jump into the lead, at least in the NFC and maybe in the NFL, if they can win this game, obviously super early in the season. And this is going to be, we could look back and say this is the toughest matchup of the year for Tampa Bay because there's just that many good players and good coaches on the Rams side.
I totally think this is the toughest matchup of the year, at least on paper. And, the other thing is it feels already kind of like a playoff game. It's week 3, and honestly, that's how important this game feels. And also, it's a huge test because in the Brady era with the Bucs, this is their first real time dealing with a full crowd. Last time they played on the road was the NFC Championship game, and I think there were less than 10,000 people there. And all the players talked about how it felt loud. But this is going to be a full packed house. And Rich Eisen just recently said that this LA stadium gets so loud that it makes Seattle and Kansas City sound like a library. So that's really telling you something. And I think it's going to be a new obstacle for them to deal with, of course, against a very difficult team, excellent coaching staff, very sharp. So huge challenge. But if anyone can do it, it's the defending champs.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the spotlights in this game is going to be on Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and really the whole Bucs 2021 draft class. I mean, this is Jalen Darden's going to be active for his first NFL game and out there on the field. Maybe will be the guy that's relied upon to be the key return guy for Tampa Bay in this game with Jaden Mickens down. Jason Pierre-Paul's injury made Joe Tryon-Shoyinka the starting outside linebacker opposite Shaq Barrett in this game. So lots to learn about those two. Obviously, there's going to be opportunities in this one, maybe for KJ Britt, certainly on special teams, but with Kevin Inter on the COVID list, he's going to be the first linebacker up if something happens. I know Levante David and Devin White have not missed a snap yet this season, neither of them. But if they do, for whatever reason, KJ Britt, his number is going to be called and he's going to have to plug in. So gulp and hope that he is ready for that type of stage and opportunity, especially against a team that likes to attack a weakness as much as Sean McVay does. But Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, that's where a lot of Bucs fans are going to be looking when the Rams have the ball. How does he look? How does he perform in this game? Two of the best tackles in the league, and Andrew Whitworth and Rob Havenstein. Both of these guys are really solid. The scheme is really solid. They get the ball out pretty quick. This is not a team that's going to, you're going to turn around, oh, they got sacked 7 times today. It would be a big surprise. So can he impact the game with pressure? If he can't get home and finish, can he impact the game with pressure at all? I saw so many good things in just a couple snaps from Joe Tryon-Shoyinka last week. Thought that he had a great rush against Jake Matthews, get the long arm inside, stabbed him, swim to win over, and Vita Vea knocks him off what would have been his first NFL sack. But in terms of the process, everything you want to see there. I mean, and then double swims, moving laterally, boom, boom, beats 2 blockers there. Obviously, they're in a slide away from him there, but he's crossing 2 guys' face, not what you want when you're sliding as an O-line. He's doing it anyway, and he's doing it quick. Jason Pierre-Paul is a big loss in terms of how all-around good he is as a player. He can drop into coverage now. That's been something he's just added to his game and really found something that he's pretty good at in that. He can make plays in space a little bit. He plays great run defense in all situations. He's great at recognizing and reading the run. He's a solid pass rusher. He can kick inside and rush the passer. But as a pure edge pass rusher, I am planting my flag that I believe Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is already better than Jason Pierre-Paul in that regard as a pure edge pass rusher. Ability to get quick wins when you're facing a team that's scheming to get the ball out quick is huge, and I really think Joe Tryon-Shoyinka can bring that today, Paul. It's going to be one of the most exciting things to watch.
That speed just jumps out so much, even on that All-22 clip that you showed. But, John, I'm curious what you think. One thing I know you've been a little bit frustrated with is how much they've used Tryon-Shoyinka in coverage as opposed to just letting him rush the passer. How do you see that going down today?
Yeah, that's tricky because the scheme is the scheme, and he's not going to change that much. So it is going to be this thing, obviously, where you got to drop a little bit. And he's obviously a great athlete, so I'm not saying it's a bad decision, and I'm not saying he should never drop. It's when you only play 20 snaps a game, right? And you're dropping for 5 of them. I'm like, those are 5 passing downs. I'd love to see what I think could be your best pass rusher even this season if he has the opportunity. getting after the quarterback. And I really want to see that happen. And now you're in a situation where, okay, that guy's in coverage and we're rushing somebody probably isn't as good. See, I understand it has to happen at times, no question. I'm not necessarily getting after Bowles for it, but as a player evaluation perspective, I would love to see Joe Tryon-Shoyinka rush the passer more often, because I think that is really what he's outstanding at right now. The rest is going to come. He's already getting there as a run defender, already way better than he was in the first preseason game. Very encouraging to watch that and the discipline there. They will test him, though. Rams will test them. They'll throw at him. They'll do all kinds of things. They'll option him off and kind of try and figure out what he'd read off what he does and do some things. So he's definitely going to be a player with a target on his back. And he just has that attacking kind of special. When you've been around special players, their mindset is different. And I just feel like he has that kind of mindset. So I'm very anxious and excited to see him in this game. Also, we're going to probably see more of Mike Edwards defensively for Tampa Bay. Paul, he had 2 pick sixes in the last game against the Falcons. I think he's kind of another guy that, okay, like if he's going to slot more often in this game, we'll see. But this is a huge matchup, obviously, with Cooper Kupp. Even if they don't go man coverage all game, it's one that the Bucs are going to have to. He's going to have to slow him down. They're going to have to slow Robert Woods down. We've talked at length this week about what those guys have done against the Bucs. That's pretty hard to do when you face a passing attack as advanced as Sean McVay's.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, and by the way, just to finish up on the coverage point, if Vita Vea can take multiple snaps in coverage, then Joe Tryon-Shoyinka most definitely will. But anyway, when it comes to the Rams offense, they're so willing to take what the defense gives them. One day they can be especially with Stafford, they can be very vertical. But, like we saw in the past last year with Goff, they can become a very horizontal offense too, just short underneath the sticks if they have to, and if that's what you're giving them. So Bowles has a huge challenge. One thing, though, that I actually do think, and I'm changing my mind on this a little bit, I do think we're going to see Bowles switch it up and play a lot of 2 high coverages today. Initially, I was thinking that he's going to stick to his guns, his normal cover 3 spot dropping stuff that we see. But you know what? Even looking back at the tape from last week, he played a lot of 2 high coverages, way more than I think I realized just on the broadcast copy. So if he's willing to do that against the Falcons, I think we're definitely going to see that against the Rams too. That isn't to say that 2 high equals success. The Rams are that good. They'll still win against it. Offensively, they'll still be productive. But what gives you the best chance? And I don't think it's going to be that single high coverage. I think it's going to have to be 2 high, and then you live with the results.
Right. 2-0 Bucs, 2-0 Rams. We're minutes away from kickoff. It's all coming up here on the Pewter Game Day Show. All right, we're all set. Kickoff is minutes away here, and we're going to do the weekly syncing up of our TVs here, Paul, trying to make sure we're both pretty much on the same page. What are you seeing on your screen right now?
So I'm actually they're not showing the Fox feed yet, basically, on the channel I'm watching. But I do think I'll be further ahead today because I'm using actual TV instead of an internet stream.
All right. So if you're joining us in this show for the first time and you haven't heard us before, we intentionally try to be a little bit behind you. Hopefully not way behind you, but we don't want to be ahead of you and ruining watching things live for you either. If you'd like that, maybe that's different, but we're trying to work with the majority of you and be a little bit behind you. If anything, hopefully we're close to being on the same page as you. But we appreciate everybody jumping in here and having some fun with us here. Week 3, Bucs Rams getting underway right now. Hooters commercial on my screen. Are you? What do you got?
They're showing the field cameraman running off. It looks like they're getting ready for. They're on to Aikman and Buck now.
Okay, all right. I've got the water now. SoFi Stadium.
Oh, I'm actually ahead of you. Okay, here.
Oh, you're ahead of me. Okay.
Yeah. So let me.
I've got the inside of the stadium now, and players starting to come out onto the field maybe a little bit.
I'm gonna pause it right when they're about to kick off, and then you can just say "kick" out loud, and then I'll press play.
All right. I've got Buck and Aikman here now, chatting away, getting ready to get this thing. Shout out in the chat if you are fans of Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. thumbs up. If you're not, thumbs down. Just let me know how the general consensus is. I'm always curious about these kind of things. I used to not be a fan at all.
I'm a
I
fan
like Joe
of,
Buck a little bit more now.
I like Joe Buck a lot, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think he's gotten a lot better too. But his reputation has stuck with him from like, the passes caught and like it's David Tyree using a helmet, using his pinky to catch a pass against an undefeated team in the Super Bowl. And that's all he can muster up. So I guess people aren't going to forgive him for that. Or the disgusting act in Green Bay.
It is definitely been something that's stuck with him, even as I feel like he's done a lot to change the way that he brings calls to us. But I think he's solid. Yeah, I think he's solid. Maybe not elite, but I think he's solid for football.
He's
but pretty elite for baseball.
He's not bad on his podcast either. It made me like him more just as a person.
There you go. So as this one gets set to get underway, we are kind of looking at a matchup of undefeateds, and honestly could be two of the best teams, if not the two best teams in the NFC. And so there will be, just so people know, if they haven't been with us before for these, there will be, I will be on some play-by-play type stuff for this as Paul and I get synced up right now. I'm seeing Aaron Andrews, Paul, just cut away to Brady pregame, walking around, looking at SoFi Stadium. And so I bet you're like probably 15 seconds ahead of me, maybe, or something like that. So
yeah, somewhere between here. So they're just about to kick off.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. I'm still listening to Aaron Andrews talk, but the Bucs are going to receive. I'll be doing some play-by-play best I can to kind of stick with us. Alien said they're all right. We're better. Appreciate that, Alien. Appreciate y'all sticking with us. It's going to be fun. Looking forward to this one. The Bucs rocking the pewter jerseys. They look pretty sweet. Pewter jerseys, pewter pants, and now they're getting ready to kick off for me, Paul, as they're lining up to kick it away.
I'm ready for you.
Okay, here we go. The run up to the kick by Matt Gay in the game is underway. Kickbacks to the back of the end zone. Jalen Darden is the man back to receive it, and he will down it, and the Bucs will start from their own 25-yard line. Okay, Leonard Fournette's going to start the game. We know this, Paul. What are you looking to see from the Bucs offense in this game?
Look, I do actually think the running game is going to be pretty important in this game because I think there's going to be an emphasis on rushing attempts. The question is, can they create explosive plays on the ground? The Rams defense hasn't been the same against the run as it was last year. So there should be opportunities there. And if you can take advantage of them, that'll give the Bucs a huge edge.
Right. So the Bucs start 12 personnel, something I think we might see a lot of in this game. O.J. Howard and Rob Gronkowski, not Cam Brate, out on the field, and Leonard Fournette will get the first carry of the game, and he gets maybe a yard before that one's whistled dead, and so it'll bring up 2nd and 9 and nothing inside, really, against the Rams early on in the first carry of the game.
The normal ceremonious start to Buccaneers games.
That's right. We kind of don't even tune in for the first play. We just
wait
and see what happens on 2nd and 3rd.
Just forget about the kickoff. We'll take 2nd and 9 on the 25-yard line.
That's right. just negate it. It's know it's going to happen. Here we go. Clock wind under 14:30 left in the first quarter. 2nd and 9 for Brady from the gun. 2 receivers to his right are Evans and Godwin. 2 tight ends to his left, Brate and Gronkowski's back to throw under pressure a little bit, and he completes to Brate for a gain of about 8. So that's going to bring up 3rd and 1 now.
So I do think we're going to see 12 personnel basically close to all game. That's been my prediction multiple times this week. And the other thing there is we saw a spacing concept, which is a classic quick game concept to take advantage of underneath space. And that's exactly what you want to see from the Bucs against this Rams defense that's going to play those 2 high safeties where they're going to take away the deep stuff. You want to see the Bucs committed to taking the quick passing game. And this is a good start here.
Absolutely. So now on 3rd and 1, you've got the jumbo package in now. You've got Josh Wells in as a tight end, Rob Gronkowski, and Cam Brate. Wells comes into the game, and right away it's a full start for Josh Wells. So there's the start for the jumbo package. You get the penalty on the first drive. You've got all the kind of checkmark things for a first Bucs drive of the game, and now they're in 3rd and 6 from their own 29-yard line, backing things up as Wells gets the false start on his first snap of the game.
Hate to see the lack of discipline, and just by the way, the reason I think the Rams or the Bucs are going to play so much 12, I'll finish up actually after this play as we go into 3rd and 6.
Yeah, in 3rd and 6 here, Brady from the gun. Giovanni Bernard is in the game right now. So Tyler Johnson's going to go in motion from right to left. 4 wide receivers on the field. No tight ends for the Bucs here. And Brady throws, and it's wide of Tyler Johnson, incomplete. So the Bucs will punt on 4th and 6 on their opening drive. They go 3 and out thanks to the penalty by Josh Wells. Important to remember in this one, Paul, Bucs are the 2nd most penalized team in the league coming into this game, and the Rams are the 2nd least penalized team. Bucs were 22nd last year. Rams were 3rd best. So this is pretty keeping in consistent with who they are, and it could be a factor in this one.
Oh, for sure. By the way, we did see them switch into 10 personnel. I think that's going to be a third down and third and long only kind of thing for the most part. The reason I think they're going to play so much 12 is there are two main reasons. One, I think they would have done it either way, and that's because the Rams, they'd like to stay in nickel. You're not going to get them to play base. So what the Bucs are going to say is, hey, we'll go big if you're going to go small, and we're just trying to take advantage of the size mismatch. And the second and obvious reason that's going to lead them even further in that direction is, of course, the absence of Antonio Brown. So all the less incentive for them to trot out 3 wide receivers on every play like they've loved to do in the past.
Right. Bad punt from Pinion there. The Rams are going to have great field position at their own 42-yard line. That was a 33-yarder, I think, for Pinion there. So 1st and 10 for the Rams now. Stafford operating from the gun with an empty backfield. Quick throw downfield, and he missed Cooper Kupp, who was open on the corner route. Missed him. Might have been some pressure there. That might have been what caused the throw to be off target as Devin White came screaming off the edge unblocked, and Stafford airmailed that one a little bit as White popped Stafford.
Two little routes going to the sideline there from the Rams. One little speed out and one corner route. You see the Bucs run that same play a ton, but that's not what you want to see in terms of coverage to start the game. Nice pass rush, though.
Absolutely. And Whitehead is in the box on 2nd and 10 here. So interesting decision there as Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is looking for his second snap of the game. And there's a run by Jake Funk, and poor tackling by the Bucs allows him to get 6 yards there. So the Rams backup running back gets the first carry of the game, and he gets 6 yards to put him in a pretty manageable 3rd and 4.
John, we're already seeing the difference here with the Stafford Rams, and that's the fact that they've come out on their first 2 plays and operated out of shotgun. A lot more shotgun and less under center than they have had in the past, and that's just because of the added skill set of Stafford. And because of that, they're also running out of shotgun a lot more than they did in the past as well.
Yeah, great observation there. And Stafford again from the gun now here on 3rd and a long 4. The Bucs show blitz, show that there will be some pressure here. Robert Woods goes in motion from left to right as Stafford takes the snap, drops back. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka wins inside, and Stafford misses with the pass. Van Jefferson was open over the middle for the first down, but Stafford threw behind him as Joe Tryon-Shoyinka gets in and forces the incompletion. Great win by him and a great start for the rookie on his first NFL drive as a starter.
Interesting choice here by Bowles right off the beginning. I talked about those 2 high coverages, and I was predominantly thinking for 1st and long, 2nd down when that play action boot stuff is still an option and you're trying to take away those crossing routes. And I figured he might go to more tighter coverages on 3rd and medium, 3rd and short, maybe some man, a lot of single high stuff. But there, Bowles actually went to quarters coverage on 3rd and 4, and he was giving up that underneath space. Stafford just happened to miss the throw. But interesting tactical decision. I wonder if that's something we see more of. Zone coverage on 3rd and shorts, 3rd and mediums.
Right, and the first opportunity for a punt return there in Jalen Darden's career, and that ball goes out of bounds. But good job by Jalen Darden just calling fire, and communicating there. That's a really big thing for a rookie making seeing his first NFL action right away. He's yelling, he's communicating to his guys, get away, so that they know not to. Indeed, Delaney almost got touched by the ball there, but still good communication, I thought, there by Jalen Darden to make sure that kick wasn't touched by a Bucs player. So the Bucs will start 1st and 10 from their own 11-yard line. Story of the last drive really is just those short passes are what you have to live by in this game, but you have to stay in those manageable 3rd down situations. 3rd and 6 isn't bad, Paul, but the penalty by Josh Wells is the killer there. But it also feels like Tyler Johnson has only been targeted like 3 times this year, but I think all of them have been that route, and like they cannot get on the same page with that route, it feels like. All the incompletions, I should say. I think there's the 3rd incompletion to Tyler Johnson on a route just like that. Like a quick out type of deal.
I was just looking at the EPA stats by receivers for the Bucs, and Tyler Johnson's is really bad. I mean, I think there was a 3rd down drop, so high leverage situation there. He was targeted on the 3rd down. So again, but that one's not really his fault. I mean, Brady put it way outside. It might have just been because of a lack of separation, or it might have been a miss. But yeah, he hasn't been able to get going yet. Not really anything too impressive. I think on that last drive for the Rams, obviously that's a great result for the Bucs, but I would say that lack of success there had to do more with the Rams than it might have had to do with the Bucs. 2 missed throws there. One with Cooper Kupp down the field, open on the sideline, just missed by Stafford with the pressure. You got to give White and the defense credit for that pressure, but that's a missed throw. And I think again on 3rd down there, it was just another missed throw on 3rd and 4.
Right. Yeah, no, you're right about that, but also the pressure. I give the Bucs credit for the pressure too, because you're right. Wasn't props to the coverage there on either of those incompletions because both guys were open. But the pressure in the end, that's what I say, quick wins. Devin White unblocked. That's not something they've had. Slow wins. They've had the defensive tackles bullying guys back into Matt Ryan and to Dak Prescott's laps, but they haven't had the quick wins as much. And so can you get guys that can win quick? Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, boom, cross arm over, wins inside, immediate pressure on Stafford, forces an errant throw. That's the kind of stuff both of these teams, because both these quarterbacks will get the ball quick and will make good decisions with the ball. That's the kind of stuff I think they're going to have to do more productively, both of these teams in this game. If they want to win defensively, they got to be able to get quick pressure. It makes a big, big difference in this one, I think.
And Bucs come out here under center.
Second opportunity under center. Let's see if we see some play action going. I don't know. Maybe. First and 10 here for the Bucs. Yeah, they are in 11 personnel here. Brady under center, and give is to Leonard Fournette. He's going to pick and choose his way up the middle for about 4 yards, I think. So 2nd and 6 coming up, 2nd and 7. So still trying to get the running game off the ground. It has been a slow burn so far for the Bucs this season. They ran it okay in week 2, but it certainly hasn't been dominant, Paul.
Yeah, that's right, John. And they are going back to 12. I'm surprised, honestly, with I would be surprised if they played a lot of 11. I don't think it's that important to try to get Tyler Johnson reps out there, quite frankly. And I don't think this is Scotty Miller's matchup either, really.
Right. I agree with you on that. Although you might need Scotty Miller to keep people honest as Brady back to throw. Quick one to Cam Brady, who gets knocked out of bounds about 2 yards short of the first down. So 3rd and 2 coming up, and in a pretty similar situation. Short rush, throw to Brady right near the sticks, and you got yourself a 3rd and short here to try and get this thing done and get really out of the shadow of your own end zone more than anything after Pinion's last punt wasn't very good. So
this is where you would love to feel confident about your run game, right? You would love to feel like 3rd and 2 is automatic, but it just isn't.
Right. 11 minutes left in the first quarter. Brady from shotgun takes the snap. Quick throw to Giovanni Bernard underneath, but he's tackled immediately by Justin Hollins. He did not get the first down. He's about half a yard short of the first down. And so we would guess this early in the game, this far in their own territory, this is punting situation for the Bucs. We'll see.
They're going for it.
Oh, they're keeping the offense at least lining up maybe, and we'll see. But 4th and inches here from about their own 20-yard line. So this is obviously danger territory if you don't get this. We know Brady on sneaks is pretty good, but a lot to think about here early in the game. And now the punt team is out for Tampa Bay, and can they get lined up in time to get this thing done? They've got multiple balls on the field that the officials are trying to figure out. Here's the clock winds, 10-13 and counting left in the first quarter. Here's Pinion sending the punt skyward. So 3 and out for the Bucs, 3 and out for the Rams, 3 and out for the Bucs, and Tutu Atwell fields this one, a booming punt back at his own 26-yard line, 27-yard line. And that's where the Rams will start on offense for their second series of the game. So, I mean, it is quick passing. We knew that was going to be the case. We knew it was going to be short. I don't know. I mean, it's not totally surprising, but it's like a couple times you're right there at the sticks. You know, you get a little bit more out of that Giovanni Bernard route. You get, you might have something. You might be working with something. Maybe it's a little bit of a quicker throw from Brady too, and you get him right away as he gets out there and he can turn upfield.
This is why this defense can be so effective. It's because you had 2 decent plays, 2 completions. That 3rd down play, I wouldn't call it a decent play. It only gained 1. But this type of defense, it really punishes you for screwing up a single play. Even if you're taking the quick stuff underneath, you have to put together 3 plays in a row to get that first down. You can't, that first down being wasted effectively with a 1 or 2 yard gain. And in that situation, it was a 3. That does come back to bite you.
Right. I think this type of defense is the most important type of defense to throw the ball against on first down, because it's going to be so much harder if you get in obvious passing downs to complete things. Just the way that they play, that's the reality. And even if you rush 3 or 4 against Brady, he's not going to hold the ball all day. Like, he's going to go to the right read and he's going to get the ball out of his hands, because that's how you play quarterback. He's not a backyard guy who will run around all day against a 3-man rush. So you can blanket the field in obvious passing situations and have success if you're the Rams in those situations. And I just think the Bucs are playing right into their hands by running the ball and running it unproductively on first down on both the last 2 drives. You put yourself in 2nd and long, you put yourself in kind of 2 pass obvious situations. They can keep the ball in front of them on 2nd down, tackle well, which is something, again, the Bucs are trying to do better this week defensively. And then all of a sudden you've got yourself a 3rd down, which is really, that's where you want to get defensively, right? If you can't get a turnover sack, you want to get into third down and you want to win there. And so far, the Bucs have not won there, thanks to a penalty and not being inches short of it there. So I do think this is a game plan. Fans need to understand. Like, I do think this game plan is going to require some patience. It's the way that the Rams defend you. This is everybody who plays them. You have to be able to attack horizontally on them. You have to be able to get the ball quick underneath. You have to be able to run after the catch some to be productive against them. I think that this is part of it with the Rams, but at the same time, yeah, you don't want to go 3 and out, and those were avoidable 3 and outs in my opinion.
Yeah, somewhat avoidable, assuming you can execute. But you got to give the defense credit. This is just a strong game plan from them. This is what they've been doing for over a year now, and they've got the good players too. So you're certainly not going to be able to just walk down the field every time, but you would like to see something a little better. Maybe some play action would be great.
Mm-hmm. For the Rams, 1st and 10, Stafford from the gun. The sidecar to his left is Sony Michel, 2 tight end set. He takes the snap and hands the ball to Sony Michel, who runs up the middle for a gain of about 4 yards. And so 2nd and 6 coming up for the Rams as the clock winds under 10 minutes, 9:55 and counting left in the first quarter. Still 0-0 game between the 2-0 Bucs and the 2-0 home team, the LA Rams.
Rams have yet to take a snap from under center from what I can recall. So again, this is just a huge deviation from what you've seen from McVay in the past. And finally, now we do get under center.
Mm-hmm. Stafford with a 3 wide receiver set. Deshaun Jackson is in the game. The X receiver out to the left as Stafford goes under center, takes that quick throw, almost tipped to the line of scrimmage. Robert Woods caught it and picked up 7 yards on the first down as he gets knocked out of bounds just past the marker. Was hit at the line of scrimmage there, I think. Was it slowed? That ball slowed down a little bit by
I think it was. That was a great play by Shaq. He definitely did slow it down.
No, it was somebody blitzing off the edge. I think it was Carlton Davis. He tipped it. So Stafford saw the corner blitz and threw it right at him. They just couldn't. Right. You had the deflection, just couldn't get enough of the ball to really have it matter. So 1st and 10 for the Rams.
There. Nice play by Carlton.
Right, but a good process there. And so 1st and 10 for the Rams. 8:55 and counting left in the first quarter. Stafford from the gun again, drops back over the middle and dropped that one. And then Jamel Dean dropped a sure pick. The ball dropped off Cooper Kupp's hands right into the arms of Jamel Dean, who dropped what could have been a game-changing pick early on. Kupp dropped it first,
right off the bat could have set the tone and really put this Rams offense in a difficult spot. Jamel Dean has to catch that. That's a soft deflection coming at him. That should be automatic. You can't skip on or miss out on opportunities like that because you don't know how many times you'll get them.
Yeah, right. And here's Stafford from the gun. Now, that one was kind of off Kupp's hands. Might have been a little high, but it also looked like Kupp was very wary of Levante David over the middle as Stafford goes from the shotgun on 2nd and 10. Here's a tipped pass by Joe Tryon-Shoyinka at the line of scrimmage, I think, and then Woods bobbles it. Cockrell runs in and knocks it out of his arms, incomplete. So now 3rd and 10 coming up for the Rams from their own 38-yard line.
The chess match we've seen so far from these two play callers has been really fascinating. Bowles has lived in this too high coverage so far, on early downs especially. And they're saying, hey, you're going to have to take the quick stuff. And McVay is countering by operating out of shotgun for that reason and trying to get those quick game passes going, those quick screens, this quick stuff to the outside. But so far, the Bucs are executing very well against it.
Yeah, 3rd and 10 now, and the Rams are spreading the field. 3 receivers out there. Yeah, and a tight end, Higbee, is out wide to the left. Stafford drops back to pass, has plenty of time to throw deep down the field. He's got Deshaun Jackson there. Ross Cockrell, did he get there early? No, I don't see a flag.
Great
3rd
coverage
and 10.
by
They're going to bring up
Cockrell.
4th and 10.
Way to track the ball and recover. He did get beat by a step there. You hate to see him be flat-footed like that, but excellent recovery. If he turns his head back a little bit, you'd be less worried about getting the PI there because he didn't turn his head back at all. And if he made a little more contact, you could see the flag being thrown. But hey, that
it was
worked out
just
very
so
well.
underthrown. The pass was so underthrown by Matt Stafford, and
so
it's been not a real crisp start for Stafford so far in this one. He just looks a little bit off in terms of accuracy. That throw is the touchdown if it's on the money. Honestly, I mean Cockrell was cooked.
Absolutely.
Here's Jalen Darden.
3 passes from Stafford that he's missed.
Right. Yeah, very unusual. Don't know if you can count on that happening all along. Cockrell might have gotten there early, but it was so underthrown. I hate awarding that with a DPI. So, and Stafford knows it as he comes off the field. He knows that one was on him, whether should have been a flag or not. I'm sure Bucs fans would have been upset if it wasn't a flag the other way around. But still, it's the fault of the offense that one wasn't completed for a touchdown. Again, I don't dislike everything for the Bucs defense, but it feels like they've benefited from some misfires by the Rams, and I'm a little bit worried about that process playing out all game long in the secondary, at least. I would like to see the coverage there again, but Ross Cockrell and Deshaun Jackson's a tough one, man. I didn't see safety help on that one.
Yeah, that's right. I actually couldn't really figure out what the coverage there was. A little hard to tell.
We didn't get a good angle. Yeah, we didn't get a good angle.
Yeah, but so far, I mean, honestly, good job by the defense. Yeah, they have gotten a little lucky, but pass rush has been there on a couple of plays. Good deflections at the line of scrimmage. It's never going to be perfect. The Rams are going to still get guys open. They're still going to get plays down the field. They're going to move the ball, but when you can put together a couple of drives forcing punts, that's a great start.
Mm-hmm. And punters have been a story so far. Pinion did not have a good first punt, but a good second punt. And Johnny Hekker is one of the best punters in the league for the Rams. He just punted 151 yards. And so both of those guys are kind of making their mark on this game as it's a field position battle. Like we thought, all defense so far. And Scott said this one was going to be a wild, wild west shootout. I did think it would be a little lower scoring. I think I had 26-23. We've obviously still got a ton of time, despite seeing 2 drives from each team. We've got 8:27 left to go in the first quarter, I believe, as the Bucs will take over from their own 15-yard line. But first down, it's big, right? You want to go play action here. You want to, I don't even say take a shot, but you want to gain. You want to attack the middle of the field. You want to start working horizontal things, right, Paul? Is that your mindset going into this third drive?
You took the words out of my mouth. I was literally just about to start and say that the Bucs, the way they use their play action game, and don't get me wrong, it's been fantastic. They've had a lot of success with it. They use it to set up deep shots down the field. Where I would like to see a few added elements, and we saw this in the Super Bowl a lot actually, is using play action to stretch the defense horizontally. Take stuff closer to the sticks or underneath even, and get some yards after catch opportunities. The Buccaneers tend to be somewhere around dead last in the league with yards after catch. And that's just because of how they like to do things. I don't think they should change that, of course, but I would like to see a little bit of that added component against specifically a defense like that is doing so much to sell out, to take away the deep passes. They're doing whatever they can to take those away.
Right. Here's Brady from under center, 1st and 10. Bucs still looking for their first down of the game. Fakes the handoff to Leonard Fournette there. Throws underneath to Leonard Fournette and runs through a couple of tackles now. Gets the first down and more all the way out to the 30-yard line. They had him dead to rights after a gain of a couple. And Fournette broke away and got 15 yards out of it.
Looks like Leftwich was thinking the same thing, huh? Play action and short pass underneath with yards after catch.
Mm-hmm. Get everybody dropping off their spot, trying to get depth off the play action fake and hit them underneath and get that yak.
Ali Marquette pulling out. We've seen that a lot from Brady over the years. Really sells the play action fake when you do that.
Yep. So first down throw again. There's 11 personnel with Scotty Miller in motion. And again, you've got play action to blitz off the edge this time. And that one's knocked away at the line of scrimmage. That one looked like just because of the blitz, they play action into the blitz there. Jalen Ramsey was coming clean off the edge. Donald got in as well, and I think it's Donald that deflected that one. So 2nd and 10 for the Bucs as the pass attempt backfires a little bit there.
Yeah, well played by the defense, but you got to like the creativity from Bowles. You like seeing that jet motion come in and set up that play action. You can see that he's trying to do stuff horizontally here, which is what you can ask, which is what you ask for pretty much.
Right, absolutely. So here we go on 2nd and 10. Brady from the gun. He's in empty right now. Fournette split out wide to the right. Takes a high snap as Brady throws quickly, and Godwin catches it and turns upfield, crossing the 45 and banged out of bounds at the 47-yard line. Great catch by Chris Godwin. Brady led him perfectly out into space, gain of 12 yards, and it's a first down for the Bucs, their 2nd first down of the game.
Great little concept there. Double post from the number 1 and number 2 receivers, and Godwin in the number 3 spot, just running the out route into the space created. You know what? Despite how much we have complained disproportionately this game about the first down runs, overall, you and I have been high on what Leftwich has done so far this season. I think he's done a phenomenal job, and so far starting to look good, especially on this third drive.
Yeah, just outside of midfield, and they pull Marpet again with the fake. So another trap pass, and Brady goes underneath Fournette, and he's going to get 3 yards. So they're looking for the shot. They're around midfield. It wasn't there. Brady's going quickly to the check down, trying to get them in a manageable 2nd down situation. Again, the way the Rams play defense is not necessarily going to give you a million easy ones, Paul. You got to take those underneath.
Yeah, for sure. And this is why it's so tough, right? Like it's how many times can you put together 10+ play drives to get down the field? It is really hard. But you like to see what the Bucs are doing. They're staying patient. This is how they started their Rams matchup last year too. They just fell into the trap of impatience later on. Let's see if they can break off a few of these underneath passes.
Yeah, here's 2nd and 6 at midfield for the Bucs, and Brady's going to give to Fournette here. Spins through a tackle and maybe picks up 2 yards there. So 3rd and 4 maybe coming up here for the Bucs. So a little bit of a manageable situation, but again, the running game just can't get any type of a chunk play, man.
It's
the
hard.
whole speed. It just seems impossible for them.
It's really tough. Leftwich is in a really tough position because on one hand, I do think schematically it makes a lot of sense to try to run against the Rams. And if you could do it, it would be great. But what's Leftwich to do? He can't just abandon the run, especially when it's there for you schematically.
Right.
It's just a matter of execution and being better with it. It's tough.
Right. Yep, completely agree. And here's Brady, another high snap for Brady, and he steps up in the pocket, lofts one down the field to Rob Gronkowski, who drops it. Oh, a perfect
Huge
pass
play
Brady.
down the field, John.
Yeah, laid right out there for Gronkowski. And now it's 4th and 5, and the Bucs are going to have to punt. That's the 4th dropped 3rd down of the year for the Bucs. 4 of them.
Beautiful pass by Brady.
That's like a routine, easy one for Gronk, to be honest. Like, I know it's right off his hands. That's one. I mean, that's dropped in there pretty perfect. Got to catch that one. 4th and 5 from the Rams. 40 in Pinion will set one skyward here as the Bucs try to win the field position game. That's what it's all about right now. Cup makes it the fair catch at the 8-yard line, and so that's where the 9-yard line. That's where the Rams will start. But huge missed opportunity there. That's likely points off the board type of drop from Rob Gronkowski. And again, the Bucs, one of the leading teams in the NFL in terms of drops. It's something that's just plagued this team, plagued them in the playoffs, even as they went on to win a Super Bowl last year. It continues to plague them in this one.
Yeah,
and holding on the Rams here, I believe, and this is going to back them up even further. Holding on Nick Scott, the safety, so they'll get backed up even further. They'll probably start from around their own 4.5 now.
And that was Gronk winning man coverage against a cornerback. Super impressive.
Yep.
But you got to be able to finish. And I was a little scared when Brady let go of that ball that looked like a floater, maybe underthrown and picked off or something, but it couldn't have been better. And, he had pressure in his face. But yeah, the drops are so surprising given who the receivers are on this team, right? It's really surprising.
That's the funny thing. It's like, man, couldn't ask for a better, more talented receiving group. And they do make a lot of great plays, obviously, but the drops are something that creeps up with, even with Godwin now, with, what he's been, for this team. It's lately, at least the last, 7 games or so, drops have been a big issue with him as well.
I hate to say it, like even on that out route that he caught to pick up the first down, I didn't feel sure that he was going to catch that, and that's not the feeling you want. It's really weird that you would have that feeling with Chris Godwin, but
right.
Anyway, tough break. We'll
Offensively, though, I think they're doing the right things. Leftwich made a great switch there. Again, I wish he'd come out with it, but 3rd drive of the game, make the change before you're hurt on the scoreboard. Lots of first down passing on that drive. We saw more play action. We saw them attacking underneath off play action and getting completions and run after the catch. That's the process. Then it opens up. You get a shot down the field, and it's right there, and you got to hit it. Obviously, you got to catch it. But I think some good things with the process from a game planning perspective that I really liked on that drive.
Right. And with regards to the run game, John, are there certain ways that you think that the Bucs could have success, maybe attacking certain gaps? Is there anything that you see against this defense?
You have to block guys, but more than anything, you have to hit the hole decisively if you're a running back, Paul. Like, you just cannot be moving laterally every time after you get the ball in a duo scheme. It just is not a recipe for success. And Fournette just is not a decisive runner. And so that's what you lose when you don't have Ronald Jones. Is much more decisive. Obviously all about, the issues with Ronald Jones. Completely understand it and understand why he's not playing. But that's the reality of it with Leonard Fournette is that he's just not very decisive. He doesn't mash the gas right away. And so you end up hitting him back with his feet stopped the vast majority of the time. So you're getting 1 yard when if you just ran fast, you probably get 4 yards. And that's honestly such a huge part of rushing offense, in my opinion. So Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Rams. They're going to start from their own 5-yard line. So under the shadow of their goalpost, and obviously a huge possession. for the Bucs defense. They can hold serve with field position here, going to be a big one. 5:27 left in the first quarter. Stafford from under center hands off Sony Michel, and he stopped right away. Jordan Whitehead in the backfield, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, Steve McClendon, a host of Bucs meet him in the backfield, and 2nd and 10 is coming up for the Rams.
Great job by the defensive line. They're just taking everything away. And by the way, one thing that you would hope is a consequence of Bowles playing these more too high coverages is you would like to see the Rams not pass as much as they did last time, right? Take the ball out of Stafford's hand, make them run the ball a little more. And even with the one fewer guy in the box, I still have a ton of confidence in this Bucs run defense. So I'd love to force the Rams to run the ball more.
Yeah, 2nd and 10, Stafford from the gun as Joe Tryon-Shoyinka wins inside screen underneath. Sony Michel makes the catch. McClendon drags him down. Michel did carry him for a few yards there, and I think it's going to be a gain of about 5 or 6. So 3rd and 4, it looks like, coming up here for the Rams offense.
Yeah, obviously you don't love giving up 5 or 6, but hey, that was a good job by McClendon to make sure that, because if he didn't make that play, that's probably going for a first down. So nice recovery by him. He only got one arm on him, but he kept fighting, kept making that play and took him down. Super impressive.
Yeah. The tackle moment in hustle there from the oldest defensive tackle in the NFL right now. 3rd and 4 for the Rams. Stafford from the shotgun. Barking out and changing the play with 4 on the play clock. Back in the gun, and here's a blitz from the Bucs, and they throw quick throw underneath to Higbee, who's going to pick up the first down with ease. And Joe Tryon-Shoyinka makes the stop, but it's a solid gain for the Rams there. They're all the way out to their own 23-yard line.
Going no huddle. They want to keep the Bucs in this same personnel. And this is why I'm not a huge fan of blitzing these McVay teams, especially not when you show it like that, because they run that same play every single time. They check into it every single time they see a blitz.
Right. So many blitz beaters. The Stafford goes down the field and wide open Cooper Kupp, and this time they connect. Not even close to that. Was wide open. Nobody within 10 yards of him, I don't think, as he made that catch.
Yeah, tough one. Wonder what happened on the back end there. They go 4-by-1, really putting a lot of stress by overloading one side of the defense just with their formation.
Right. Yep. And Stafford hit the corner route perfectly to Kupp. No coverage in place there. And so the Rams, by going quick, catch the Bucs, and 1st and 10. The Rams have at their own 45-yard line. The field position at the very least is flipped, and now the Rams offense feels like it has some rhythm with 3:23 and the clock stopped left in the first quarter. Jamel Dean is now down on the field, and the Bucs are tending to him. He was down last week once, at least, maybe twice, Paul. Trying to remember. He was down a couple times last week, I believe, as well, in week 2. Carlton Davis was obviously down. What's that?
Who were you saying once or twice?
Jamel Dean, I think, was down. I want to say he was down at least once last week again in week 2. He was, down with an injury. I know he's down at least once.
Went down early last.
Carlton was down early. Yep, absolutely. Yep. And Sean Murphy Bunting, obviously, on injured reserve right now after that dislocated elbow in week 1. So corners looks like a position again that's a little bit tough for the Bucs right now. They've brought in some guys. Rashard Robinson's in there. He got elevated over Pierre Desir. Both those guys have been recently added to the roster. Robinson, the better special teamer, so he's out there because of that today. But who knows if they'll need somebody defensively right now, especially with the way the Rams love to spread the field and play that way. So we'll see how the matchups go. But Rams threatening now for the 1st and 10 from their own 45-yard line and doing some good things offensively, things they were capable of doing in the first 2 drives, just not crisp enough to hit some of those throws.
I think both offenses in those first few drives are just kind of looking at themselves and blaming themselves for a lack of execution. The Bucs could definitely be up 7-0 right now if a few things go differently, and so could the Rams.
Yep, the DeSean Jackson play, that's a touchdown right there. And so
right. So
lots of mistakes by both of these offenses so far, but the Rams look like they've got something rolling here after a catch of 12 yards to Tyler Higbee and then a 22-yard gain for Cooper Kupp, and they are almost at midfield here in a 0-0 game with 3:23 left in the first quarter. Everybody else in the NFC South won today. I know that it's a little early to look at those kind of things, but everybody else in the NFC South won today. The Saints, the Falcons, the Panthers all went, or not today, I should say. The Panthers won Thursday, but Panthers are 3-0, and if the Bucs lose today, the Panthers will be in first place in the NFC South. That is not a typo. But long way to go until that point. Jamel Dean is on the sideline now, limping around, and they're going to look at him on the training table. And so First and 10 for the Rams from their own 45-yard line now. Stafford from the gun, from empty. Bucs not showing pressure. Content to go with 4 men in the rush. And Shaq Barrett dropped into coverage quickly, but Stafford throws underneath the Van Jefferson, working on D. Delaney, who's in there for that play, and that's an easy first down underneath for Stafford. But again, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka beat Andrew Whitworth immediately. I mean, he was in on Stafford immediately. It's one of the better left tackles in the league, and he's already had issues with Joe Tryon-Shoyinka a few times in this one. Looked like Whitworth was laid out of his stance. Not all the O-line moved at the same time on that one, Paul.
Oh, that's interesting. A little out of sync there. Yeah. I mean, overall, this is a pretty solid offensive line group. Not necessarily the best, but certainly solid, wouldn't you say?
Right, absolutely. Very good offensive line, and a lot of these guys have been developed here and drafted by the Rams as a quick pass, and they go to a screen again, trying to take advantage of the rushers teeing off, and the ball loose, and who's got it? There's a fight for it. I think Whitworth fell on it, but the ball is definitely knocked out. Levante David tried to get in there and get the ball, but I think Whitworth is the one that's going to end up making the hustle plays. Jordan Whitehead came in, popped that ball right out of Tyler Higbee with a big hit. 2nd and 4, it's going to be coming up, I believe, as the Rams recovered it. It was Whitworth who got in there and covered up that ball. So another opportunity slips by for the Bucs defense after the drop pick on the last drive. And they're trying to take advantage of Joe Tryon-Shoyinka just kind of teeing off on that edge. They've thrown 2 screens now behind him. Here we go, 2nd and 5 for the Rams offense, 142 counting left in the first quarter, 0-0 game. Stafford hands off to Sony Michel, goes off the right side, twisting and straining. I think he's 2 yards short of the first down.
Nice effort by Michel to twist and turn over, gain another yard there possibly by kind of rolling over.
Right, they gave him a pretty great spots. It's 3rd and 1. I did not think he was quite there. But the Rams going quick again. Yep, tempo again. And Sony Michel up the middle is going to have the first down. So 1st and 10 now as he fights forward to the 31-yard line in the tempo. We've seen good plays for the Rams on both sides of plays that they've used tempo.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, hey, at the very least, the Bucs are taking away the stuff down the field. It's so tricky because the Rams have such a good quick game package as well, and such a great way of stretching horizontally through the play action games as well. But they're doing what they can. They're picking their poison. It's a little bit of the Buccaneers doing a little bit of to the Rams what the Rams like to do to other teams.
Right. Here's 1st and 10 for the Rams. Stafford from the gun as the clock winds under 34 seconds left in the first quarter. He's going to take the snap, drop back, rush 5 from the Bucs. Goes down the field to Kupp and just overthrew him.
Another miss
Ross
by
Cockrell in
Stafford.
coverage. Yeah, definitely a miss. And flag, coming in on this one. I wonder if they're going to get Cockrell for holding here. Cockrell cannot hold Cooper Kupp. I am not sure what is going on here, but the Bucs got to be like, this can't be serious. Like, of all the matchups where they're going to decide to play some man, it just feels like a really silly one, man. I mean, this guy's leading the NFL in receiving right now. Like, you're putting your 4th corner on this guy? Like,
right.
It just seems really silly strategy by Bowles so far.
Yeah, would you have it does look like that's what the call was. And would you have had Carlton Davis following Cooper Kupp around the field?
Well, it's hard because Kupp does move around. I just figured we'd see way more zone coverage from Bowles, but we have seen a good amount of man so far in this one. Is 1st and 10. Stafford drops back or under center, and he's going to hand off to Michel, and Anthony Nelson's going to grab him and pull him down after a gain of about 2. So 2nd and 8 upcoming, and that'll take us probably to the end of the first quarter here, as there's about 10 seconds still running off this first quarter clock. So the Rams will have 2nd. We'll see. Will they try to run a play here before the end of the quarter? Do they want to? Stafford from the gun on 2nd and 8. And now he's going to just take the quarter. And so we'll go into the second quarter, 0-0. No score in this one so far, Paul. But the Rams are threatening with a 2nd and 8 from the Bucs 24-yard line. And it's a good time to tell everybody about a great place to watch the game today if you're looking to go there for the second half, or in the future over with our friends at Whiskey Wings in Temple Terrace. It's an unbelievably clean and awesome establishment. The TVs are everywhere. There's tons to do there. There's tremendous food. Check out this food right here. We got the buffalo chicken sandwich here. This thing is actually even bigger in person. It's unbelievable. Tastes tremendous. The food tastes great. The people are great there. There's an outdoor bar. You've got all kinds of opportunities and spaces to watch the game there, hang out with friends. just have a great time over at Whiskey Wings Sports Bar and Grill. Check it out, Temple Terrace. They got another location in St. Pete as well, whiskeywings.com. Look at the menu, see what you like. Look at the specials. They got some awesome specials rolling throughout the week as well. We're going to be out at Whiskey Wings next week for the Bucs-Patriots game, one of the most anticipated games of the regular season, actually in the last few regular seasons, I would say, as Brady returns to Boston to play New England. It's going to be quite a battle, and we're looking forward to it. We'll be out there, Whiskey Wings, for a full-length pregame show out there live. So hopefully, for that being an away game, we see a lot of you out there saying hi to us, stopping by the pregame show set, seeing us before the game, and then hopefully taking in Bucs-Patriots Week 4 game at Whiskey Wings in Temple Terrace. They'll have really good stuff, as always. Okay, Paul, so we've seen the Rams kind of march it down the field here. Both these teams, it's been patience more than anything. There hasn't been a ton of huge chunk plays. They had the 22-yarder to Cup. Other than that, it's just been staying in manageable down and distances, getting just enough out of the running game, and finding ways to convert on third down.
Right. The Rams have found ways to create deep opportunities. They just haven't connected. That first drive, they had the corner route to Cooper Kupp. The second drive, they had that deep ball to Deshaun Jackson, just a little underthrown. But yeah, so far it's been a game about the underneath stuff, and any little missed opportunity just stings so hard, and it sticks with you when you're playing an opponent this good, because the margin of error is so small. Whereas, honestly, at no point in the Falcons game did that game ever feel like it was really in contention, right? Like, even when the Bucs make a mistake, they're going to come back here. But with the Rams, this is a legitimate Super Bowl contender, at least through the early part of the season. So you have to be sharp. Can't have penalties. Certainly can't have drops on third down.
Right. And I'm with you. I only really consider, probably 6 teams in the Super Bowl picture, 3 in the AFC, 3 in the NFC. And these are 2 of them, in my opinion. So 2nd and 8 for the Rams. Stafford under center now. He's going to operate from his own, from the Bucs 24-yard line, as he hands off Sony Michel, going to find some space actually and cross down to the 19-yard line. So it's going to put them in a very manageable 3rd and 3. And the run defense has been fine for the Bucs, and you're willing to concede some yards if you're not giving up big pass plays, I guess. But, you're also trying to keep them from getting any type of chunk plays with their backup running back out there.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is a fine process. I would rather take my chances against the Rams running game than their passing game any day of the week, especially with this Buccaneers defense.
Right. You're going to have to piece together 10 plays already in this drive. You're going to have to piece it together. That's how both these teams were looking at it. Is still 0-0 and 3 staff back to throw, pitching, no pressure over the middle, easy completion. Robert Woods underneath, and he's taken down by Antoine Winfield Jr. and Devin White. But it's going to be a first down once again for the Rams. So they move the chains to the Bucs 13-yard line, and they sit just outside the 10 here, looking for their first score of the game. And Robert Woods just leveled Devin White coming across the middle on that route. If you are White, man, you got to hold your water, buddy. Like, you got to be aware of that route developing, and you got to be the one to bring the pain there. Stafford, quick completion underneath the Higbee for a gain of about 6 as he turned the corner there a little bit. And 2nd and 4 now from the Bucs 7-yard line. So just, again, short passes underneath, death by a million cuts. That's been how everybody who's beaten the Bucs defense this season has done it for the most part.
Yeah, 12-play drive started all the way back near their own goal line after that punt with excellent field position. But yeah, they're managing to get themselves all the way down. As far as the underneath stuff, I do think it's a little bit different this game because the coverages are different. But I would like to see the corners not play so off, which has been a theme.
Right, absolutely. Here's 2nd and 4 from the Rams. Stafford under center, 2 tight ends set, and Michel goes up the middle, but Winfield and White met him quickly. Gain of 1 or 2 there. And now it's going to be 3rd and 3 once again for the Rams. Lots of 3rd and 3s on this drive from the Bucs 6-yard line.
Finish up that last thought, by the way. The reason that I think you can play your corners a little tighter when you're playing this kind of coverage is because you have that safety help over the top compared to, say, normally what the Bucs do is they play a lot of cover 3 and then they use their corners off because you only have that middle field safety. You don't have safety help over the sideline. But now when they're playing more quarters, more cover 2, maybe even 2-man, you can leverage that over top support by maybe playing a little tighter. Look at the top of your screen. Look at how much space there is there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Kupp goes in motion, and Stafford takes a snap. Quick throw to Higbee. High throw, but easy catch. Nobody there to defend for the Bucs. Higbee will take it into the end zone for the touchdown. So the Rams score first. They go up 6-0 with the extra point pending. And that's a play that a lot of teams are using right now to pick apart the Bucs. Is just they're going to play off a little bit, and we're going to hit you quick, and we're going to get upfield on you and make you pay for your lack of tackling and ability to get to the football.
And the surprising thing is the Bucs corners, or their defense in general last year, had quite a bit of success in that playoff run with man coverage. They especially, they did use safety support over the top for the most part. But when you let your guys be aggressive, the Bucs corners seem to be pretty good at it. So it's weird that they're not getting that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. So 7-0 Rams are up now. Stafford's numbers for the day so far, 9 of 14 for 81 yards, and that touchdown pass there underneath to Higbee on that drive. How many plays was that drive? Let's look here.
I want to say 14
plays, 95 yards, over 8 minutes of possession for the Rams, and that's Todd Bowles basically wants to make you do that several times a game. That's the Todd Bowles game plan, right?
Yeah, which is understandable when you're doing it. It depends on how you're doing it, but it is understandable. The one thing, though, is it's hard to blame the secondary as well when in the instances where Stafford is holding onto the ball, the pass rush isn't getting there, like we saw on that third down conversion where Wood just leveled White. You can't expect the coverage to hold up for that long. So pass rush has to be able to finish the play as well.
Yeah, and being in manageable down and distance situations, huge, right? 3rd and 3, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 1 on that drive. So, yeah, you're exactly where you want to be basically on third. If you're going to get to third downs, which third downs are probably going to be a theme of this game, to be honest, because of how these two teams play, that's going to be one that is worth watching a little bit there is what kind of third down situations are you in? All 4 of the Rams' third down conversions on that drive, 4 yards or less. Greg Alwyn tweeted out the Rams went the final 44 yards of that drive without a gain of more than 6 yards. 5, 4, 4, 5, 2, 5, 6, 1, 6, 6, or 6, 1, 6 on that drive.
Well,
so just absolutely dinking and dunking to death.
Right.
And that's we've said it a million times. 14 plays, 95. If you can do it all game, great. The real story. The Bucs pass rush, I think you're right in a lot of ways, but the down and distances do something to you as a pass rush, right? You're not just teeing off because you have to respect run still on these, you're in 2nd and 5, you have to respect run, so that does something to you, I believe, too, offensively when you're not getting any type of productive play. We saw, 1st and 10, 2nd and 10 for the Rams on their first couple drives. Now you're in, 2nd and 5. Now they have to respect a lot of different things. So that is a huge difference as well.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before, John. There is no, there's no actual solution in terms of you can say, hey, this is just going to shut them down. So a successful defense might just mean stopping them for on a few drives per half, right? And it might still end up with them putting up a ton of points, but that might be what you consider success against an opponent like this. So it's incumbent on the offense for the Bucs to keep up and make sure they do their part, which so far they haven't been able to do.
Right. And we've already got a couple penalties in this one too. And that's obviously going to be a story of this game as the Bucs, the second most penalized team. We saw one there with Cockrell with the hold. He's obviously in a tough situation. They had one offensively on their first drive that hurt as well. Here's the kickoff, and Jalen Darden's going to field this one from about the half-yard line. That was about as perfect a kickoff as you can get as Darden fell down on his own as he gets to the 23 maybe yard line. He had some space too. Nobody really that close and just totally wiped out. And Scotty Miller comes out and says, dude, calm down, calm down. And the Bucs will take over from their own 24-yard line.
All right, let's see if Scotty Miller can put some stress on this defense. Overall, I don't think this Rams defense has given up a deep pass all year so far. Obviously, only been 2 games, and they haven't been playing teams like the Bucs, but tells you something.
Right. 1st and 10, Brady from the gun, empty.
All wide receivers on the
now
field
for Brady. Yeah. Lots of receivers out there, and Scotty Miller catches one underneath, and Jensen missed his block, and Miller's only going to pick up a couple. So it's going to be 2nd and 7 for the Bucs offense. Again, I don't think this is a bad strategy doing some plays like that. Is Scotty Miller the guy you want the ball in his hands? It's tougher with AB out. That would normally be his role, right? And in this game, some of those opportunities go to Scotty as he makes his first catch of the season.
Yeah, not the worst thing. You hope that, hey, if you give Scotty a chance just with the ball in his hands, maybe he can use that speed to make something happen. I think that's the first time all year we've seen a 5 wide receiver set from the Bucs, and it's curious that we would see it in the game with Antonio Brown out.
Right, yeah. And here's Brady from the gun on 2nd and 7. Some pressure coming in at the last second, and Evans got tripped up and no flag. That would have been an interesting one as Ramsey was in coverage. but Ramsey clearly tripped him up there. They're going to say it was incidental, I think, but Evans looked like he was starting to get a step on him there. Ramsey flipped late and definitely threw Evans arm and no call. Wow. He clearly grabbed Evans' arm.
I think that's a missed call, and you'd like to see it's nice that Brady took that shot with where it looked like Evans might have had half a step, which is about as much as you're going to get with single coverage there, though he did have Gronkowski underneath open as well on a drag route.
Yeah, you got to take your shots when you get the one-on-ones. And here's Brady on 3rd and 7 from the gun, going to go underneath to Giovanni Bernard, who goes vertical as fast as he can. It looks like the ball got knocked out of his hands. Are they going to give him the first down here? That burst of speed for Giovanni Bernard. Ball got knocked out of his hands, but I think he went out of bounds and he may have gotten that first down. What a burst of speed from Giovanni Bernard. And that is something you just don't get with the rest of those backs, right? His ability to catch that ball and mash the gas.
Right. Fournette would have been, stutter stepping there as soon as he caught it, tried to make a guy miss, whereas Gio just goes. And this is why you'd love to see him on the field more, as Ronald Jones is going to get an opportunity here.
Right. A great diving effort for him. His 1st and 10 for the Bucs as they do convert the rare first down in this game so far, as Brady hands off to Ronald Jones. He'll go up the middle, pumping and churning those legs. A good push from Donovan Smith there, as he'll pick up about 5 yards. And so bring up 2nd and 5 now for the Bucs offense.
It's a pretty good run there. And Rojo, you can already just see as soon as he touches the ball, he's got more of that explosion on his attempts than Fournette does. Obviously, Rojo comes with his own set of issues, but he is definitely the better runner with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, 2nd and 5 now here, and this is those manageable pass situations if you want, and instead it's a run for Rojo, goes nowhere. Kenny Young busted through and drags him down, and they can't throw when Rojo's in the game. People know it, and so they're teeing off a little bit there, and now 3rd and 7 for the offense, and the exact type of situation you could have avoided with even a short gain there. You're now in that situation, and so tougher spot for the Bucs offense now.
And 3rd and 6 is not manageable. You can't think of 3rd and 6 as a good down. It's 3rd and 2 or less is really, if you're going to be in a 3rd down, what you want. 3rd and 6, the defense is more likely to win than the offense in general.
Right. So here's Brady on 3rd and 6. Rams showing pressure, creepers up at the line of scrimmage, and they do bring some. It develops slow. Brady over the middle, caught by Chris Godwin, who falls across the marker for the first down. So the Bucs will keep the drive moving as Brady found his security blanket underneath.
Brady getting
blitz
excited,
was coming there. Yeah.
Sharing a few words.
Barking a little bit. Not sure who. Great pass by Brady all the way out in front. Again, I think he's barking at the refs. That was a clear hold. His Godwin came across, got grabbing the back of his jersey, and no call.
You can't do that. I mean, that's really similar to what happened to end the Green Bay game where Tyler Johnson got held. Looks the exact same, really.
1st and 10 for the Bucs from their own 44-yard line. Here's that trap pass again. Brady back to pass. Looking downfield. He wants it, but it's not there. He throws underneath. Ronald Jones makes the catch, immediately goes to his knees. He'll pick up a couple, and there is a flag down on this one.
You just hope it's not holding, because
that flag was flying at the line of scrimmage. It looked like Ryan Jensen and Aaron Donald are going at it. They are yapping to each other, and we'll see what this penalty is. But again, this is the kind of stuff, if you're the Bucs, man, the penalties in this game will just kill you. And it is illegal formation against Tampa Bay. So instead of, 2nd and
6, 2nd and 7, something like that.
You're in 1st and 15.
1st and 15.
1st and 15 here. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I was still thinking holding.
Yeah. So nothing on Jensen there, but it's getting going between Jensen and Donald. Not sure what to say about that other than that, but 3 penalties already for the Bucs in this one.
You'd like to see Brady get to that check down a little quicker, by the way, so he can get off a better throw and give Rojo a chance.
He really wanted a vertical ball. Yep. And here he fakes the handoff and goes quickly to Jalen Darden, who Jalen Ramsey immediately makes that tackle, blew through Chris Godwin's block, and now you've got 2nd and 15 as Darden doesn't even pick up a yard on that play. So I get what they're trying to do, but you got to block Ramsey. That's the variable, right? And that's hard to do when he's playing that star position. Godwin just kind of overran the block. The timing was off. Godwin expected Darden to be further outside when he caught that, clearly based on the angle he was looking to block Ramsey at. And it just didn't happen. So again, you go into a really inexperienced guy in those situations, going to get you some questionable results at times. As Brady now from the gun, blitz coming, but it comes late. He throws down the field. Mike Evans makes the catch and picks up the first down. Rams want to push off, but Evans is going to pick up 17 on the play, and they move into Rams territory. 1st and 10 on the Rams 43-yard line.
And this is what you see the Bucs do all the time. 3-by-1 formation, isolating Mike Evans. Brady sees the blitz. He knows it's one-on-one to Mike, so he goes there. This is what the Bucs love to do. If it were zone and if there were over top help against Evans, then he's going to work the 3 side. And this is why Evans is so helpful. Even when it looks like he's not getting any targets, it could just be because he's forcing too high coverages, opening up stuff on the other side.
Yeah, and here's 13 personnel, and they give us to Ronald Jones, and he's going to bust up for about 4 yards. So 2nd and 6 as the ball moves to the Rams' 39-yard line. The Bucs trying to mount a lengthy drive of their own. That's 9 plays on this drive. They've only covered 37 yards.
Wow.
Penalties moving back at times, but this is just a kind of a game. It's
going back to that
kind of a game, Paul.
Quick screen to Darden. The tough part with testing Ramsey like that is it's basically a run play, and Ramsey is one of the absolute best corners in run support. I mean, that's why they have him in that position he's in that star position, and he does have a lot of run stuffing responsibilities. So it's tough to test him in there.
Right. Quick throw to Chris Godwin, who straight arms Jalen Ramsey. Yeah, again, and they get him out of bounds about a yard short of the first down. So 3rd and 1 coming up, and here's a big play call is now Ramsey's chirping a little bit, and they're getting it going with the 2 stars on defense for the Rams, and the energy on this one's paying. Here's the other part of this. You're at the Rams' 34-yard line right now on 3rd and 1. So you might be looking at 2 downs here. Does that mean you can be a little more aggressive on 3rd down? This is kind of right in the fringe of Ryan Succop's range, but you might be looking at trying to put a touchdown on the board here. As they operate again from 13 personnel. Cam Brate in motion, and Jones busts the ball up inside, and it's going to be about – he's going to cross the first down for sure. He picks up 2 yards, and so it'll be 1st and 10 as they convert the 3rd and 1. 1st and 10 from the Rams' 32-yard line now.
Huge pickup, patient drive from the Bucs. This is a difficult drive, no doubt. It's hard to sustain these, but again, this is what the Rams force you to do, and it's nice to see the Bucs not forcing anything, not forcing the issue, and making deep mistakes down the field.
Absolutely. And this is how you have to beat this team, right? Here's play action for Brady, looking down the field, great protection underneath. Gronkowski makes the catch, crossing the 10 and out of bounds at around the 5-yard line. So they're going to be 1st and goal for the Bucs as the clock sits just outside 6 minutes left in the first quarter, and the Rams leading 7-0, but the Bucs threatening.
That might be the biggest play of the game so far in terms of yards from the Bucs, if I'm remembering.
Yeah, 27 yards.
I love what they did here. I like this a lot more than the quick screens. What you do is you use vertical routes that stretch the defense vertically, and the Rams are going to do whatever they can to cover those routes, and then you slide a guy across the formation like that or across the field, and you take that underneath space that your vertical routes created. Using or taking underneath passes like that is very different from just, say, quick wide receiver screens. I like that process a lot more.
Right. Here's Brady from the gun, and now we're going to have a timeout by the Bucs on 1st and goal from the 6-yard line for Tampa Bay. So their first timeout of the game so far. That was interesting. Brady started an empty there, then brought Giovanni Bernard in. Here's some numbers for you quickly, just to get an idea of how this game has gone so far. Brady is 13 of 17 for 116 yards. No touchdowns, obviously no turnovers. Stafford, he's averaging 6.8 yards per completion. Stafford, 9 of 14 for 81 yards. He's averaging 5.8 yards. So 1 touchdown for Stafford, obviously. But this has been a kind of grinded out type of game. Ronald Jones, 4 carries, 11 yards. Fournette, 3 carries, 5 yards. So Jones actually more carries than Fournette, but neither doing really anything on the ground. Chris Godwin, 3 catches, 29 yards, leads the Bucs offensively. Gronk, 1 for 26. And so they are just kind of grinding away here at this thing as the Bucs have 1st and goal from the 5-yard line. Now they come out totally different look. Now we've got 13 personnel and Ronald Jones in the backfield.
Brady making adjustments.
Godwin, the lone receiver. Yeah, Godwin, the lone receiver. Looked like a hitch coming out of the snap there, and Ronald Jones gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. So totally wasted play there. 2nd and goal from the 5 coming up for the Bucs. Not run the ball at all well in this game. Yeah, I mean, it's very important. You don't want to waste these downs. One of the things I've loved that Leftwich has done so much, Paul, is that he's thrown the ball on 1st down a lot in the red zone. I wish I'd looked up that stat now before he got on, but I know he's thrown the ball a lot on 1st down in the red zone, gotten teams when they were kind of a little bit harder to predict what the Bucs were going to do on 1st downs. Now you're in 2 situations. Okay, 2nd goal from the 5. You're probably throwing on both of those. Giovanni Bernard's in the game. Is Brady quick shovel pass to Giovanni Bernard, who spins upfield and does make the most of it, gets down to about the 2-yard line. Tristan Wirf's got his legs taken right out from underneath him on that one. He does get back up to his feet, but it's going to be 3rd and goal from the 2-yard line for the Bucs offense. And talk about one of the most important plays of the game and probably coaching decisions too, if this is whether they want to go for it on 4th down here if they don't get in on 3rd.
I think this is one of the differences compared to last year. I think this is a situation now where you're very likely to see a play action bootleg from Brady. We only saw, I think, 5 bootleg attempts all year last year. They've already had 2 this year, and both of them have gone for touchdowns. I wonder if we see the 3rd one now.
Right. And here's Brady from under center with Godwin in motion. And they're going to hand off to Chris Godwin, who goes over the middle and in for the touchdown. Chris Godwin
what a
on
design.
the sweep play.
Hey, Leftwich getting creative. These aren't the type of things you typically see from the Bucs. These kind of gadget, more designer plays. I wrote about this. It's a very core concept-based offense. But Leftwich is getting in his bag, getting a little more creative, and it paid off huge there on a crucial down early.
Look at this play. And look at this play, too. Godwin is supposed to take this outside, but Jordan Fuller reads it all the way. So Godwin just decides to cut it up back. Look at the vision.
Great read there, John.
Terrific vision. He looked like a back there.
2 plays in a row, by the way. This is something the Bucs do a lot, is those YY formations, which just means you have 2 tight ends on the same side, just like right next to the line of offensive line. It does a couple of cool things. One, you can gain some extra run support there, as we saw on the Geo tap pass run, this Godwin run. And it also does a couple things with the coverages pre-snap, where it's another way that you can get a signal about just early on, is it man or zone? Because if it's 2 tight ends to the same side and you have a cornerback there, it might not be man, depending on the exact personnel. Just another cool little thing that the Bucs do to try to create an advantage in a small way.
Right. And hey, hats off to you if you had Chris Godwin having the Bucs' first rushing touchdown of the season, because that's what we have here. Still no rushing touchdowns for Brady, for Fournette, for Ronald Jones, for Giovanni Bernard, but we've got one for Chris Godwin. And that's also the 4th touchdown of his career against the Rams. He scored in every game against the Rams of his career. It's a team that he leads them in receiving right now. He leads the Bucs in receiving with 3 catches for 29 yards. And there he got the first rushing touchdown of the season for Tampa Bay as well.
I'll start fan with a good memory here. He's saying it's the same sweep play from the Green Bay game. I don't think it's the same one. From what I remember, that was a pitch, though the blocking up front might have been similar, but at the very least, similar idea. So good memory by him, because that was another example of a more gadgety kind of play from Leftwich. Not something we see a lot, but clearly he's willing to mix it up.
Yeah.
There was a comment here earlier from was it Vortex? Oh yeah, right here. This cracked me up. He was like over under 5 rushing attempts for Gio on the season.
Oh, I mean, probably under. Eventually, they have to do it to keep people honest, right? He comes on the field in the red zone, and they're not running it with him, So right, I actually thought low-key underrated part of the 2nd down play was Giovanni Bernard on a play that was totally busted. It looked like getting 3 yards out of what should have been no yards or a loss.
Yeah,
he was low-key huge on that drive, I thought, Paul. That's one of those small plays you forget about. But that was a 5 yards to go situation, and he got it down to the 2-yard line. That opens up your playbook a lot. You're not calling that Godwin play if you're 5 yards out or 6 yards out if he loses a yard.
Earlier on that drive, John, I think, what was it, 3rd and 5, where he took that little swing pass and then just ran right upfield, where he ended up being fumbled right at the 1st down marker, but he picked up that 1st down. So huge play.
Yeah, diving attempt, yep.
He hasn't played a ton, but he's already made so many big plays, or in a relative sense, so many big plays this season. You think back to week 1 on that game-winning drive, right? Giovanni Bernard made that tough catch to pick up a 1st down. That went and eventually won the game. And by the way, just to touch on your point about keeping defenses honest with Gio out there, Scott Reynolds made a similar point with Ronald Jones. The offense tends to be very run heavy when Ronald Jones is out there, right? A bit of a tell going that way too.
Yeah, they have to get more balance out of their Bucs backfield, I think. As Pinion sends that kickoff through the back of the end zone. 15 plays, 81 yards, 8-19 of possession. So one more play than the Rams and about 14 seconds more than the Rams drive, as both these teams figuring out how to work this game. You got to go underneath. You got to go short. That's how you got to work it. Vortex, who won the toss, that was the I don't know who won the toss, but the Bucs got the football to start. So the Rams will get it to start the second half. And this is a huge drive for the defense, right? Because you've got the opportunity for the Rams to go back to back here if they can mount a touchdown drive here, and then get the ball to start the second half. Obviously, Stafford quick throw, Cooper Kupp turns upfield and picks up 9 yards. So zone defense there. Kupp finds the hole. Stafford finds him. Easy 9 yards, and great job, getting the drive going quickly if you're the Rams.
The thing with the Bucs defense,
tempo again, by the way, Paul.
The Bucs defense really likes to stay in base. They don't like to take their linebackers off the field or defensive linemen off the field if they can avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
And that creates mismatches like this where teams offensively come out lighter, put their fast guys in the slot like they did there, and now they have a fast guy against a linebacker and they can carve them up underneath. So that's another thing to look out for. Yeah,
absolutely. And here's Stafford with a give, and overrunning the tackle in the backfield was Levante David, and a couple more missed tackles later. Michel only picked up about 4 yards, but missed tackles galore for the Bucs there within those 4 yards. They are just too over aggressive on defense. Been a theme of the season really so far with their tackling. And now the Rams will go quick. Stafford back to throw, no pressure, plenty of time. Underneath he goes to Michel, tackled quickly there. Levante David didn't miss that one. I think the last play, by the way, was David's first missed tackle of the season on that second down rush by Michel. So we'll excuse him there. And he brings down Michel there
so far. I mean, just watching the tape, I mean, I'll try to describe it. There was one play last game. It blew my mind. I watched it like, I'm not even kidding, at least 15 times. He's pass rushing. He reads the quarterback's eyes, Ryan's eyes, sees that there's a route coming, abandons the offensive lineman, goes upfield and breaks up the pass. And I was like, what did I just see? It was absurd.
Yeah, I know exactly the play you're talking about. I saw it live. It was just like, what? And here you have Carlton Davis on Cooper Kupp in the slot, by the way, on 2nd and 7. And it looks like man coverage, and it is good jam. As Stafford goes up top, D. Delaney in coverage there on.
But I think the flag might have been on the offside.
Yeah, defensive offsides. And that's a shame. It would have brought up 3rd and 8. And now it's going to be 2nd and 3. And that's, it was the exact same situation last week, right? With the defensive offsides. And that's the Bucs lead the league by far. Last year, they led the league in defensive offsides and neutral zone infractions. I'm almost certain they're leading the league again this season. Is that snap was almost off target there.
And might have been the jinx here singing Levante's praises, and another play where he might have been the culprit.
Looked like he was called for it at least, I think. So 2nd and 3. Now the Rams from their own 45-yard line. The clock is at 2:14 left in the first half. Huge stand right here for the Bucs defense. These opportunities are massive because if they can even get points here, they get the ball back again to start the second half. So this is a couple big swing moments in this game for sure. As the Bucs are aligning
on the sideline, John.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, D. Delaney's still out here. Stafford works from the gun. He's going to hand off to Sony Michel. He's buried right away. No question about it. Shaq Barrett, Ross Cockle, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, all in the backfield. And he's going to lose 2 yards. So it'll bring up 3rd and 5 now for the Rams from their own 43-yard line. And it'll take us to the 2-minute warning. So big stop there, big down coming there. Stafford almost lost that snap as well.
John, one thing you got to give Bowles a lot of credit for. The Rams have thrown it plenty, but the amount that they're running proportionate to their pass is completely different from the last time the Bucs faced off against the Rams. One thing that Bowles has done a lot over his career, a lot over his time at the Bucs, and a ton in the first 2 weeks is he's schematically begged teams to throw the ball. He's saying, hey, I'm really taking away the run with just how I'm lining my players up, what plays I'm calling, and I'm really inviting you to pass. And that's not always what you want, but he's moved away from that approach here today. He's actually going the other way with the plays he's calling, with how he's setting up his alignments. He's trying to actually take the ball out of the quarterback's hands, which overall I think in the long run is going to be against most teams a win for you, especially against this Rams passing attack.
Yeah, we mentioned it. Over the last 2 games that that Sean McVay has faced Todd Bowles, 26 total carries for running backs. We're already, before halftime of this game, at 10 carries for running backs for the Rams without Darrell Henderson in the game. So, Sony Michel's 9 carries for 22 yards. So he's averaging 2.4 yards per carry. Jake Funk picked up 6 yards on his singular carry in this game. Stafford has thrown the ball 16 times, has not been sacked. So 16 dropbacks for Stafford and 10 runs so far in this one. So much more balanced for the Rams than I certainly expected. I thought they'd be maybe 5 runs at this point in the game. They have kind of said, we're going to try and run it a little bit if you're going to give us some looks. And the Bucs have, not surprisingly, been able to stop the run. It's something you and I have said over and over again. Just see if you could see it. See if you could defend the pass a little tougher and if you could still stop the run. And they've been able to stop the run so far in this one. And now they'll have to stop the pass on 3rd and 5, most likely, as the Rams look to add points to this game right now. 7-7 with 2 minutes left in the first half. Rams have a 3rd and 5 from their own 43-yard line. Rams do have all 3 timeouts. Bucs have 2 timeouts. So how teams manage the clock here, again, a game like this, 2 teams like this, it's a huge part of this. We mentioned the Bucs mismanaged the clock last week against Atlanta. Gave the Falcons time to drive for a field goal before the half, and drew a memorable halftime interview from Bruce Arians in which he was upset about basically everything. So we'll see if they can manage these situations much better here as the Rams come back with a 3rd and 5 from their own 43-yard line.
A lot of celebrities here. They keep panning to them. Mike Tyson. I mean, it's no surprise in LA.
Yeah. So 3rd and 4 then for the Rams offense. Stafford from the gun, 2 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. Higbee in motion, the tight end.
Man coverage here, right. Blitz.
Man coverage, and Mike Edwards got dusted by Tyler Higbee, and Antoine Winfield makes the tackle, but it's an 11-yard gain, and it's going to move them into Tampa Bay territory at the Bucs 45-yard line. Clock winding now, 1:46 and counting left in the first half of action. Higbee limps off the field a little bit here. Rams are going with tempo, trying to save those 3 timeouts. Stafford from the gun, drops back, no pass rush at all. Now Vea gets in late and hit his arm, and he's got Deshaun Jackson down the field, and it's well underthrown because of Vea getting in there late and hitting Stafford's arm. So that would have been probably another touchdown to Deshaun Jackson. Right now, D. Delaney not deep enough there. It looked like Antoine Winfield was the one that was way too slow to flip his hips and get vertical there.
That's right. Vita Vea, not surprisingly, the one making a huge play. But hey, going back to that 3rd down, talking about it again, I don't love sending blitz like that against this team, especially not when you show it pre-snap because of how expansive their quick game package is. And they'll just they'll switch into that every single time, like some sort of quick pass. They're not gonna make a mistake against it. It can't be that obvious. You can't show it. You have to be reluctant with the blitz.
Right. Here's Stafford again, and the blitz comes late, and he finds Van Jefferson over the middle there, and he's going to be hauled down by Devin White, but it's going to be down to the Bucs 25-yard line, 24-yard line, I believe, and it'll be another 1st and 10 for the Rams. The clock keeps winding, 1:16 and counting left in the first half of action. Rams still with all 3 of their timeouts, so they can do a lot of different things here if they want. Plenty of time to work this ball into the end zone. Don't have to settle for a field goal because of the clock working against them here. Stafford, again, the pressure comes late, and again, the throw is underneath. Cockrell breaks this one up for Cooper Kupp, who really wants a flag, imploring the officials, and he's not going to get one.
6 there on the blitz, if I saw that right.
They're really trying to blitz, but
I mean, you're asking.
So far.
I think you're asking too much of these corners. I mean, you're already down Dean, and you're playing against a particularly good wide receiving group. So. Do you really want to put your guys on an island like that? I don't think you do.
Right. Here's 2nd and 10 for the Rams. Stafford.
More man coverage.
Yeah, more man coverage looking. You got 5 down on the defensive line, by the way, right now. So Rams going from empty, and it's probably easy. Joe Tryon with a great move again, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, but it's completed to Cooper Kupp down to the 2-yard line. A great throw from Matt Stafford. Kupp beats D. Delaney. Not necessarily shocked by that result. And Matt Stafford is going to have the Rams set up 1st and goal from the 2-yard line. And, man, it just feels like sometimes you don't learn from your mistake. Cooper Kupp has killed you. Like, it's hard to keep leaving these corners on an island. D. Delaney on an island with Cooper Kupp. It feels ridiculous to me, Paul.
Yeah, especially in man coverage when you can just dictate the matchup. It's not like it's zone and they're just moving them around. You can follow Carlton wherever you want in man.
Right. And I guess maybe it's hard to change some of the game plan things when you lose a corner, but it's the things you
blitzing over and over again, getting beat. Right. I mean, just wide open when he's sending the house. I don't understand it.
Yeah. So who he is. He's going to live and die by it. His 1st and goal for Stafford from the 2-yard line.
And this is the thing. I mean, if you look at what the Rams have done offensively, this is very different from – this isn't the classic wide zone bootleg off of it attack that we've seen a ton, even in the first 2 weeks. But, of course, over all the years that McVay's been here, that's not what we're seeing at all because of what the Bucs are doing defensively. Instead, we're seeing quick game. And Bowles is sending the blitz. I would understand blitzing heavily if it were that boot action. But when it's just quick game, I don't get it. I mean,
I don't either. It's right. It's confusing that he has not kind of seen this throughout all the matchups with the Rams. It seems very obvious to the rest of us, but yeah, that's going to be a touchdown for the Rams, wide open Cooper Kupp. And so is going to be an extra point try now on for Matt Gay, and he hits it. And so it's 14-7 Rams. Again, that was a pivotal drive because remember, the Rams get the ball to start the second half as well. But there are 51 seconds left on the clock here, and there's 2 timeouts for the Bucs offense. So there is plenty of time for this offense to get down the field, but it is taking a lot of time for this offense to get down the field. So that could be a concern here. That drive for the Rams, by the way, that one was 10 plays, 69 yards, but they did it in 3:12. So they kept it moving at a crisp pace, and they did it a couple more big plays on that one. So it has been, very, very difficult when the Rams are not beating themselves for the Bucs defense to get off the field. That was my main concern with this game, was that if the Rams are crisp, which they had been all season really, I just think Bowles gets obliterated by Sean McVay in this matchup way too often. I know you've practiced something all week, so you want to just plug D. Delaney in and say, let's do it. But it's just hard, man. When you as a starting corner, you got to change some things. Like, it's not like your guys don't know how to play another way, so I don't understand it. But they are getting picked apart on it, and the Rams have had a lot of success offensively when they haven't been beating themselves.
Yeah, I see a lot of people in the chat complaining about the pick. Pick plays are allowed if you do it right. There was nothing illegal with the way they did it there. They just ran 2 slant routes. It's not as if their guys illegally made contact. They ran 2 slant routes and a flat route underneath it. And there's a natural pick there, but there was nothing illegal. There's no flag there to be thrown.
Right. And so this becomes a huge drive for the Bucs offense. Not saying it should be on them, but it is. 51 seconds. You got to come some way with some points here because the Rams are going to get the ball back to start the second half. So in your defense is really, again, like I said, give some credit for a few pass rushes early in the game, but have not had a ton of time or have not had a lot of winning opportunities when the Rams have kind of left a lot of opportunities on the table. So I don't really trust this Bucs defense to come out in the second half and not give up any points. And so the offense onus is on them now. If this is going to be this back and forth type of contest, 51 seconds, 2 timeouts, that's plenty of time. It's been a great team before the end of halves, at the end of games. They've got to make that happen here, but they've got to make it happen against the defense that does not give up a lot of splash plays, Paul. That makes it really hard.
Yeah, exactly. It's really, really difficult to put together a 2-minute drive or a 51-second drive with 2 timeouts against a defense like this. That's going to force you to take the quick passes and burn up clock. Excuse me.
For sure. So 51 seconds to go in this first half. Rams up 14-7. We've had a Rams touchdown followed by a Bucs touchdown followed by a Rams touchdown, all double-digit play drives from both of these teams. And can the Bucs answer back now with just 51 seconds to work with and 2 timeouts? Here's the kickoff, and this one's going to go into the end zone, and Darden is going to let it go. And so the Bucs will take over at their own 25-yard line, and we'll see probably a full drive of Giovanni Bernard, I would guess here, Paul.
Yeah, I would certainly hope so. No reason not to.
Mm-hmm. So 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense. Chance to drive down the field, put some points on the board before the end of the half. It's going to be tough to get in the end zone against this defense, but some points on the board. Here's Brady back to pass, looking downfield, caught by Chris Godwin over the middle of the field, and he gets down to the 45-yard line of Tampa Bay. But there is a flag down, and it looks like it's coming back. Bucs continue to shoot themselves in the foot. This one's going to be pass interference, offensive pass interference against the Bucs.
I don't agree with that call, John. That was really, really ticky-tack, incidental contact.
Oh, my goodness. That's an egregiously bad call. That's that's about as bad as a call gets. I mean, that Gronk didn't even look at Jalen Ramsey.
No.
Just ran right by him. They barely even bumped. That's a horrendous call. That's a 20-some yard gain for the Bucs. It's a 20-yard gain for the Bucs off the board. And now they're in 1st and 20s. Brady drops back to pass. Plenty of time, goes down the field, and Evans can't make the catch at the marker. Had to go down for it, but absolutely a ball that Evans should catch, and he drops it. And that's going to bring up 2nd and 20 now. So 40 seconds left in this half. And the Bucs down 14-7. That's when you got to dig out if you're Evans.
John, our timing has gotten pretty off here, so tell me when
you try and back yourself up a little bit, maybe, to be with me here. And as Brady from the shotgun on 2nd and 20 underneath Giovanni Bernard on the screen. He's got space to work with, and he gets upfield, got the first down and more, all the way out to the 46-yard line of the Bucs. Doesn't get out of bounds, but they've got the timeout, so they use him here as the clock winds 29 seconds, and Arians runs onto the field, calling the timeout there. So 1st and 10 for the Bucs from their own 46-yard line there. The great screen call and execution with Bernard out there, and great block by Ali Marpet. Ryan Jensen got downfield and ran out the safety, and Bernard picks up a huge gain there.
And great job by Bernard making a man miss right at the beginning, right when he caught it. Without that, that play doesn't go for all that. And again, the shiftiness, the quickness of Bernard coming in helpful.
Ran through a diving tackle by Taylor Rapp as well there, as you see Jensen kind of taking Nick Scott out of the play there. Now the Bucs will go 1st and 10 from their own 46-yard line. There's 31 seconds left in the first half.
You'd love to see some sort of points here. I mean, even a field goal on this drive, honestly, would be a win.
Right.
Just given how far back you were on that 1st and 20 with only 51 seconds and 2 timeouts.
1st and 10 now from the 46-yard line of the Bucs. Brady from the gun. In the backfield with him is Bernard. Takes the snap. 4-man rush. Mike Evans over the middle of the field, wide open. Gets the first down and runs out of bounds. So good job by Evans picking up enough for the first down, and he crosses into all the way to the Rams' 40-yard line, it looks like there. And so they stops the clock as well by getting out of bounds.
John, different play, but a really similar idea to that big pass to Gronkowski where he was going across the formation. Again, Evans isolated on one side, all 3 receivers on the other side going deep, clearing up space underneath. Evans comes across the field and takes advantage of all that space, because that's what happens when you're committed to taking away the deep passes. That's how you scheme up the stuff underneath. Great job by Leftwich.
Yeah, now the Rams are going to call their first timeout. And so 25 seconds left on the clock in this first half. And the Bucs will have a 1st and 10 from the Rams' 40-yard line. So obviously from here, I mean, you're at the fringes of Succop's ability, probably, from what we've seen at least. You know, he is typically a guy that once you get to 50, you feel a little more comfortable with. Right now, the 1st and 10 from the Rams' 40. So this is a situation where we'd be looking at a 57, 58-yard field goal from here. And so the Bucs need more yardage with 25 seconds to work with, and they only have 1 timeout. So middle of the field is available to you, but if you use it and you don't get a big gain, then you're going to be a little bit more limited with your play selection here.
Right. Well, you can hopefully line up and spike the ball relatively quick.
Right. So here's Brady from the gun on 1st and 10. Takes the snap. Drops back to pass. He's stripped from behind, and Giovanni Bernard somehow ended up with the football and picks up the first down. I have no idea
what in the world
happened there.
Did we just see?
Donald stripped Brady from behind, got around Gronkowski. Gronkowski on Aaron Donald there. The ball bounced up in the air. Bernard caught it.
Does that count as a completion?
That's a completion or a fumble. I don't know. It's a fumble, I guess. No, so it can't be a completion. God.
And Aaron Donald making a huge impact on this game. He didn't have a splash play like that last time they matched up. They've done a pretty good job against Aaron Donald, but you can only hold him, you can only contain him for so long, and he's gonna make a big play on the game, and he's done it there.
See, I mean, I get that Rob Gronkowski is a good pass protector, but on Aaron Donald by himself is just extremely ambitious. Look at the bend by Donald. I mean, Gronk didn't even do a bad job there.
No,
to be honest,
just asking too much. It's asking way too much.
That's asking too much of any tight end that has ever existed. My goodness. 16 seconds left in the half. They're still trying to sort this thing out, by the way. I don't know anything that would negate what we just saw. It's clearly a fumble, but it's caught out of midair by Giovanni Bernard.
I mean, it makes no difference what it is. I don't really see.
Only for scorekeeping, right?
Right. I mean,
it's definitely a sack for Donald.
Well, it depends, right? If it counts as a completion or not.
It can't be a completion. His arm wasn't coming forward with the ball. So it's got to be a strip sack, and Bernard just advanced the strip sack, which I believe he can do.
Oh, yeah.
There's a booth review here. This is where not having our audio kills us.
Is it that you can't advance a fumble with less than 2 minutes left? Isn't that like a right, John? Isn't that
I thought that was in the game. I thought that was in the game. I didn't realize that was in the first half too. Well, either way, if that does come back, then that is a very bad error by the Bucs to leave that situation the way that it did. To leave Gronkowski with Aaron Donald in that spot.
I wonder what happened there. It's hard to know what the process is, but I wonder if that's on Brady not setting the protection correctly pre-snap, or if they just thought that they could live with that look.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Need to see the. Yeah, it looks like they're not allowed to call confirmed. I don't know what that means because we don't know what the. It looks like it was a good thing for the Rams. So
the Rams are clapping. So yeah,
so it's a sack, and it's going to go. And what is the clock situation?
To burn a timeout too.
Right. To keep the 10-second runoff.
I would have to imagine at least that it's going to force them to. Or it looks like they still have their timeout, so I'm not sure.
So are they just starting this clock right away? And Brady's going to drop back to pass now. Goes underneath, middle of the field, Scotty Miller, and he tries to dance around somebody rather than just get vertical. A really bad mistake by Scotty Miller there.
And now you got to let the clock wind down, then take the timeout. There you go.
Scotty Miller got to be more aware there, man. You could get upfield there, and you're so fast, you might be able to get between those guys and get the first down and get much closer.
With the distance you're at, any yardage you counts big time, right?
Right.
You gotta
absolutely every bit of yardage. Yeah. Yeah, that was not a very good decision by Scotty Miller. Seeing some of the AB effect in this one, to be honest, with Aaron Donald with Jalen Darden, in that play, and him maybe being a little offline, or maybe Godwin being a little offline with him, but just two guys that haven't played together as much. Yeah. But Suck up here, this one's going to be a long. This is 54 yards, I think. This is a long kick for Ryan Suckup.
So
55 yards make it.
2-minute drive aside, where it makes perfect sense. Overall, we have seen more wide receiver heavy sets than I expected. I thought we'd see a lot more tight end than we have, though we've seen it a decent bit.
Right. So here's the kick from Ryan Suckup. Good snap and hold, but Suckup's way off. Not even remotely close. He's way wide right on the kick. And so McVay is losing his marbles as this defense comes off the field. That's as animated as I've ever seen Sean McVay. He is going absolutely nuts as they go back to the tunnel. And it's 14-7 at half. Rams are up, and Rams get the ball coming out of the second half. So that sack definitely changed the course of things there by Aaron Donald. No question there. Leaving Rob Gronkowski on him, really tough situation. Obviously, we'll have to get better replay angles to see if that was a protection call or what exactly was the mistake there. But the one comes back to bite the Bucs. The couple penalties, the one was egregious on Godwin, and they ended up being able to get that one anyway. But some egregiously bad penalties, some bad defense by the Bucs in this one. Had a little bit of everything. There's some craziness for sure, but the defense, if there's ever a time where they got to get it together, man, it's coming out for this second half. They have to recognize we got lucky a couple times on drives. Then we gave up back-to-back huge drives. So they have to come out in this one and say, all right, we are not going to, we are going to tackle way better, first of all. And I think, honestly, some zone coverage is probably the answer in this one. I know we talk about man all the time, but it's just hard to do it when you're down two of your top three corners.
I don't mind the man coverage at all, John. I just don't like the blitzes with it, because then you're not giving any sort of support over the middle or over top. I'd much rather see a rat player in the middle or two safeties deep and playing two-man under. I don't like all this five-man, blitzes with one man free. Right, 5-man rush with a single safety high and everything else one-on-one, no support over the middle. I don't think that's really going to work.
Right. Scott Reynolds in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Scott, first half in the books. Thoughts?
Well, since I'm doing most disappointing after the game, that's the column that I've been charged with. The guy that is really leading the way right now is Rob Gronkowski. Just a really, really bad game for Gronkowski. He had the drop, which that should have been a catch. That could have been a game changer in the first quarter. That play was down to the 20-yard line.
But you're not blaming him on the Donald sack, are you, Scott? That's a tough spot.
Listen, unfortunately, that's his responsibility. His responsibility in that play is to protect the passer. He didn't do it. You have to give Byron Leftwich an assist there, because you can't leave one of the greatest defensive linemen of all time, Aaron Donald, one-on-one with Rob Gronkowski. That's a tough assignment. So at the same time, though, listen, it's just not been a good game for Gronk. He's got, I believe, 3 penalties. And so it's just not good.
Was complete BS, though. That's such a trash call. He didn't even touch Ramsey on that route. Yeah. So, I mean, there's been some working against the refs here, but yeah, he's got to make that catch, no question. That's like one you trace back to. That's the 4th third down drop of the season for the Bucs. If they just hit those, just catch the ball on third down, Scott, this is one of the best top 5 teams in the league in third down percentage. Everybody's like, oh, 39%. This small sample size, 4 drops on third down will kill you, and that's what's happened so far for the Bucs this year.
And John, I think the most egregious drop so far was the dropped interception by Jamel Dean. Right? I mean, Paul, that's a play that if Jamel Dean catches that, we're talking about 2 drops in the first quarter, a huge drop by Gronkowski that was down there at the 20-yard line, and then you're looking at that dropped interception by Jamel Dean, and then adding insult to injury, or I should say injury to insult. Jamel Dean now, folks, is out of this game, and now you're left with a secondary that has Carlton Davis, who is basically doing a pretty good job on Robert Woods, but you've got Dee Delaney and Ross Cockrell, 2 guys that are frankly overmatched against players like Van Jefferson and, of course, Cooper Kupp. And I did not like the illegal screen on the Cooper Kupp touchdown. So the Rams certainly getting some of that home field cooking when it comes to the officiating. But I think one of the key things when you look at the Bucs defense right now, Jordan Whitehead, 3 tackles and a forced fumble, but just 0 sacks, 0 takeaways. This is a defense last year that really rose to prominence, not just stopping the run, and the Bucs have had struggles doing that when the Rams have run the ball with Sony Michel, but also just not making those splash plays. This is a splash play type defense. Even early in the season, now the Rams are certainly much better than the Broncos, folks, but go back to week 3 in Denver last year, and you had I think 5 sacks against the Rams, or I should say the Broncos quarterback. Again, we're not trying to compare apples to oranges here, but earlier in the season last year, Tampa Bay's defense was feasting. Remember, Shaq Barrett got that safety. There were interceptions galore. Right now, interceptions hard to come by in this game after getting 3 last week. Jamel Dean dropped a key opportunity for that. But I think the Rams are doing a very good job with their screen game and trying to take advantage of the Bucs pass rush, getting whether it's either Joe Tryon-Shoyinka or Shaq Barrett up the field and trying to get to Matt Stafford, and then all of a sudden Stafford just throws a quick little pass to Tyler Higbee or to Cooper Kupp. Those screens have really been effective against Tampa Bay's defense, especially when you don't have Jamel Dean or Sean Murphy-Bunting out there. You're relying on some younger, inexperienced corners, or Ross Cockrell's not young, but he's not a starting cornerback in this league. I'm just telling the truth. And so at some point in time, and I even tweeted this out, I think you're looking at Richard Sherman time in Tampa. It's something that John and I talked about on the podcast.
Going right for it at halftime. Let's go.
Yeah, I literally just tweeted out Jason Light calling Richard Sherman 3, 2, 1. I think it's going to happen with Jamel Dean's injury and with Sean Murphy-Bunting out. You just need some experienced players in the secondary for Tampa Bay. Can Richard Sherman run anymore?
Do we have details on Dean's injury yet?
Not yet. It looked like a lower body injury. I've not seen whether he's out or questionable for return, but it's just not good. But one thing that has been good, John, if we can talk about anything on offense, we didn't even have this guy listed on our Bucs-Rams matchup, but he's really been the guy that has stolen the show on offense. That's Giovanni Bernard, right? 4 catches, 43 yards. He had a key fumble recovery on that Tom Brady sack fumble. And Chris Godwin, 3 catches, 29 yards, and a touchdown run. But really, Giovanni Bernard, we've talked, ad nauseum about Leonard Fournette and Ronald Jones. And the reason we haven't talked about Giovanni Bernard is because, John, they're not playing this guy. They're not playing him enough. And you can see what he does when he gets in the game. He provides a little bit of burst. I think he's probably the most I think he's the running back with the most acceleration, right? He hits the gas pretty quickly. He's not maybe the fastest guy that's going to win a 40-yard dash against Rojo and Leonard Fournette, but in space, the guy can hit the gas pedal. You saw that on that big screen play where he picked up the first down on 1st and 20, or 2nd and 20.
Scott, how much worse of a runner can Giovanni Bernard be than Ronald Jones and Leonard Fournette to not play him? I mean, Ronald Jones has 5 carries for 11 yards. Leonard Fournette has 3 carries for 5 yards. These guys have been ridiculously unproductive to start the season. I'm not saying it's all them, but try another human being if you have another good player. Just try to run them with the ball a couple times. They clearly want to run the football at least a little bit. They can't do it at all with the guys that they have. It may not be the full problem, but it's just crazy to me that you have a guy that you think as highly of as you do Giovanni Bernard on your sideline, and you won't play him at all on rushing downs. It just makes no sense to me.
It's tough to fathom, John. You and I have been calling for Giovanni Bernard to see some more action. And we're seeing him now, and I think he's showcasing himself, to earn more playing time for sure. As Emily points out, it's been a theme all season. The Bucs are beating themselves. Some of these penalties may not be deserved, but they still count. 5 penalties for 31 yards. The Rams, 1 penalty for 4 yards. Right. John, I got another statistic for you too that's now working in the Bucs' favor. That 55-yard field goal was no good by Ryan Suckup. That's not a good sign. Another good sign for the Rams, and not so good sign for the Buccaneers. The Rams, John, are undefeated, 39-0 when leading at the half in Sean McVay's tenure there. And so and
it happened last year too.
Yeah, so 14-7,
and they won the game. Right.
We'll see if the Buccaneers can be the team that can dent that statistic. Otherwise, it might be 40 to 40 to nothing.
Good news is, Scott, that I feel
like this.
I think schematically the offense has found more answers, right? There hasn't been a ton of drives in this game just because of the nature of the game, but I think they got into pretty good situations. They used play action. They changed things up and stopped running on first down, started throwing on first down more after the first 2 drives. The penalty by Josh Wells hurt for sure. The drop by Gronk on 3rd down hurt. And then they were in position to score on 2 of their other drives. Obviously scored on one of them and missed field goal, and obviously giving up the sack there. There's been some situational stuff, but I think overall the scheme has really pretty much worked. They've had much more success against the Rams. I mean, Brady in this game is 17 of 22 for 172 yards. I mean, that's right. He's playing great football, and there's been an Evans drop in there on that one when he was trying to dig out the low one, and there's been the Gronkowski drop. So Brady's been cash money, and the accuracy has been there. The rest of it is just they need to cut out and eliminate the mistakes because the Rams aren't making them. Stafford 15 of 22 for only 148 yards, but it's all underneath stuff for the most part. But he's got 2 touchdowns on the day, and they haven't run the ball well at all either. They're averaging 2.8 yards per carry, but the defense, again, it's that man coverage when you've got D. Delaney out there and Ross Cockrell as 2 of your corners. Yeah. It's just asking a lot, man. Asking a lot of guys against some of the best receivers in the NFL. Kupp 4 catches, 55 yards and a touchdown in that half. Robert Woods only has 2 catches for 13 yards, but Higbee has picked up that slack.
It's really been
with
Higbee.
5 for 4 touchdown.
Yeah, and that's the thing too is just the size mismatch when you've got Higbee out there catching those screen passes. Instead of asking D. Delaney or Ross Cockrell to come up and tackle Cooper Kupp, who's a physical wide receiver, right? You're right. Cooper Kupp, 210, 215? Well, when you got Tyler Higbee in there, that's 40, 50 more pounds. Just a bigger dude to have to bring to the ground. And then you're trying to fight off blocks to get a hand on Higbee. And, he's on his way to having a heck of a game. And I think Tampa Bay really has got to find an answer. And maybe the answer is just simply to tackle better. But whether it's instead of trying to get the pass rush going and getting after Stafford in that manner with pressure, maybe it's hanging back and trying to get that interception on the screenplay, right? Whether it's hanging on to Higbee when he's in line blocking, and then maybe Stafford has to hold the ball a second more, and then Shaq Barrett comes from the other side, or if it's Joe Tryon-Shoyinka who's got the pass rush and Higbee's aligned as a tight end on Shaq Barrett's side. Maybe that's the plan.
Right. That's been another – sorry, go ahead.
Instead of trying to just get upfield and shed that tight end block, understand that they're going to go to the tight end. They want that to happen. And so maybe those defensive ends, those edge rushers for the Bucs, the outside linebackers, have got to pump the brakes a little bit and let somebody else on the other side or up the middle come. We've also seen an interesting wrinkle too, because really the Bucs only have 3 outside linebackers today with Anthony Nelson playing. they've had to use Levante David essentially as an outside linebacker. We've seen him. He got a penalty on one play, but we've seen Levante David as that outside linebacker position rushing off the edge.
Yeah, for sure. One bright spot, and we'll get to in a second, has been Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Lots of good observations from him in that first half. But Brian Shaw says, for the $5 super chat, we appreciate it, Brian. How is Mike Edwards not out there? Bucs can't find a place for him in the lineup versus the Rams. I know he was out there some. I don't know the snap counts exactly yet for him, but you're right, not out there enough for sure. You're down 2 corners. He can play in the nickel. It is, he did give up the third down to Higbee. Great route by Higbee, probably one of the more underrated players in the league. So, yeah, no question. He's a player that I think needs to probably play the whole. I know, he definitely needs to play the whole game. There's no excuse for not playing him the whole game at this point. So, appreciate that super chat. Shaq has been quiet, but also Joe Tryon-Shoyinka has not been. Several pressures for him. He has dusted Andrew Whitworth twice in this game quickly, and Rob Havenstein once as well in an inside move. Yep. It's been highly impressive stuff. Can he get there and finish before Stafford gets the ball away? I don't know. Right. That's the whole quandary for the Bucs defense this season.
And you know what? That's one of the things we talked about too in our pregame was Shaq Barrett versus Rob Havenstein. That's a very big size mismatch, a big differential there. Talking about 6'8", 330-pound offensive tackle, right tackle versus a 6'2", 250 pounds. If Shaq Barrett doesn't win that rep with this quick first step, he's not going to win it at all, John. That's just how it is. So
for sure. So the second half getting ready to get underway. Scott, thanks for jumping in here. We appreciate it. Giving us the stat update. As always, as Pinion sends that kickoff out the back of the end zone, and the Rams will start from their own 25-yard line as the third quarter gets underway. Paul, there is a lot of energy on the Rams sideline right now because they feel like they just dodged a scoring opportunity from the Bucs. McVay is amped going into halftime. They have never lost 39-0, I believe Scott said, when McVay is leading, the team is leading at halftime. And now they've got the opportunity to go out and take a 2-score lead here on this drive as Stafford goes under center from his own 25-yard line, 3 receiver set, 1st and 10 to start the third quarter. Stafford handoff, Sony Michel, and he's quickly hit and dropped. Didn't get back to the line of scrimmage even. I think Jordan Whitehead, Shaq Barrett, Ross Cockrell, and Ndamukong Suh all there in on the stop.
Looks like Bowles going to a single high coverage there on first down after playing a lot of 2 high, and the Rams also switching it up by going under center again with instead of shotgun and spreading it out like they have. So I wonder if the Rams, I wonder if Bowles adjusts what coverages he's playing, and I wonder if Rams also adjust and go back to their more bootleg kind of game.
Yeah, for sure. And here's 2nd and 10 for Stafford and the Rams. A lot of Joe Tryon-Shoyinka in this one. Several pressures in that first half. We'll see if he can keep it up. Stafford from the gun. Can anybody get home for this Bucs pass rush, man? That is the difficulty right now. Stafford, plenty of time, throws down the field, incomplete. Ross Cockrell in coverage on Robert Woods there, and 3rd and 10 is going to be upcoming. Good coverage there from Cockrell.
Yeah, really
impressive. A rare 3rd and long situation, Paul.
Cockrell's had a couple of really nice snaps. You recall that one where he had really good coverage down the field, but it ended up being offsides on the defensive line. But Cockrell was keeping up great.
Right, and here's Stafford back to throw all day. Vea finally breaks through. Now he goes deep down the field, and Deshaun Jackson all by himself. They'd missed it twice before, and now Jackson goes into the end zone for the touchdown. So the Rams up 20-7, and that one was easy. And the fact that that's the 3rd time Jackson's been down the field that wide open, and they couldn't adjust to get right against it. That's just the stuff from Bowles that just stuns you, is sometimes the inability to adjust situations like that. As Mike Edwards fell down in coverage there on the back end.
He wasn't even gaining depth anyway.
Yeah. No. Do they know Deshaun Jackson's fast?
Yeah. Huge hole here for the Bucs. I mean, this 14-point deficit's really tough against this team.
Yeah, really tough. So 21-7 that's a 75-yard touchdown to Deshaun Jackson, and the Rams are kind of lighting it up now. Bucs defense absolutely getting gashed. 3 straight touchdowns allowed as Matt Gay splits the uprights for the extra point, and 21-7 is the lead for the Rams. And it's been an annihilation of Todd Bowles' defense once again by Sean McVay, who runs all the way down the sideline to congratulate Jackson on that one after promising to get him more involved. Bowles didn't apparently hear McVay say that and didn't see in the first half that he was clearly trying to hit that deep shot. And on 3rd and 10, maybe take away the deep shot. Nope. And that's really the first big passing play the Bucs have allowed this season, Paul.
Yeah, but like you said, I mean, a couple of missed opportunities. There would have been bigger ones earlier this game. I mean, it's not it's not. I wouldn't really credit them this game for not giving up deep passes prior to that one.
Yep, they've played it poorly.
Yeah, I mean, despite only having 7 points on offense, I actually do feel okay about how that side of the ball has done in terms of play calling even, and they've moved the ball. I mean, they just ran out of time there at the end of the first half. Obviously, it could be better if not for that Gronk drop that could have also potentially led to a score. Mm-hmm. But
that's the thing. I expected the Bucs defense to get pretty harassed in this game. It's a big reason why I picked the way that I picked. I felt like their defense Bowles is not. He just gets annihilated by Sean McVay. It just is what it is. Yeah. I just think that's the way. And with injuries too, that hasn't helped either. But yeah, the Bucs offense, again, they've played fine. They've moved the ball fine and something for the most part. But yeah, the drop by Gronk and the sack that you give up, and then you can't make the field goal there. That's the difference in this game. Otherwise it's right. You're right in it. You're a couple points down right now, maybe at most, and it's anybody's game, and it still is, certainly, because this offense can score in bunches. But once you get behind like this against the Rams, it becomes really hard because of the way they play defense to get chunk plays.
Right. I mean, and the point I just wanted to make was that I don't feel like offensively they're getting out coached necessarily, whereas defensively I definitely do. Think they are. I think Bowles is getting definitely outplayed by McVay today so far.
Yeah, for sure. And again, like I think it's just been a brutal start to the year for Todd Bowles. It's hard to find a silver lining, right? He's getting crushed by everybody. Yeah. And so they haven't even been good in the red area, so right. It's hard to find a unit of measurement by which to say that they're not getting sacks. They're not getting, enough turnovers for sure. It's just, there hasn't really been a win for the defense so far this season. And so it puts a lot of pressure on the offense. And when you drop a big play on third down and you miss a field goal, and don't get as close as you should have been for a field goal, and you have more penalties than the other team, it just doesn't leave you as much room for error. So disappointing start to the second half, and there's your 14 points, by the way, right back. Your score at the end of the first half for the Rams, score at the beginning of the second half, and now the Bucs offense really getting to that point in the game where they've got to answer already, given how the Rams are just working their defense right now. As the kickoff goes out of the back of the end zone, Jalen Darden lets go, and the Bucs will have a 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line.
I hope we don't see the offense become impatient here, because that will be a huge mistake.
Yeah, that wasn't even really truly double. Obviously, Carlton Davis was assuming he was going to get help. Mike Edwards just had his eyes in the wrong place, I believe. Like, you got to be aware of Deshaun Jackson, what he's capable of, what they're looking for in that situation. No pass rush didn't help there, obviously. Nobody getting home. Nobody winning one-on-one.
1-by-3
here's
with
Brady.
Gronkowski isolated.
Yep. Here's Brady from the gun. And right away, you got a false start by Donovan Smith. And so they're going to be backed up 1st and 15 now for the Bucs offense. And these are the little things, right? We said it coming into the game. The Rams, terrific when it comes to penalties. The Bucs, one of the worst teams in the league when it comes to penalties. It's been another issue today so far in this one. And you start a drive 1st and 15 against a defense like this. More often than not, it's not going to end well for you. We'll see if the Bucs can overcome it.
Yeah, you're asking a lot. I mean, just have to be more disciplined.
Right. They have gotten out of some of these so far today, some of these longer down and distances. Later in the drive, things have bogged down. But here, Brady drops back to pass, pressure leaking through at the last minute. But he finds Evans for the 1st down and a gain of 20 yards out to the 40 as the Rams kind of get some spearing in late there on Evans. I don't know when the whistle sounds because I don't have my volume on, but he was clearly stopped, and players running in and taking some shots at Evans. Officials got to make sure that they protect players better in those situations. But good throw by Brady as he was about to get hit, finds Evans, picks up the big gain, and now the Bucs are out to their own 40-yard line.
Like you said, John, I mean, you said it right before the play. They do manage to get themselves out of these situations, but you'd like to see them not make it hard for themselves in the first place.
Right.
And a part of that is not going to 2nd and 9, 2nd and 8 all the time.
Yeah, and there's Fournette up the middle for a couple. And so he'll pick up about 3, and so 2nd and 7 now for the Bucs. But the situation you talked about, has kind of manifested itself there. Scotty Miller getting open against Jalen Ramsey on some of these as they run through some of these plays today.
So, by the way, one of the matchups I think a lot of people wondered about is how they would use Ramsey. Ramsey has been just playing predominantly on the inside as he has all season. He's not following Evans around the field or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Right. Here's Brady from the gun. Bucs getting pass heavy now, and they should. And over the middle to Rob Gronkowski for a big gain. He gets down to the 41-yard line of the Rams, and the Bucs offense is moving now. There's a 15-yard gainer to Rob Gronkowski.
Change your article, Scott.
There you go. Yeah, I kind of disagreed with Scott on that one, actually. I mean, yes, the drop was on Gronk, but I didn't necessarily think the other plays were on him. There's a good catch over the middle of the field.
I'm with you, John. Yeah, nice in-breaking routes there to try to take advantage of this middle of field open coverage. That's why two high coverages are generally called middle of field open.
Yeah, first down, Brady underneath. Fournette fell down. I thought Brady would have maybe seen that and not gone to him, but he had to get the ball out.
I think he did.
Throwing it away to Fournette, right. Maybe he thought he was the pressure was, maybe the concept down the field wasn't there and he knew his check down wasn't, so he just chucked it. Second and 10 for the Bucs offense.
Not, gaudy stats or anything, but Brady, I thought so far today has looked really good. He's been accurate with the ball. He's seemed to make good decisions, high completion percentage, taking what's there underneath.
Absolutely, yeah. Right.
It's just the margin of error is so small against this team.
Right. He's over 200 yards today as he's got a second and 10 now from the 42-yard line of the Rams. Brady drops back to pass, finds Evans. Good stiff arm by Evans, who picks up some yards after the catch and gets upfield. He's going to get knocked out of bounds, but he's got the first down. So Evans, the Bucs get out of that second and 10 situation.
Limping as he's getting off the field.
See if his ankle got. No, didn't look like anything on that tackle. Evans comes to the sideline. No trainers with him. He's got 4 catches for 63 yards in this game. First and 10 from the Bucs on the Rams 31-yard line. So this is the area of the field where here you are. You're in field goal range. No penalties, no sacks. Right. You got 12 personnel on, 13 personnel, on the field. Brady straight drop back underneath Rob Gronkowski, turns upfield, gets hit big the ribs by Terrell Lewis, and he's shaking up down on the field. Yeah. He's shaking up and shaking off a big hit to the ribs, it looks like, from Terrell Lewis. No. He did not see Lewis coming there. It looked like his elbow was down, so it wasn't a full exposed rib cage. Brady actually threw it to lead him away from the hit, but Gronk still kind of didn't see him, it looked like. He's down. He got
really tough. Gronk, I mean, obviously has been a huge part of this offense now.
And it's a deep tight end room, Paul, but it's also a weird tight end room because Gronk is really their only blocker. And so
that's right. Yeah, and honestly, I mean, O.J. Howard hasn't looked that good coming off of injury, right? Even going back to the preseason, I think he's had
he's barely played. Yeah,
he had that one catch last week, and that's about it. So, I think it's the names seem good, but overall, I actually think this is a huge drop off if they do happen to lose Gronk, especially because of what you mentioned. He's so good in the blocking game, and I think the other guys, they're not even really decent in the passing game. In the blocking game. I meant to say. Right. The other guys really have their struggles.
Right. And they are capable pass catchers, obviously, if O.J. Howard is focused and on point. There's certainly athleticism there and ability to find mismatches there, and those guys have to step up. And we'll see how bad the injury is to Gronkowski there, but it looked like he kind of got hit in that kidneys rib area and got crunched pretty good. And so we'll see if he's able to get up and get off the field on his own power. And so
just hate to see that instant reaction from Gronk. You got to hope it was just kind of the wind getting taken out of him. That's what you hope for, best case scenario, and not something more more long term.
Right. He did walk off the field under his own power there, and so we'll continue to check that injury and monitor it as the Bucs are going to have a 2nd and 4 from the Rams' 25-yard line when we come back here.
Switching back to just some quick scheme talk after that injury. One thing that's always kind of confused me a little bit is the Bucs have fairly often when they go 13, something like that, they go to straight dropbacks. And I'm almost kind of wondering why it's not 100% play action for when you're passing out of that set.
Really weird, especially on 1st and 10.
As well. Exactly. Yeah, on 1st and 10, especially. We saw the same thing last week. We saw a straight drop back out of that personnel, and it was just it is a bit confusing.
Right, definitely is for sure. Bucs trying to cut into a 21-7 deficit, 11:16 left in the third quarter. Gronkowski went right to the injury tent, according to JC Allen there in the chat. And so we'll try and get updates on him as soon as we can. But he's moving a little gingerly now as the TV broadcast comes back. So we'll see. Looked like it was kind of, maybe in the back there, maybe the small of the back. As the Bucs on 2nd and 4 now from the Rams 25-yard line. Brady from the gun, Fournette in the backfield next to him.
Now going 1-by-3 with Brate as the isolated tight end. Not isolated
now
anymore.
Fournette's in motion. And Brady drops back, completes to Fournette, who picks up the first down and goes out of bounds at around the 19-yard line of the Rams.
Glad to see that work. But again, I always ask this every time they go empty with Leonard. Why is that not Gio?
Right. 2nd and 6 too, or 2nd and 4 too, I guess, I don't know. Who knows? It's just hard. Lenny's the only guy you can be unpredictable kind of in what you're doing in some ways.
But the thing is, it's not as if the Rams are going to match personnel with Leonard. They're not going to go heavier versus Leonard than they would against Gio because of how they play.
Right. You're right. Brady, play action, screen to Brady, got blockers out in front of him, Wirfs and Jensen, and he carries down to the 1-yard line, and he's knocked out of bounds there.
Might have gotten in. I don't know.
It's close. It's close. Great play call, though. Yeah, absolutely. Leftwich dialing it up there.
That's 30
First
pass
and 10
plays
screen.
and only 10 runs, if I saw that graphic correctly, and counting this pass. You hinted at this to me earlier this week. You said that you think that Leftwich is starting to become a believer of not needing necessarily a ton of runs in order for play action to work. And this might be a nice sign here where he's, again, not run the ball very much today as Gronkowski goes to the locker room, but he's still dialing up play action.
Right. And here's Brady on the sneak, and he gets into the end zone for the Bucs touchdown. So great response on that drive by the offense. 9 plays there, 75 yards, and they go down the field. And, man, Brady was crisp on that drive. He's now 23 of 29 for 248 yards. And his first rushing touchdown of the season. No passing touchdowns for Brady so far in this one, but been great in the red area. They continue to finish at a high volume in there. Brady gets that sneak across the end zone at the line, and now it's 21-14 as Ryan Suckup nails the extra point.
Yeah, and again, you wouldn't typically say this just when you only have 13 and hopefully about to be 14 points, but I think Leftwich has for the 3rd week in a row done a fantastic job. And it's frustrating. I feel for him because he is put in such a difficult spot where, again, it makes so much sense to run against this team especially, but against a lot of teams, you don't want to be one-dimensional, but he's also not being stubborn. 3 weeks in a row here, he has switched to pass heavy when he realizes that the run is really not working. And despite being unbalanced like that, he's finding ways to make it work. The play calls are really good. They make a lot of sense when you look at the all 22 and stuff like that. When you look at what he's calling compared to what coverages they're getting, it makes perfect sense. You can see the thought process is very logical. So really impressed by the start from Leftwich this season, especially compared to maybe not such a crisp start last season with what they were doing.
Yeah, last year this would not be a 21-14 game right now, I think. They were it was so frustrating. Like, they were kind of banging their head against the wall and trying. Obviously, they've, execution-wise, they've left some things out on the field in terms of drops and, especially the one drop. And then, you go back to the field goal drive. But play calling, yeah, I think that's still been a real strength. Personnel usage, that's something we've quibbled with them, at least when it comes to Giovanni Bernard. But yeah, I still think there's a lot of layers to that. I don't know how much of that is all his decisions either. We put a lot on his plate if we say the usage of every player on the field is all off, also on Leftwich at all times. I would imagine some of that does fall to the head coach. So I do agree with you completely, though, Paul. I think this patient, methodical approach against this Rams defense has clearly worked, and they've done some really good things. Is it enough? 14 points, obviously, it's not going to win you this game. 21 points is not going to win you this game, so they've got work to do, and every drive is taking a good amount of time. Do we see tempo? Do we see that happen at some point as the Bucs offense gets rolling here? I don't know, but I know that they definitely move the ball well.
I think we probably don't. Well, not until they need to use it. Against a lot of teams, I think Atlanta would have been a great example of, though I don't really remember them using up tempo. Against some teams that really like to mix up their coverages and get more exotic, there's a huge reason to get up tempo, and especially if you can lock them into certain personnel. But the thing with the Rams is they kind of play the same personnel and same coverages every play anyway. You're not going to get them to dumb down their game plan by going no huddle the way you might be able to do with some teams.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. It might not be as strategic. The one thing I will say, the Rams like to substitute a lot on the defensive line and like to get a lot of players through the rotation. especially on the edge and as the pass rusher. So if you get him reeling a bit, you may be able to get some tired guys out there late in the drive. That could be an element to it. But you're right, in terms of coverages,
that's a great
there's
observation.
definitely, they play a lot of the same guys and same types of coverages for sure. So,
yeah.
All right, Bucs kicking off here. Pinion sends it. Bouncing out of the back of the end zone, the Rams will start from their own 25-yard line. So 3 straight touchdown drives allowed by this Bucs defense. Can they get a stop? Can they find an answer? I do think players have to play better, by the way. I don't think Todd Bowles has coached well, especially the blitzes have been the biggest part. But it's hard. You rush 4 and you don't get home on Stafford in the last one, and your safety's got his eyes in the wrong place, it looks like, and falls down. And so there's layers to it. It's not every play, but there is a lot of situations in the first half. I believe he did not put his guys in position to succeed. So 1st and 10 now from the Rams from their own 25-yard line. 9:57 left in the third quarter. Rams lead 21-14. Stafford from the gun, 2 tight end set, quick throw out to Van Jefferson and Ross Cockrell there to make
tackle.
Yeah, great job fighting through the block of Robert Woods.
And John, that was something you pointed out last week, was the fact that the tackling wasn't great, where even if they managed to force a quick throw underneath that would have not gone for much, they weren't able to tackle and it went for yards after catch. So hopefully a good sign here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I don't think there has been like a huge blown tackle that went for a bunch of yak so far this game, right? At least we can say that.
No, I don't think so. Not that I can think of. So yeah, here's Stafford from the gun. 3 receivers to his left, Cooper Kupp out to his right with Carlton Davis on him. Man coverage with Davis. Stafford looking there. Now it's to pull the ball down. Under pressure from Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and throws low and incomplete. Good coverage by Devin White.
And that's a coverage pressure right there. I mean, this offensive line has done an outstanding job. I mean, that was so much time for Stafford there, but the coverage, really impressive that they held up.
JC says Gronk is going in for x-rays. Not sure if back or ribs. So we'll keep you monitored on that one as he went back into the locker room. And now it's going to be 3rd and 10. So got to get off the field in this situation. Again, no pass rush at all. Stafford over the middle. Robert Woods makes the catch. Huge 20-yard gain for the Rams offense. And 3rd and 10, that's a got to have it. Got to get off the field situation. No pressure whatsoever there. Good job by the Rams. They chipped Joe Tryon-Shoyinka with the tight end there. So he got the treatment there. And then Whitworth, obviously, with the help of the chip, can handle him and nobody else getting home.
Just playing spot drop cover 2 there and just exploiting the gaps in that zone.
Yeah, and Stafford dropped back to pass there, was under some pressure, incomplete, 2nd and 10. Shaq Barrett getting way too high, trying to get around Rob Havenstein. And Stafford just keeps being able to kind of leak out over there and be really comfortable over there because Shaq Barrett is not coming close to Matt Stafford from that side.
I'd love to see Bowles use more 2-man coverages on those 3rd and long situations. Give your guys a chance to play tight man coverage while also giving safety support over top. But, he's going with cover 2 zone there, which is it's tough when your pass rush isn't getting there, right?
Right. He plays as little cover 2 man, I think, as any defense in the league last year, if I recall correctly.
I think
here's Stafford with the play clock winding down from the gun, 2nd and 10. Goes underneath and it's caught. Mike Edwards was right there to rip at the ball, but Deshaun Jackson does catch the ball underneath. So 5-yard gain. And it's now 3rd and 5 from the 50-yard line. So this is critical. This down right here, outside of field goal range.
Rams taking attack mode, playing tempo on this drive.
Absolutely. And Anthony Nelson on the field for the Bucs in this pass rush situation. He gets chipped. Stafford all day to throw. Easy completion to Deshaun Jackson underneath. He takes off with the ball running with it. He's knocked out of bounds, but he's going to be, looks like inside the 10-yard line down to the 8. And the Bucs defense just does not have a prayer right now. They are getting filleted out here. That was Carlton Davis in man coverage, and Devin White picked him, trying to get a bump on Jackson. He completely knocked Davis off the coverage. Davis was not beaten off the line of scrimmage. He was in fine position. And Devin White, just like he took Levante David out last week, playing out of control and over-aggressive on the Kyle Pitts catch and run, he takes out Carlton Davis.
Rams getting away from the run, knowing that they can just pass against this defense however they want. No pass rush, inconsistent coverage.
Yeah, 1st and goal for the Rams from the 8-yard line. From the 11-yard line, 10. Stafford drops back. Throws underneath. Cooper Kupp catches the ball, and he's in for the touchdown against Carlton Davis. So Boom, 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 march right down the field. No doubt about it. No question about it. Bucs defense gets absolutely annihilated on that drive. Stafford could not be more comfortable back there. And that offense and Sean McVay are just rolling all over Todd Bowles.
Yeah, just really not
playing
much
off.
to say.
Yeah, Carlton playing off coverage there, and I don't know what his footwork is. Is he afraid to get beat deep there? I'm just not. There's no deep, man. Like, he's not going to double move you right there. So he's just playing way too soft. Does not come up when he should. At least make that stop, at the 4-yard line or so. And instead,
Just don't understand all these soft coverages. I mean, especially when you get so close to the end zone. We've seen it multiple times today. We've seen it multiple times throughout, the last few years.
Right. Yeah, really bizarre. And by the way, Deshaun Jackson now has catches of 75 and 40 yards in this game. So Stafford is nearing 300 yards all of a sudden after a very slow start. Jackson is 3 for 120 and a touchdown, and Kupp 5 for 65 and 2 touchdowns. So the Rams receivers just love facing Todd Bowles, man. That's to back to 200 100-yard games for Robert Woods, 2 100-yard games for Cooper Kupp, and now a 100-yard game for Deshaun Jackson. So in the last 3 meetings, 5 100-yard games. And by the way, this one's not over yet. Kupp is already on his way to 100 yards. So there's just nothing Bowles has done with his coverages to stop. And to his credit, that's just terrible by Carlton Davis, who's been great this season, no question. Great in this game, no question. But that's just bad technique, bad footwork, bad eyes, all of those things. You cannot have that in that situation. And it's just way too easy for the Rams, the offense right now.
Yeah, you're not seeing anything that's suggesting that the Rams are going to slow down offensively. So, I mean, I don't know. Really difficult deficit to make up here.
Right.
You're going to need you're going to need a few breaks going your way. Some sort of mistake by the Rams on offense, turning the ball over, something like that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Bowles in a position now where he's about to give up. He's going to give up 30 points, I'm sure, in this game. So you need several huge drives by the offense and probably a break in this one just to win it. I mean, that's just reality, I think, at this point. This defense just does not have it. And so you could blame the injury as much as you want. You can say it's the matchup, but we haven't seen Bowles' unit show up in any game yet this season. So cause for concern is definitely there. And this brings us back really like before the playoffs. People have such recency bias, Paul, but before the last 3 games of the playoffs, I'll say, because Taylor Heineke shredded defense in the first round of the playoffs. I mean, defense was playing very poorly. They just were. And so for a while, and it wasn't really injuries. It was just they weren't playing well. And Devin White's lack of development this season is a concern. It's a big concern. He has played very poorly, really. Especially, I know teams aren't running it much, and that is a huge part of his game. And I will give him credit for that, but he's missed tackles. That's the second week in a row he's allowed a huge catch and run because he knocked a guy off a route. It just doesn't know where he is on the field and keeps running. He destroyed Levante David last week on the Kyle Pitts slant catch and run that converted a 3rd down from the Falcons deep in their own territory because there's no awareness and sense of where you are on the field, out of control all the time, and it's leading to bad things for his unit. He's actively hurting his guys out there on the field because of it.
Yeah, I think watching his tape in pass coverage is just such a head scratcher. It seems like every single snap there's some sort of mistake or some sort of poor play, and it becomes especially apparent. Yeah, when you do have that all 22, because when you're watching the TV copy, you notice his speed and you see the impressive physical attributes, which are undeniably amazing. But there's so many more technical components of the game where he hasn't developed, John, like the way you would like to see, like you said.
Right. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of question marks. It has been interesting in this one that the Bucs are essentially, and Carlton Davis is furious on the sideline. And I wonder if some of that's directed at White or directed at a scheme. I don't know, but he is furious on the sideline right now, trying to be consoled by Kevin Ross and some other coaches. I'm not sure who he's frustrated with and communicating with there, but 28 to 14, the Bucs are down right now in this game. Still plenty of time left, no question about that. Still 7:23 left in the 3rd quarter as the Bucs take over from their own 25-yard line. Need to answer on offense, unfortunately, a lot for this one, to come back in this one with the way their defense has looked. And so let's see what Brady and the offense can do. Brady 24 of 30 for 259 yards in this one so far, as he is working from the shotgun with Fournette in the backfield with him. Drops back to pass, some pressure coming, goes underneath. O.J. Howard breaks the tackle and gets the first down, 11-yard gain, and good stuff from O.J. Howard. Way to turn upfield and get through a tackle there, and he gets out to the 36-yard line of Tampa Bay, and the first down for the Bucs offense.
You might have noticed it there, John. Again, Bucs going 3-by-1, isolating Evans, but Ramsey was up against Evans there that time. I'm not sure if it was man coverage, but that does seem like an adjustment there from the Rams. So look for other guys to get more opportunities underneath as their coverage becomes weaker.
For sure. Here's 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense. Brady takes the snap, 4-man rush, steps up and under a sack, and he's going to run there, and he picks up about 4 yards, dives down to the 40-yard line. So Brady with a little scramble to get out of some pressure. Looked like Jensen was beaten a little bit there, and Greg Gaines around Kappa as well. So 2 offensive linemen lose up front. The production has been a strength for the most part today, especially when it comes to the O-line, where Brady's release has helped too.
Hard to know from that angle because it was such a tight shot and you can't see what else is there. But it did look like Scotty Miller got past Ramsey. The question is, was there safety there? But obviously Brady didn't really have the opportunity there to step into a throw anyway. Also, I think that just that stepping up, that's something you didn't see last season. That's a big part of Brady's game.
Yeah, for sure. Brady holding the ball there, and now Kenny Young gets through and gets the sack for the Rams. Holding the ball a little bit was Brady, but that's going to be a big loss and bring up 3rd and 16 now for the Bucs offense from their own 30. As Giovanni Bernard stepped in there, blocked Kenny Young initially, but Young face masked Bernard, actually pulled his face mask down, and no call from the officials there. Bernard lost the angle, but the face mask by Young definitely helped a little bit there.
Yeah, hard to know what was happening downfield, if anyone was open or if Brady needs to just get rid of that.
For sure. Now here's Scotty Miller with a false start. Unbelievable. Brady is certain that this crew is trying to sabotage him.
Yeah.
3rd and 20 now for the Bucs on their 20-yard line, and now there's no plays for this. There's just no situations where you're winning.
You're trying to set yourself
really
up
without a
fourth
blow.
down here, really.
Yeah, right. Something underneath to win in this situation and gets you some, half the yards back. 7 penalties now for the Bucs in this game. So going for their third straight game with double-digit penalties in this one. Wow. 3 penalties away. Here's Brady back to pass underneath to Bernard, who almost loses balance, and Donald knew that play was coming all the way. Screen is too predictable. I mean, you're not going to get a screen on 3rd and 20. Sorry. So 4-yard loss there, and now 4th and 24. And the crowd is into it. The Rams are into it. They can smell it, and the Bucs are punting away here. Down 14, so there's plenty of time, but the way their defense is played, if you don't get a stop here, this one's going to be over. Donald knew that play the whole way. There was no question.
Yeah, you've only got a couple of offensive drives left in this game.
Right.
Can't give up any more points, really. And
for sure.
That's a tough ask given how it's gone so far.
Yeah, Pinion just absolutely.
Punt.
What was this punt?
Oh, my God.
That might be the worst punt I've ever seen from Bradley Pinion. 35-yard line. Is that where they're spotting this? The Rams are going to have it. 37-yard line of the Bucs.
Already in field goal range. Just a total collapse from the Bucs. Self-inflicted errors from the time this game started, really.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, they could be right here offensively. This could be a shootout if they don't beat themselves, but beating themselves, it makes it really hard for sure. And the Rams are just freaking good, man. Like, they probably are the best team in the NFL right now. Like, a long season, a long way to go, but some things to think about with the Rams when you don't give up leads when you win at the half, ever, under Sean McVay. When you have an elite quarterback, you've already had the scheme, you've had the other players and the weapons all the time. You have 2 of the best defensive players in the NFL. Now you've kind of got you're not beating yourself like you were with turnovers and sacks in the past with Jared Goff. You take those things out and you can hit the big plays down the field. I mean, they're not really missing anything. And oh, by the way, the Rams have like the least injured team in the league over the last 5 years. Just like nothing, like hardly ever lose anybody to injury. And so they just they kind of have a lot going for them. And we knew this was going to be a measuring stick game for the Bucs, but it's got to be closer than this. You cannot have a performance like this from Brady. I mean, Brady is 25 of 31 for 255 yards against this defense, and you're wasting. And there's a couple drops in there, and you're wasting this performance because everybody, not everybody else, but too many other people don't know what they're doing out on the field.
I mean, honestly, the Dallas game could have gone like this too. If you think about it, that was another game where a lot of mistakes from the team. Brady having an outstanding performance there. The talent differential between the two teams enough to overcome those mistakes.
Yeah, and the Bucs having the Cowboys having a terrible defense too.
Right. Yeah, and whereas the Bucs are basically making as many mistakes as they did there, but they don't have that big of a talent differential here, right?
Right. I mean, no question. And Joseph asks, is just scheme or the players in the secondary or both? It's absolutely both. I mean, there's no question it's both. Like there's no doubt
because it's the pass rush too,
both.
right? And that's the pass rush is just is the players not getting through, and then the secondary, yeah, there's scheme stuff, but we've also seen players make mistakes in coverage as well.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, there's levels to this thing for sure, no question.
Yeah,
about it.
There's not really a single thing you can point to with this defense today that you can, hang your hat on. Besides, I guess stopping the 11 run attempts or whatever they've had. But honestly, when you're looking at units for a whole football team, everything is important. But run defense is statistically at least one of the least important.
For sure.
In that regard, I know I'm going to get flamed for that comment, but
no, I mean you literally can't. It's not that like this has been like as mistake prone as other games, but Gronk is back on the sideline, by the way, and Cam Brady is laughing with him about something on the sideline. So it seems like they're in good spirits there. We'll see if Gronk has his helmet or not. As Stafford hands off, and Sue's going to make the fall off the tackle. Shaq Barrett does finish up the play after a gain of about 2 yards. So Bucs defense, now has given up 21 of 31 for Stafford for 298 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Just getting wrecked, to put it kindly.
I mean, think about last year too. It could have been a lot worse if Goff doesn't make a couple of boneheaded plays.
Yep. And here's Stafford, tons of time, and he's going to go down the field, and it's incomplete. Carlton gave us good coverage on Jefferson. Yeah, made it tough to fit that one in there. 3rd and 8 now for the Rams.
The frustrating thing is whenever you do see good coverage like that, the first thing you're like, oh, is there a marker down anywhere? Just because that's kind of where we're at today. But
right.
Today, sure. Just in the NFL, not necessarily, but anyway, good coverage there. But
you're seeing some tough things though, right? There's no pass rush when they rush 4 right now. And so, especially with the way they're chipping Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, so now it's okay. He won a couple times in the first half. Now we're going to put the tight end over there. And if we eliminate him, they're doing a great job on Vita Vea. He hasn't really made an impact. So 3rd and 8 for Stafford from the shotgun. Quick throw to Cooper Kupp. He had to spin around to catch it. Gets up the field, but a good tackle in space by Mike Edwards is going to leave him a couple yards short of the first down. So it's a 48-yard field goal from here for the Rams. They take it, you go up and you hit it, you go up 17, convert the 4th down, and you're kind of cooking here. It's 4th and a long 2, I think.
So, I mean, historically, McVay has been one of the more conservative 4th down coaches.
Right.
I mean, this one, I don't know if there's a clear decision either way, really. The field goal seems perfectly good.
Not sure either, right? I mean, 17-point lead is pretty tough.
Yeah.
And they are going to kick the field goal, and Gay does hit it. So they're going to go up 31-14 now. There is 3:09 left in the 3rd quarter. It is do or die time for the Bucs. They are getting whooped right now. No question about it. They are getting whooped. And so they need to respond on offense, and we'll see if they can do so now in obvious passing situations the rest of the game. The Rams, who do like to blitz, are going to get creative. They're going to come after Brady. You've got to be on point if you're the offensive line and the extra protectors as well. Gronkowski walking on the sideline, not holding his helmet, but he is jogging. He still has his pads on and kind of doing some high knees. I don't know if that would be recommended if he wasn't coming back. We'll see.
Yeah, I really hope that they can use this as an early wake-up call and make some adjustments. We did see this team bounce back off after tough losses last year, right? They seem to make pretty incremental changes that time coming off those losses, like Chicago. After that, obviously a much more disciplined team for the rest of the year. And after the Kansas City loss, coming out of that bye week after, just so much, the team really came together, schematic changes. So hopefully, first of all, this game's not over, but if it goes the way it's looking, hopefully they can make the best of it.
Yeah, plenty of time left in this one. Bucs do need some scores, and they need to get some opportunistic stops defensively. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Some opportunistic moments defensively. And so
looks like
Darden's take overthrown. Yeah, looks like Darden's going to come onto the field for a snap here. Are they going to go 5 wide? Yeah, I think we're seeing five wide on 1st down for the Bucs here. 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Yeah, some people say Jason Pierre-Paul, is he a huge miss? We'll talk about that in a second here, but I'm not sure. I've got some thoughts on that because I got some thoughts on that in a second here. As the Bucs do go 5 wide, Godwin was in the backfield. Brady drops back to pass over the middle of the field. What a seed to Tyler Johnson out to the middle. Shoestring tackle by Rapp. Otherwise, Johnson would have been off and running there. Yeah, that was rope down the middle of the field.
Unbelievable throw, fitting it between two defenders. Such a
that's a
small window there.
Out to the 48-yard line for the Bucs, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the Tampa Bay offense now here, trying to get across midfield. Brady takes the snap. Good protection early, goes underneath, and that one was too low for Tyler Johnson. A misfire, rare misfire by Brady today.
I think that might have been a throwaway. There was tight coverage there from Ramsey against Tyler Johnson. I think Brady just put it really low, figuring, hey, either my guy dives to the ground, gets this, or nothing.
Yeah, people point out in the chat as Gronkowski comes back out onto the field now for the Bucs offense. So 2nd and 10, big 2nd and 10 here for the Bucs from their own 48-yard line.
So, I mean, no Giovanni Bernard in these obvious pass situations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Brady from the gun, 4-man rush once again. A little skittish there, goes underneath or over the middle and finds Mike Evans for a gain of about 13 yards. So they're moving to the Rams' 39-yard line. Brady getting the Bucs offense rolling.
Good ball placement there by Brady, not getting his guy killed over the middle. And hey, by the way, there you're seeing Rams with a linebacker in zone coverage, and Evans going into the slot, taking advantage of the mismatch.
Absolutely. So now Brady here again from the 39-yard line of the Rams, going down the field. Tyler Johnson wide open, and he gets knocked out of bounds. We'll see where they spot him, but he's going to have a 1st and goal for the Bucs, I believe.
Vertical's concept.
8-yard line, it looks like. Yeah.
Vertical's concept finding success. I'm really curious what the coverage was like on the back end. It looks like it's cover 2 zone, and that whole shot in cover 2 zone. You have a soft spot between the cornerback and the safety up the sideline, and Brady and Johnson connecting perfectly on it.
Right. And a good job by Tyler Johnson figuring out Brady's putting that ball out away from the safety to protect him, and Johnson makes the adjustment.
Great adjustment. So tough to go from one shoulder to the other like that. He's looking inside and he has to adjust to outside.
1st and goal from the 8-yard line. Brady looking over the middle, pressure coming late, and it's incomplete out the back of the end zone. Threw that one away. Tyler Johnson in the vicinity. So 2nd and goal now from the Rams' 8-yard line, and finishing in the red zone here.
I mean, honestly, outstanding game from Brady so far. It's just, we've said it before, but you really shouldn't be losing games when your quarterback is playing this well.
Right. Yeah, you shouldn't be. And you shouldn't be losing them by 17 for sure. 2nd and goal from the 8-yard line, and the Bucs got to finish here. Can you get productive yards on this drive so you're not totally predictable on 3rd down, or at least you've got a few more plays at your disposal?
Blitz coming, like you said, John.
Gronkowski can't hang on to it, and that's one you usually see him grab. Look like another pretty well-placed throw by Brady, and maybe just out of his reach.
Tight coverage, good placement.
Looked like he jumped too early. If he keeps running, am I right here? Look like if he takes another step, he catches it in stride, right?
You might be right, John. Really hard to tell, but I think you might be right.
So 3rd and goal from the 8 now, and you're in. This is difficult because you're getting a long down and distances with nowhere to, the back of the end zone is you're kind of running a little bit. And here's Brady, drops back. Quick win by Aaron Donald. Brady gets away from him, but has to throw the ball.
Throws it away. Yeah. Would have liked to see him at least try running it, but I guess, never mind. Aaron Donald's right behind him. He's not getting anywhere.
He's probably going to get squished.
Yeah.
And from the 8, this is what I mean about some positive yards from the 8. You probably have to. I don't know what the analytics would say here, and I would follow them, but
I would have to imagine the analytics would say go for it here.
Yeah, you needed a touchdown on that drive. There's a headshot to Gronkowski at the end of that play, by the way. And here's Ryan Suckup for a 26-yarder. But yeah, that's tough. Not hard to complain about the Bucs red zone because they've been maybe one of the best teams in the NFL so far this season in red zone situations. But that's one you got to kind of come away with a touchdown on a drive like that in a game like this. Brady by the numbers, 28-38, 322 yards in this one. Hasn't thrown for a touchdown, but honestly, he's kind of carved up his defense, and it's just really bad that they're losing by 2 touchdowns in a game where he's been this good.
Yeah. Michael in the chat saying, hate that you don't run the ball there once. I mean, why? Why do you hate that?
Yeah, I don't hate that. I would love like some type of angle route underneath to get yourself half the yards, and so then, or something, and then, or get yourself a run and catch opportunity too. With the Rams covering the end zone as heavily as they are, can you break a tackle?
I think he meant the
in?
whole drive.
Oh, the whole drive. I thought he meant maybe in that area of the field
I'm
inside
guessing
the 8.
because I don't think they ran it once that entire drive.
They
right?
didn't. No. I don't think that was until they got to the 8. I would have been surprised to see a run.
Right.
But I would have liked to, just see something underneath. So then you're okay. Now you're at the 2-yard line. Now maybe you're going for it, right? On 4th down, maybe you're going for it. And now, he meant just inside the 10.
Red zone. I hear where he's coming from. I think.
Yeah,
that
I wouldn't have run it, but I get it. Yeah, but I wouldn't run it.
Exactly.
I'm trying to get myself in a little bit better of a situation, I think.
Right.
But Aaron Donald winning quick. Let's give credit where credit's due. Aaron Donald has mostly been held in check outside of that sack. But when he was on matched up with Gronk. Evans comes to the sideline, and he's frustrated now. And he's talking to Kevin Garver, I believe the wide receivers coach. Definitely some frustration on the Bucs sideline. Interesting offensively, and Evans is banging the bench in his pads. I wonder what he's frustrated about. Maybe he feels like there was a penalty or something. Obviously, we didn't get to see.
I wonder because Michael also said that Evans was open. I didn't see it, but if Evans was open, I wonder if he's frustrated about not getting the ball. But that's typically not Evans's demeanor.
Right. And Bucs looked like they were ready for pass there. That was bizarre. They were totally surprised by the snap of the ball, and Michel gets 11 yards. So a really bad start because you definitely don't want to give up anything on the ground here. Keep the clock running.
I just want to be fair here. Michael is clarifying he's talking about in the goal line. So yeah, that's my bad. Right. I think his thought process makes a lot of sense.
Okay. I think Evans might have been wide open, but when Aaron Donald wins in 1 second, it's difficult to play within structure. That's right. Maybe that's what he's frustrated about. And here's Stafford from under center, 12 personnel, and he's going to give the ball to Michel up the middle, and he's met pretty quickly. But again, the weak tackling for the Bucs. When should be no gain, it's 2-yard gain, and the little things. And Michel rolls forward, and they'll be in 2nd and 8 now as the Rams trying to get to the end of the third quarter, and they will. So they'll take this clock down and run out this quarter. So it'll be a 2nd and 8 from their own 38-yard line. And when we come back here with the end of the third quarter. Defense has to make a stop. I don't think there's any doubt about it, that they've got to be able to get off the field, Paul, in these situations and get the ball back to the offense. It just has not been something they've really done throughout most of the day. Rams offense has done pretty much whatever they've wanted against Todd Bowles' unit.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this is a huge test here. Obviously, if they give up a touchdown here, there's no chance. But just looking back at that replay for that 3rd down play, if that's what Evan's upset about, I don't agree. I don't think he was really open. He was covered, and then as soon as
Hezo says he was missed on 2nd down. I don't know if maybe.
Oh, okay. Let me go back and look at that.
That's what Hezo said. I didn't see it. Show the whole game from all 22. That's Paul and I's light.
Yeah, I know.
Show us the whole game, and
let us.
We just can't see.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we could tell you what's going on then. I mean, but still, you can still figure out something. All right, I'm taking a look at 2nd down here. This was the one where I think we went to the out route to well, at least from the regular angle when they showed the play, you couldn't see what Evans is doing, so there's no way to know there. I wonder on the replay they just zoom in on Gronk, so I have no idea. 2nd down possibly was open. I didn't see it, but 3rd down I would definitely not call what Evans was open. Basically, the corners moved off of him a little bit once Brady started running, but like that would be a cross the field throw for Brady. It would be super risky.
He wasn't. He was just
open.
Right. People will say, Gronk got tripled on that last miss. Well, he's not trying to throw a catchable ball there. He's just
he's throwing it away.
Doesn't want to get strip sacked right from behind. He's just throwing it away. That's not he's not actually going to Gronk there. It's just hard when the 3rd down play, at least 2nd down play, we need to see a wider angle, and we will eventually to see what Evans was thinking. But who knows? I mean, there could be a million things. That's why I hate speculation on sideline. You don't have no idea what it is. You could be upset at protection. Could be upset at himself, typical of Evans. So
I totally agree. I just from everything you hear about Evans and the way that he conducts himself, he just doesn't seem like the type of guy that would get upset about not getting a target. it's way more likely to me that he would be upset about a penalty or something like that than it would be being upset at his teammates. Just doesn't seem like that kind of guy.
Right. Upset at overall team lack of execution and frustrated, but no, not himself get a target. That would be uncharacteristic for sure. So 31-17, Rams lead. Rams have the ball. Bucs defense has to make a stand. They have struggled mightily in this one. The Rams piling up the yards, 346 yards of offense. Bucs themselves have 333 yards, but Rams 8 of 11 on third down. Bucs are 4 of 9, obviously, one of those being the Gronk drop pass on a third down. But yeah, hard to be successful when you're giving up 8 of 11 on third down to the opposing team. Yikes.
I know we don't want to focus on the speculation, but I also want to just give credit here to Ty T. Also a good possible explanation. Said maybe he's upset that they didn't go for it on fourth down. Another thing that's totally possible, and that's why, John, you're right. I mean, it's a million different things. It's not.
Yeah, that's right.
You can't
Pin
it on one thing.
Speculating is about as pointless as Stafford makes the corner route throw. Great throw and catch, and it's a gain of 17 yards for Cooper Kupp, and they're into Tampa Bay territory now. We'll see where they spot it here, but it looks like he's going to be around the 45-yard line of the Bucs before he's knocked out of bounds. And the Bucs are down a lot of corners, and it's getting really hard. Just this.
So they're down Dean. They're down SMB, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
Am I missing anyone? Yep. I mean,
I don't think so. He's out there playing a whole game. And D. Delaney's not played much football in his life recently. Right. I don't think he was on a team last year, if I'm recalling correctly now. Stafford changing the play on 1st and 10 from the Bucs 45-yard line.
I mean,
and it's corner blitz from Ross Cockrell, and Stafford's going to throw underneath to Cooper Kupp, and Devin White overruns the tackle, but Carlton Davis and Antoine Winfield quickly there to clean up his mess.
The play calling from the Rams the last few drives tells you everything in terms of what they think about the Bucs defense, right? They're still throwing the ball up 2 touchdowns. It's because it's just such a clear weakness. And I think even at times last year, you talked about their struggles. Some of their struggles, I think, were hidden. I mean, even last week as an example with turnovers. And I've talked about this before. There's credit to defenses on turnovers, but majority of turnovers are a function of offensive mistakes, more so than the defense. So, of course, it goes. There's both.
Right. And here's a give up the middle to Sony Michel, who gets way more than he should, but he's going to get a 3 yards and bring up 3rd and 1. So a huge 3rd and 1 coming up, even if the Rams, this is right outside field goal range probably for them, or right around field goal range for them. So probably 2 down territory anyway, but 3rd and 1, and they're from the gun right now. And they hand it off anyway. Michelle goes up the middle. He's hit immediately by Devin White. I do not think he got there, at least not to the yellow line. We'll see what they say. Our angle is a little bit off. I think they're going to give it to him. It looks like based on this, they already gave it to him. They didn't even measure that. That is incredible. How do they not even, unless that yellow line is just totally off? Because he got hit before he got there to the yellow line at least, but maybe the line was off. Good play by Devin White there. Got to give him some credit. Yeah, I mean, he's really, really struggled this season, but
Brian saying Devin White isn't playing defensive back. Our coverage is what's killing us. Devin White has played a lot in coverage, and his coverage snaps have not been good.
Right. That's a big problem. Overrunning things and being out of position because you're too aggressive with everything you see. Shaq Barrett gets in for a pressure, and Will Golston chases down the wide receiver screen, but it gains a couple, and now you're in 2nd and 6 if you're the Rams. From the Bucs 31-yard line. So here, well within field goal range here, but obviously trying to run the clock, and the Bucs defense just can't get off the field and give this offense enough opportunities. Frustrating day for this side of the ball. Been a while since they gave up over 30 yards. As bad as they've been at times, they have not, 30 points in a game. Bad as they've been at times, Scott, I don't know the exact number. I have to go back and look at last year's schedule, see when the last time was over 30 points. But there's Shaq Barrett knifing inside, but Sony Michel going to keep the legs churning. Devin White makes the stop with a couple other Bucs, and now it's going to be 3rd and 3 after the gain of 4. But even if you can get no gain, these obvious run situations, it's not really worked out for them. 3rd and 3 now, and Bucs 28-yard line, and now you're in a situation for the Rams where you can do whatever, you can do anything. Everything, the whole playbook's open to you on 3rd and 3, especially if this is 2 down territory.
Yeah, for sure, and I think it should be for the Rams. Just gaining another 1st down, not only does it give you a chance to get a touchdown, but it also kills another few minutes off the clock, which at this point is huge.
Right. 3rd and 2, clock winds near 11 minutes now. And quick win by Nacho up the middle, but missed tackle on the outside. And it was there after a tip ball, and Levante David knocks Van Jefferson out of bounds, but they'll pick up the first down once again. Gain of 6. And it was all Bucs almost came away with the play they needed there. Play action, or almost a play action. It looked like he bailed out of the play action, and they did get the tipped ball. Winfield almost made the play to break it up. Sometimes you don't get any bounces. And that one went right past Winfield's flailing arm trying to break that pass up, and the Rams will pick up another first down. So more time coming off the clock, 10:30 and counting, as the Rams now with a 1st and 10 from the Bucs 17-yard line. 3 receivers to the right. As Michelle goes up the middle, and Levante David meets him there, and he's going to get maybe half a yard. And so 2nd and 9 coming up for the Rams offense. Hard to watch the Rams fall and not think this right now, and it's week 3, isn't the best team in the league right now. And we'll see, this game's not over, obviously, but they can if they can put this in the end zone, it probably is.
They have great talent, and they're just so well coached, right? Their game plans are flexible. Everything they do makes sense. I mean, just look at the way they've come out this game. It's very different from what they've done. Like I've said, over the McVay era, we haven't seen much of that bootleg stuff. It's been all shotgun, quick game. Right.
And here's Stafford, hand off to Robert Woods in the backfield, and Joe Tryon-Shoyinka brings it down pretty quickly. It's going to be in about 4, so 3rd and 5 from the Bucs 12-yard line coming up. Clock still winding, 9:20 and counting left.
I got it.
Yeah, I think going down 17 again even just puts it out of reach, and
right,
which is
you've got to at least hold to a field goal here.
You have to. I think you had to kind of go off board on that 4th down on that previous offensive drive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes it tough because if you don't get it, game's probably over. Field goal keeps you alive. But here's Stafford back to pass. No pressure at all. Cooper Kupp runs away from Devin White and misses the first down, though. It looks like he ran out of bounds a yard short of the first down. He could have gotten it if he'd stopped running laterally away from Devin White and just gone upfield, but lost awareness of the sticks there on Kupp, and he's patting himself on the chest as he goes back to the huddle because he knows that that's on him. And, he got away from White pretty easily there.
Yeah, this is why, Bowles is so committed to keeping all these big guys on the field, right? Like if he just took a linebacker off the field or took a lineman off the field and played another defensive back. But of course, that has its issues with the Bucs depth. It's so tricky because you teams will take that matchup so often, and the Bucs give it up all the time, that matchup.
Right. Here's 4th and 1, and the Rams trying to get the Bucs to jump, and now they'll call timeout, and we'll see what they end up doing here. But yeah, you're right about that with Todd Bowles, and I've kind of gotten away from the gripe because I realized it's pointless. And I was hopeful also that Devin White would play better this year. But at some point you have to look at Devin White and say he is just very bad in coverage, and he just is hurting you in coverage. And the 2 games in the playoffs that he wasn't, notwithstanding that, the large sample size of his career, say that he's just hurting you in those situations. And he doesn't take Devin White or Levante David off the field ever. Obviously he's a 5th overall pick. And so you want to play him in all situations, but it hurts your team. Teams can find the matchup, and they beat Devin White consistently. So,
if you just think about the stretch where his defense was so dominant last year, was the stretch where they were playing completely differently from what Bowles has done his entire career, schematically, right? So, I just don't get how you see those results and then you go back to doing what you were doing before. I really don't like the way Bowles at times uses his default game. I don't like what his default game plan is, basically.
Right.
Whereas when he really deviates, he's had so much success.
Yeah,
and that's
right.
I think that's overlooked.
That's what's so weird, right? You've literally beat some of the best offensive minds in the NFL today, 3 games in a row. And I know the Packers game, there were some questions. Right. You destroyed the Saints and Chiefs offenses by doing something totally different. And you just don't think that is going to work long term. That's just so odd to me. Why wouldn't you want to keep doing things that stopped Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Sean Payton? And, that seems to be good. So it is puzzling. He is, I've talked to so many people with the Jets that say this is just who it is. They were shocked that he changed in the playoffs because he never changes it. I think the Bucs won a Super Bowl because he did, so he certainly deserves credit for it. But it's one of those things that makes it difficult, I think, to how do you gauge the Bucs when their defense is going to be this bad? It's hard to. I don't know. There's too much talent here to be this bad, though, for sure.
Right. Yeah. You said it earlier, talking about recency bias, and that recency bias, I think, led to a perception of this being one of the absolute. I've heard people call this the best defense in the league and stuff like that, which is definitely not true. I mean, they had a lot of struggles throughout the year, but again, I mean, overall, I think even if you look at the totals for season stats, I think they had an above average number of turnovers, which makes their efficiency stats a little better. But overall, in terms of yardage, the way teams are able to move the ball, more mistake-free teams, the way they're able to execute, it really it gives this team a lot of trouble. Yeah,
and Vortex as a coach who can't adapt is a bad coach. Simple as that. But that's the most frustrating part, Vortex, is that he showed that he could adjust, did adjust, and now won't do it again. It's just frustrating. I don't understand it. I probably won't ever understand it. And this is why Bowles was a head coaching candidate, and I know some teams looked at him and the Lions considered him, and there was a lot on the table, obviously. But he went back to the Bucs, and then after they won the Super Bowl, I was like, wow, teams are going to be kicking themselves. They didn't hire him as head coach, and I don't know. Like, I'm going to need a big sample size to say a defensive coach who gives up what these groups give up. Exactly. That's a bad call. So, by the way, it's 34-17. So 8:14 left in this game. It's going to be tough, but the Bucs offense will have a chance here to answer because the defense, again, I think it's more the Rams, what they did, like Kupp running out of bounds short of the first down when it's right there in front of him is a tough one, but the Bucs benefit from it. That might have been. I just glanced at the screen right as it was coming off. That might have been him. Darden's going to take this one out from 2 yards deep.
I mean,
tried to get there with speed, and he crosses the 20-yard line and gets hauled out of bounds at about the 23, maybe. So it doesn't get all the way out to the 25, but still pretty decent return. He shows his speed there. Not many punt return opportunities for Darnold today because there haven't been many punts. So
yeah. Lord Jimbo saying there are no sacks because teams are throwing quick hits to perimeter. That's mostly been
kind of
true this year, but not. I mean, today there have been plenty of times where Stafford held onto the ball and the pass protection was excellent, and or the defense wasn't doing very well in terms of pass rush.
Right. Here's Aaron Donald circled on the screen as the Rams show 4-man rush here, and Brady moving Godwin in motion here, and drops back to pass, plenty of time to throw, and he looks down the field. Mike Evans wide open. Evans did he almost drop that?
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
I thought he did at first, and then
yeah, me too.
Pulls it in for the catch, and so the Bucs will get out to their 40-yard line.
But I mean, yeah, look at those passing stats. I mean, that is against this defense, that is a phenomenal game for the passing attack, and it's not just Brady. It's the receivers. It's Leftwich. They're doing a good job, but it just shows how much the little things add up.
Right. Brady throwing down the field, and Gronk slowed down again. Now I agree with Scott. It's been a bad game for Gronk. Both touched twice. I mean, he in the end zone, I felt like he slowed up and tried to jump for the ball like he was closer to the boundary. And that one, great release off the line of scrimmage, working a corner, that's pass interference too. Like he literally grabs his arm. Are we going to call Eddie? I mean, that's not a hard call. Like that should be a simple routine flag in my opinion. So, but Gronk's got to, he's got to keep going
down like that.
Yeah. Yeah. 2nd and 10 now for the Bucs offense.
Not tracking the ball well. Giovanni Bernard out there on an obvious passing situation.
Yeah. Brady barking the signals back to pass. Pressure coming. Ducks under a sack again. Throws over the middle. That ball bounced off someone. And flags come flying in.
Flags. Okay.
Finally, you're going to get a call.
Look, this is subtle stuff, and it only comes up 2, maybe 3 times a game. But the mobility from Brady has been a huge difference. The way he stepped up in the pocket so far this year, the subtle movements, the stuff that he was so famous for his entire career. I mean, that's a huge movement, but I'm talking about even more subtle stuff. It was glaringly missing last year, and I didn't think to myself, oh, he's injured. I just figured that's a symptom of his age. Obviously, when the news came out about the MCL, it made a lot more sense as to why he wasn't even slightly mobile in the pocket, just in moving, shuffling. But it's great to see that back this year.
Right. And they're going to pick up the flag, of course, and that was actually a good pickup, I think, because Rapp did tip the ball, got a finger on it underneath. I think. And so that rendered the pass interference that was there pointless there. So now 3rd and 10, and the Rams are going to call timeout on 3rd and 10. 7:37. This is obviously 2-down territory for the Bucs, so it should leave you a few more options in this passing situation. If you can, obviously don't get sacked here, but 3rd and 10. But you're right about Brady's mobility. Another, strong point in this game is Brady with 29 of 41 for 339 yards. Hasn't thrown a touchdown, but ran for one. Has 2 carries for 5 yards, actually, and a touchdown in this one. He is actually averaging a better yards per carry than Leonard Fournette or Ronald Jones for the second game this year.
Even though his rushing attempt, one of them was from the 1-yard line, he still managed to average more.
Unbelievable, man. Those 2 guys will be the death of me, I think.
Yeah.
All right, here's Brady on 3rd and 10 from the gun.
Gronk back out there.
Yep. Brady changing the protection around, it looks like a little bit. Aaron Donald breaks through quickly. He goes underneath. Gronkowski makes the catch, trying to get upfield. He's knocked out of bounds. He's short of the first down for sure. How short?
Gronk has taken some rough hits today. Just the way he's big hits, going down. Looks a little shaken up, maybe.
Gotta go for this, no question there.
Oh, of course.
4th and 1. 4th and 1. 4th and 1. I mean, this is a situation where you run and you just go quick, right? Like you sneak and you go quick. Oh, it's a long one.
It's a long yard.
Yeah.
Closer to 2 yards.
Yeah. It's like 1.5 here. So, and they're going to throw. Brady drops back way over the head of Giovanni Bernard. What was that? I don't know what that was. Did that get tipped? That was confusing. I'm not sure what happened there.
Some sort of miscommunication, maybe.
Yeah, clearly he thought, or was he throwing to Evans? I don't know. I don't know what that was.
Yeah,
he's clearly trying to throw a different route than what Bernard ran, or he's throwing fast to Evans, and Evans isn't turning. They're not on the same page. I'm not sure. Definitely some type of miscommunication.
That looked like most likely. I mean, if I had to guess, which is hard to know, I'm saying that's a miss by Brady. Just in terms of how the routes are run, this looks like a fairly common concept, and I don't see anything that looks weird as far as the routes.
Yeah, but that was
the only thing I can think of. The only thing I could think of is maybe if Giovanni Bernard was meant to run his route differently because he's hot, maybe because of the blitz. But I think that's just
the only right. I mean, that wasn't even catchable for Bernard.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake by Brady. And if it is, that's probably one of very few mistakes today.
No question. Well, looks like the Bucs are going to lose their first game in a long time, Paul.
Yeah.
See if the defense can make a stand and get them back in this one. But right now it's looking bleak for the Bucs offense.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, honestly, if we don't just see Blaine Gabbert on the next drive.
Well, you got to see what they're doing first, right? I mean, you obviously got to see what the Rams do on this drive. But obviously, if you hold them, you'll get a punt. You're obviously going to see Brady still. So Bruce isn't taking any starters out until.
All right, fair enough.
He didn't take them out against the Saints. So
yeah, that's true. No, you're right. That was
38-3. So
yeah, that's a good point.
Hang on, I changed my headphones there. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, no worries. I was just saying, yeah, it's a good point with the starters not going out.
Right. But
yeah, and JK with a good point. I mean, it's only one game, not like we were going undefeated, he says. And yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, they're
right. Oh yeah, don't feel any differently about the Bucs long term. Just like I did before this game, they got to get their defense figured out.
Right. It's the same issues that we knew existed. And my approach to this game was like, unless it was a total disaster, it wasn't going to, my opinion wasn't going to drop of the Bucs very much. Like, I don't think less of them now. But if they somehow did manage to, say, convincingly win, I might be even more confident. So it's like, it was kind of like I either feel even better about them or like slightly worse or the same, if that makes sense. Right. Because, I mean, when you think about like two really good teams, no team is going to have a big edge, right? You're going to have like it's going to be close to 50-50.
Right. Here's the Rams from the 48-yard line of the Bucs. Pitch back to Sony Michel here, and he's going to turn upfield, and he's going to have a healthy gain on the play. So I don't know if the Bucs know this or not, but the Rams are probably going to try to run the ball in this situation. Didn't look like they were aware, so just felt like we should let them know. But the Rams are now with 6:50 and counting left in this game. They are, they're got to be getting. What's the yardage total now? Total yards, 414 for the Rams. So this is right about on par for I'm going to add this up, actually. You talk through this next play, Paul. I'm going to add this up, what they've done to Todd Bowles' defenses, but it is
Tony Michel in motion comes into
incredible.
The backfield. Stafford fakes it, boots right, pressure, goes down for the sack around midfield. Finally, a huge sack for the Bucs. Golston making the play.
A sack indeed. It happens. Good job by Golston blowing through the block of Havenstein. Good bull rush.
Hey,
Get
maybe
Stafford down, and it is possible for the Bucs to get a sack.
Maybe I should be doing play-by-play, John. It seems like things are going a little better.
That's right. Go ahead. Keep going. See if it changes anything.
Sure.
Go for it.
Woods in motion, coming to the bottom of the screen. Stafford again under center. 2nd and 22. 5:47 left in the game. Pitch to Michel for a loss of 1.
Lawante David getting in there for the tackle for loss.
How are you looking down and also doing play-by-play?
I just looked up and saw him make the tackle.
Okay.
I have radar for when Lawante David does good things.
I had the YouTube screen up, so it's a bit delayed, and your head was just down, and then I hear the audio of you saying David on the tackle. Like, what just happened here?
Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. We're going to tally this up when it ends, but
okay.
Yeah, this not good numbers for Todd Bowles. Let's put it that way.
Indicating
22. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
Hand off to Michel. Breaks a tackle, breaks a couple of tackles. Vita Vea finishes the job. 4th and long. Bucs get an opportunity to get the ball back with less than 5 minutes left in the game.
I don't know what that was by Anthony Nelson. So yeah, from the Bucs 45, this is a pretty obvious punt situation now. Keep running the clock down with the Rams and punt this one away. But yeah, it's been man, this is going to be 3 straight games where Todd Bowles' defense has given up over 400 yards of offense against the Rams and over 27 points, 27, 40, and 34, despite the fact that they had 6 turnovers the last 2 times. They benefited from 6 turnovers. They still gave up 931 total yards over the last 2 games. Without Goff making all those mistakes to keep the Bucs in games, McVay is just destroyed Todd Bowles once again.
I think Hezo had an interesting comment. He was saying Belichick rubbing his hands like Birdman watching the secondary on film. My first reaction was to be like, I don't know. They don't really have the most potent passing attack. But then you think about what Mac Jones is good at. It is that quick game. And if you think about what the Bucs' weaknesses is, it's clearly that quick game. So, I mean, in that sense, it does fit pretty well. And I could see, despite them being a very run-heavy team these last 2 years, I could see the Patriots going very pass-heavy because we know they tend to be very flexible with their game plans. Hezo might be onto something there.
We got a flag here. I know you're probably shocked. Oh, defense? No way. Are they gonna get to double digits penalties?
Brian saying the offense couldn't do anything this game either. It's not all on defense. I disagree. I honestly think the offense has been better than 17 points. I mean, like, again, missed field goal at the end of half, running out of time, a couple of drops. But in terms of like the overall play calling and the way most people have played, it's kind of been like one guy makes a mistake, like you have a drop from Gronk or something like that. But I think the offense has been good.
Offense should have done some things better as Giovanni Bernard gets lit up by Kenny Young in the flat, and now it gets hard. Rams are taking everything away down the field, playing prevent. You've got to go underneath, and it's not been there. Kenny Young took that one away. And yeah, now it gets really difficult, I think, for sure, because you've got I think the offensive line has played well for the Bucs. There's certainly moments where Brady's been under pressure. That's going to happen in every game, especially the game against the Rams, as he goes over the middle to Chris Godwin for a gain of 10. And so 3rd and 1 coming up now here from the Bucs 20-yard line. And the Bucs have to go quickly here, man. I mean, Brady is moving them up as quickly as they can, but we've seen them play with some real tempo, and they need urgency now as they execute here. And 3rd and 1, got to get conversions here. You can't spend a lot of time in these short down and distances. Working for deep in your own end.
Trying to get the ball snapped?
Yeah, a long time to get the ball snapped. Donovan Smith gave up quick pressure there underneath to Giovanni Bernard, who does get out of bounds. He was walloped out of bounds, and Arians goes down hard on the sideline. He gets up quickly, but he took a little bit of a shot there. Oof. Giovanni Bernard rolled into him.
He sure did.
Gain of 9 yards there.
Arians match.
Yeah, he got hit right in the knee.
Uh-oh.
He actually didn't go down because of the hit. He went down kind of as a precaution after, but he's none the worse for wear roaming the sideline.
Looked like Brady taking a sack, just saving himself.
1st and 10, Brady back to pass, pressure in his face over the middle to Mike Evans, who stood up quickly.
Really ready for it.
Yeah, and Jensen trying to get after somebody to get Evans ready for the ball. He didn't really look like he was ready for that. Yeah, Arians got hit right in the knees. Turned his right ankle a little bit, actually. So gain of 5 yards to Evans. So the Rams are giving up this underneath stuff, obviously. Man, there's quick pressure again. So late in the game, when the Rams have been able to tee off, we've seen the offensive line struggle more as Brady hits Brate for the first down. But
it's, I mean,
most of the game that wasn't the case.
They're sending extra blitzers, and the offense isn't bringing in extra pass protection. So you're going to get pressured. So that's not really on the offensive line so much.
Right. Here's Brady back to pass again. This time, good protection. Goes over the middle to Godwin, who makes the catch between several defenders. He's down.
Tough catch for Godwin, but nice placement in that small little window. Great play by Godwin, too. I mean, that's especially difficult catch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he knows he's getting hit there as he kind of sits down in the middle of the field.
Super impressive.
And here Brady drops back to pass. Pressure coming, and he's got to get that one away, and he just throws it away incomplete. Brate was in the area, so it'll be 2nd and 10 now.
Always scary when you see one floating like that.
Right.
But, I mean, overall, I think I've been really impressed with this offensive line. Honestly, so far through the 3 games, today it's looked a little worse, but it always has to be relative to who you're playing, right? And like you mentioned,
the game situation, right?
Exactly, yeah. So that's another great point. The game situation has made it more favorable for the pass rush as well. I was actually looking it up. Through 2 games, I looked it up before this game, the Bucs have had the highest graded pass protection in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Now, part of that obviously is the quarterback, but the line's been good.
I think the quarterback's a big part of it, but I think the offensive line, like I said, mostly's played well today, but obviously Giovanni Bernard falls down as he's trying to catch that ball. That's been an issue twice now. He catches the ball, but it's going to be a loss there. So Bucs are going to be in a 3rd and 11 situation?
Something like that. And Rams showing pressure.
Yeah.
Send
5-man. No, they pull out and send 4. Brady's going to take it off and run, and he's picked up a decent gain there. He gets down, and it's going to be 4th and 2. He gets to the Rams' 32-yard line. But Brady's piling up the rushing stats this season on that healthy knee. Good-looking slide there as well. 4th and 2. Got to convert this one if you want to give yourself a chance, obviously.
Vanilla Vic, baby, says Vortex.
And we're going to the 2-minute warning. So 4th and 2 for the Bucs. When we come back from the 2-minute warning, just to give people an idea, they have been 5 of 12 on 3rd down today. Obviously, the Gronk drop would bring you to 6 of 12, which 50% is a pretty good clip, unless you're placing a team that is 10 of 15 on 3rd down, including the give up 3rd down on 3rd and 22 they called there. They're not even trying to get that one. So, I mean, essentially, you've given up almost every 3rd down, especially because the first 2 3rd downs of the game, they didn't give up. So the Rams have been almost perfect on 3rd down since the first 2 drives of the game. That's incredible.
The way that the Bucs play coverage, they make it so easy for teams to get to 2nd and 7, 2nd and 8, which in turn makes it easy to get to 3rd and very short, right? So you got to look to the early downs to see how they get to those 3rd down numbers as well, right?
Yeah, going into this game, I think I'm trying to find it, but I had it written down. The Bucs were 47% on 3rd down as a defense, 6th worst in the NFL. The Rams weren't good either, though, to be fair.
Right.
7th worst. And they haven't been, I mean, today they've essentially, if you count the Gronk drop, so you're looking at effective 3rd down percentage, they've given up 50%, which again, as I said, would be one of the worst, not a great mark statistically. So
Right. Ty asking Brady has the brace again. Brady has been playing with the brace this whole season, right, John? I think he just took it off during practices, said he felt good, but he said himself that his intention was to wear it during games. Is that correct?
I honestly don't remember. As long as he's not hurt, I don't care. Yeah, I honestly don't remember. He definitely had it off in practices.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was a first. That was the big change, right? Is that he stopped wearing it in practice, but he's been wearing it ever since 2008 when he came back, 2009 when he came back.
Yeah, he's definitely been wearing it in games still, but I don't know if he said his intention or not. But so 4th and 2, Bucs obviously probably going to the air here, Giovanni Bernard, and see if you can get better execution than you did on the 4th and 1 from the last drive. If that was a Brady miss, that was an ugly one.
Yeah. Bull Champs 37 saying lots of stats are close. That's why you have to make plays. We did not. The Rams did. I think he's right, man. Like in terms of, and that's what we keep saying, right? Like in terms of how well the offense played, but it's just a few plays here and there that make such a big difference. But the overall stats still end up being really close. And to me, that tells me that this offense is still excellent. And I don't think the Rams are 17 points better than the Bucs by any means.
No,
I think it's
agree.
just, a few things that add up.
Right. Here's Brady on 4th and 2, fakes the handoff, screen underneath to Godwin. He turns upfield and gets a good, healthy gain out to the Rams' 19-yard line. So 1st and 10 for the Bucs, and they'll need to move pretty quickly here. Brady from the gun. Drops back to pass, and here comes pressure, and he's going to be sacked, dropped for a 7-yard loss, back to the Rams' 26-yard line. And Donovan Smith is down for a second. Now he gets to his feet slowly. So 2nd and 17, and that clock is winding. Now it's stopped, and I think there's a timeout being used here. Wisely. 2nd and 17, though, yeah, can't give that one up. That one, Brady did hold the ball for a little bit there, but again, when you get in the pass obvious situations, you have to, sometimes. So
yeah, just a tough situation. Like you said it earlier, game state makes it really tough for the offensive line, especially when the defensive line has Aaron Donald. I mean,
yeah,
can't emphasize that enough.
Yeah, once in a lifetime player.
Yeah,
Donovan Smith remains in the game, by the way, so see if he is okay. But 2nd and 17 now for the Bucs from the 26-yard line. I mean, some people say, why are we still playing Brady? I mean, this game's not over. Like, you're going to get if you score here, you get an onside kick opportunity. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I definitely would say that it would not be a situation where I'd have him on the field, but I understand where Arians is not going to do it. And he didn't do it when it was 38-3. We shouldn't be surprised by it, at least.
Right.
I wouldn't do it, but it was more egregious than 38-3.
Yeah.
It was more egregious than 38-3 than it was
right
now, I think. 3rd and 7 for Brady. Underneath Evans, juke move, and he's going to pick up the 1st down and get out of bounds as well. So 1st and goal now from the Rams' 7-yard line. Brady 40 of 54 for 425 yards in this game. Evans is over 100. Godwin has 74 yards. Tyler Johnson 63. Rob Gronkowski 55. Giovanni Bernard 44 yards. Brate 35. Fournette 26. Scotty Miller 11. OJ Howard 11 as well. First and goal, 1:14 left in the game. Bucs down 34-17. Brady back to pass over the middle of the field. Giovanni Bernard diving into the end zone.
Oh no.
For the touchdown. He got hit on the way into the end zone. He's got hit in midair. Where did he get hit? Or might have Brady's talking to him right now, but it looked like he got hit in midair, but
maybe it's the way he landed there on that left knee.
He looked like he was in pain in the middle of the air to me.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Maybe a little hyperextension. His leg was coming off the ground there when he got hit in the knee.
Oh, you're right. He is wincing. Well, I mean, he's got hit, so I'm not surprised he's wincing in midair. But
he's got both hands on his face mask beat, and they're looking at his right knee right now. I mean, people saying this is on Arians. That's not. This is your 3rd back. He's going to play, and no matter who's in a quarterback in this situation, that doesn't make any sense. Giovanni Bernard is absolutely in this game, no matter what the quarterback or effort situation was with the rest of the team.
Right.
So that's that shouldn't be a surprise necessarily, in my opinion. Also, let's be honest, he needs the reps. So
That's true too. Hey, so I think my score prediction was 38-24 Rams.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
34 was it 34-24 now?
Yeah. But decently close.
And Brady gets his 10th passing touchdown of the season. By the way, what was Brady off of the record, the yardage mark?
So I think he's probably in 200 something off now. I think I saw going into halftime, it was around 314 yards off.
See if anybody in the chat knows how far Brady is off the yardage mark now, because obviously going into New England, that's going to be Bird walked off, by the way. I think a little hyperextension there. I'm not a doctor. I have no clue. Just say that. But yeah. 34-23 here as Ryan Suckup lines up for the extra point and bangs it through. And so that'll we'll see onside kick opportunity here, but obviously this one's, from a score perspective, would take the miracle of all miracles.
Yep, no kidding. And
I think the Rams are the best team in the NFL, Paul.
I do too, man. I think I think the Bucs have more talent, but I just think schematically, some of it is like this rock, paper, scissors thing in the NFL where I could even be convinced, or I might even feel that in an absolute sense that the Bucs are the best team, but matchup wise, the Rams end up being a little better head to head. Now, the good thing is for the Bucs, the Rams are going to have a much more difficult schedule. And I would think that the Bucs are still going to end up being more likely to win the number 1 seed than the Rams, or at least decently a good chance.
You're right. The Rams have obviously that division. I mean, all 3 of those other teams could be playoff teams. I'm not sure what the Bucs have yet. I know the Panthers are 3-0, but they beat the Saints with tons of COVID, and I don't know if the Saints are even good.
But hey, another thing. I wrote about this before an article that the Bucs struggled a lot against middle of the field open last year in passing attack, which just means passing against 2 high safeties. So it could be cover 2, 2-man, cover 4, any type of 2 high safety coverage. But so far this season and today against the toughest test there is, they have done really well against that coverage. I mean, they're very patient.
Oh my goodness. Get the
Winfield. Oh no.
Oh my gosh. That was a lot of weird bounces there, but not enough players getting to the ball there. I don't know anything about onside kick strategy, but it seemed like a terrific kick by Suckup.
But yeah, just to finish up that point, it does seem like in the passing attack, they had a lot more answers so far this season. Very patient. They're not forcing it. A lot more precise, and they really know what they're doing against these coverages.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. As discouraged as I am about the Bucs defense, I definitely think penalties need to be, offensively, there's definitely things that need to be, in terms of penalties, and the drops can remain. But I am encouraged offensively, honestly, by schematically the approach. There's a lot of good stuff. Some players need to play a little bit better, but when your quarterback and your offensive coordinator aren't 2 of the problems, that's a great start. Again, I think the Bucs are going to be just fine long term. The defense is a big question mark, though.
I still feel that this is. I feel that this is the best. The Bucs have the best passing offense in the league, even after today. I mean, if anything, I feel that way even more strongly. Yeah, I mean the Rams are unbelievable. I mean, to have this offensive line with this scheme and this quarterback and those weapons, and 2 of the best defensive players in the world on the same team ever, really, when Ramsey's playing like he's capable of. The Bucs did a lot of good things, but Todd Bowles getting owned by, he just gets destroyed by Sean McVay. That's a tough. Somebody said cut Dean. Jamal Dean sucks. Jamal Dean barely played today. He's like the only guy you can't blame. I don't know what that's about, but the Bucs, the question's at corner now, what they're going to do there. There's certainly issues, but as of week 3, I do think the Bucs just lost to the best team in the NFL right now. Now the Bucs aren't far down that list, and they could have won this game, but right now they are not as crisp or as clean as the Rams, and that is a big reason why I thought the Rams would win this game, because I think that they're, just on a different level right now. Vortex says, check out Sherman's IG story. Rap to us. What does it say, Sherman? Or Vortex, because we're not on there right now. But
let us know what his story says, because there's smoke there at least. We'll see if there's fire or not. We don't know, Paul. But hey, everybody, head on over to pewterreport.com. You're going to check out the most impressive list, most disappointing, the game recap, all kinds of stuff like that is over on the pewterreport.com going up right after this game. So, yeah, Tom Brady is the leading Bucs rusher in this game. He has 3 carries for 14 yards. Ronald Jones, Leonard Fournette. Yikes. Yikes. Sherman said it's his last Sunday with his kids' soccer. So something's happening there. His kids' soccer team. So maybe he's implying that he's going to play somewhere. We'll see.
Or maybe it's just their last week of their season.
Yeah, no, or maybe that. JK, is SMB done for the full year or eligible later? He will be eligible to return after the next game, which is against the Patriots next week. But then we'll see if he does. He could also be out longer and probably will be out longer based on kind of most of what we've heard. Here's a final stat rundown from this one before we get out of here. Actually, I'm going to save it for the post-game podcast because we're going to be live on the post-game podcast in about 45 minutes or so from now. We're going to be live on the post-game podcast. We'll get all the Pewter reporters in there. We'll give our takes. We'll give our thoughts, give our analysis on the game. Positives, game balls we'll hand out. We'll talk about the negatives too. We'll talk at length about the defense and all the struggles they've had this season. And we'll talk about what our thoughts are and takeaways are from this game for the Bucs and for the season that they're in the midst of right now. So lots to talk about, lots to unpack. That'll be in the post-game podcast. New stream. Check it. Make sure you're subscribed to Pewter Report TV. And you're subscribed on YouTube, so you hit the bell, get the notifications when we go live, so you don't miss it. So when I send it out, you're ready to go and jump in here for the post-game pod. Hoping to get everyone's thoughts and opinions on how this game went. We use a lot of commentary, a lot of interaction. You guys get your thoughts up there, and we'll get it up on the screen as well. So appreciate y'all. We'll catch y'all here in a little bit on the post-game